for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's like. Deepest oceans, they come petri enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to
turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on.
You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, but I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? But never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
found a key and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give in to temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. And we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of. Waiting for your fate to come. There's another day.
你以为观赛指南是有一个很平常的节目，多年之后才发现，这其实是官方视频里最干的节目。这样的节目永远不会再有了。常规赛只剩最后几天，你一定好奇季后赛名额的争夺和复活甲的归属，这你可算问对人了。阿南，我是学观赛的，这就帮你们指南。首先是常规赛的头名之争 ，EDG 在爆冷不敌 FPX 之后，失去了拿下第1名的主动权。比赛中先由 Kale 上演3年之期已到，决胜局中球皇更是化身顶级矿工。我大意了啊，没有闪。而 EDG 在本赛季的最后一场比赛同样是一场硬仗。TT 这边 Yuko 刚刚在笔记上写下最后2个名字，下路的幻风已经开始沉迷做事。最有希望拿到季后赛复活甲的是4连胜风头正劲的 JDG。由于在小分方面遥遥领先，只要最后一场比赛赢下 UP， 他们就能锁定联赛第1。作为常规赛前2名的另一个有力争夺者 ，LNG 最近的比赛虽然赢得磕磕绊绊，但其实他们如今的成绩早已超出了赛季初外界的期待。毕竟谁知道影响这么小呢？当 RNG 战胜 WBG 时，粉丝们可能还在好奇为什么这是最棒的一天。不曾想，下一场比赛 RNG 就给出了答案。所以，真爱粉还是放下助人情节，尊重他人命运吧。与 RNG 不同 ，WE 仅仅是走到这里就已经用尽了所有力气。若想在季后赛有可能的一席之地 ，WE 需要在面对 NIP 时不再展露一种上个赛季的美。最后再来看看 TES 赛季中期拿下8比2的战绩，一度让粉丝以为他们终于摆脱了中期送一波的完结。现在才发现，这个赛季不过是去年春季赛的倒放。那年的纵深北伐已如现在的挥师南下，这样的赛季，淘粉们只能看一眼。毕竟再多看一眼就会，恐怕有了去年世界赛的惨痛经历，如今的 LPL 格局，用高情商来说是竞争激烈，低情商就是菜鸡互啄。不过出门在外有好有坏，以前是以前，现在是现在。那你语录呢 ？LPL 效果那个。
All right, then that's the way to start the LPL, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome me back. It's good to be back, at least after a quick while. My name's Syserix. I'm joined by Nomira by my side for our penultimate day of the LPL. And sir, it's good to have you, considering that you and I are also on tomorrow. You and I also get to wave out the teams for the end of the split. And what a split it has been.
It's been super close, and the fact that we are still determining direct seeding in terms of even right at the very top of the table, down into some of our kind of mid-table into the playoffs bracket as well, is pretty incredible. I think it's indicative of this split. A lot of our teams have had some inconsistencies. They've grown, they've overcome them, and now coming into the very last home stretch, we still don't quite know where we've ended up.
I mean, we can explain more about that, right? Because there has been some good lock-in so far. Yesterday's games, first of all, need to be looked at because it was a very big day for EDG in specific in terms of that TT win. 13-3 because they got a 2-0 yesterday, folks. They now lock in the fact that they're in the top 2. Can talk about more of that in a second. LNG might have gotten the 2-0, but their game difference, their head-to-head, just wasn't good enough by the end of the split. 2-0s from our top teams is what you'd expect to finish it off as we go towards our standings. And this is what I was talking about, Nymira. Yesterday with the 2-0, EDG locked in first or second. It depends on JDG later on in this week, later on today. EDG can only fall as low as second because they have the head-to-head against LNG. You see that plus-minus on your screen. It might be tied with LNG, but the head-to-head means everything where EDG are guaranteed to go in the double E lane.
Yeah, so just as a quick cheat sheet, it is series score, game score, and then the head-to-head. It's a single round robin, so we only have that one series to go off of. JDG, just because they'd have the better game score if they walked away with a 13-3 record from the regular season, would leapfrog both of those teams with their last series, and they would finish first. It means that LNG would be bumped down to third, and outside of that, the Guardian Angel, that first round, that double elimination bracket, to the very end of our playoff system. We have a whole load of other games today, which will also impact our basically everything from 4th to 7th potentially as well, with Weibo, BLG, OMG, and Top, kind of depending on the series which we've got coming up first today, and then one of our series tomorrow potentially impacting that.
I mean, later on today, we get to decide if WE or IG are going into playoffs as well. Just a quick note, LNG crossing their fingers that Ultra Prime can beat them. Yeah. There is quite a lot. That second series, if JDG lose, LNG will be in the top 2, and JDG will find themselves finishing 12 and 4 in that 3rd place. So it is a battle for second here today, but later on, as I was saying, WE simply need to beat NIP. There are no ifs and buts. It's a series win regardless. They will be in playoffs, but if NIP can play Hero Makers, IG will return to playoffs as well. It's a great split for either organization, either way, and NIP are kingmakers here today regardless. But BLG, OMG, Nymera, as you were saying, a lot on the line here, and especially in our first series where both teams are already in playoffs. But this is a big one to try and reach that 4th or 5th mark, depending on which team.
Yeah, so as it currently stands, OMG can finish anywhere between 5th place and 7th place. They can't get to 4th. They can't pass Weibo, which is currently sat above BLG.
Yep.
However, if things go really badly for them today, Top Esports can actually hop over OMG if they were to lose 0-2. So depending on the game's score, we will update you as it goes along throughout this series. Don't worry, there's a lot of details to go through, so we won't spam them at you right now. But a clean 2-0 either way does have drastically different results for this 4-team bracket of Weibo, BLG, OMG, and Top.
Again, it's that battle to not make sure you're in the first round, really. Like, 7th to 10th is first round, 6th and 5th are going to be second. And to be in that point, and especially if you're BLG, right, and hoping that Weibo take a loss, BLG, the chance to get 4th means that they go to the 3rd round. That's what a 2-0 means to them, and it's such a big deal considering that that 3rd round is one BO5 away from what you called it, Nymera, the Guardian Angel, right? Like, that BO5 double elim that the LPL, I think, does the best out of any region, which is give our top teams a great playoff format. Yeah, it really amplifies how important it is to get up those standings. While for BLG, that's on the line, as you said. For OMG, it's looking a little bit harder, but still a 2-0 nevertheless will put them in the best shoes.
And why is this important? Because we have teams like the two on the Rift gracing your screens right now in OMG and BLG who have had some incredibly high highs and some very confusing lows as well. I myself, I'm starting to turn into a bit of an OMG fan because they're so entertaining to watch. But let me tell you, it is an absolute, it's a workout for your heart rate, and your blood pressure to see them on the Rift. Go back to, of course, their very last series against Top Esports as well, where they got a Baron steal in a 5-for-none fight, which from behind in the game to seal out that Game 3 versus them. That pretty much encapsulates what this team can do. But on the other side, you know, BLG, this is also a roster which has had some incredibly high highs, but some very weird moments as well.
Yeah, again, they've been inconsistent at the start of the split, I would say. The Game 3 consistencies are there. You know, that was the one thing I could rely on them for. It's funny that BLG have stopped that in the past couple of weeks, where now it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 on their 5-winning streak in total, Nymera. But yeah, earlier in the split, all I could say about this team is like, oh, we know we're going to a Game 3 when we watch them.
I think actually, yes, finding that recipe for success is kind of like put away with some of those doubts. But when again, I'm wondering whether today, because we have some fire starters on the other side of the Rift, whether that will bring out some of their own willingness to play close to the wire, back out onto display in this series. I'm actually struggling to think where I really want to focus on, even in this match, because we were chatting about this just before we went live. Feels like you can go pretty much anywhere on the map. I think probably where my mind sets up actually is on the AD carries first off. Abel, one of our more unique AD carries, because he's always had his Samira in the back pocket, but an incredibly aggressive Aphelios player too. Whereas on the other side, Elk, he's probably lining himself up there for top 4 AD carry in the LPL of this split. Incredible late game insurance. Both these AD carries playing in different ways, but by no means outvaluing or outstripping the other in terms of their value to their teams.
Yeah, again, it's impressive for Elk because I think coming from, you know, his background where he spent a lot of time in the shadow of some greater players. Like we remember last split, Ultra Prime, right? That was, for Elk, okay, not too bad, but not the greatest organization. But previously, this man, he was the linchpin of WE. It was Jolmong back in 2019 that gave them a lot of consistency and a lot of, you know, great stability. Elk's really developed in the league and he's become this great, as you said, you know, linchpin for the team. This great late game insurance. I think you've also said many broadcasts as well. This is the AD carry you put your faith in for BLG because, yeah, I know, Nymera, you're very passionate about how mid-jungle operates in this team, but if you get to late game and things are even, then you're putting a lot of faith in Elk to carry, as he's done many games before.
Yeah, turns out the mid laner likes talking about mid lane and jungle, and also in the LPL. Actually, one thing I've been noticing over particularly the last week of games feels like LPL is going towards more proactive jungle mid combos. Again, we're seeing less Azir suddenly because of the changes to that champion. We're seeing less Victor. It has been more about your Talia's coming back out. We're seeing some Veigar with some pick compositions, comboed up with stuff like the Vi. It means that often the game starts around that mid jungle TV2. But then the difference, of course, for BLG, and particularly the way that they play out later the game. Elk comes online, he hits his items, and things go a bit crazy. Can he do that in this game versus OMG, though? Particularly removing away some of Cream's diving assassin picks. 3 of them, in fact. Maybe he has an easier time in doing that.
And the funny thing is, it's a flex, right? Because with BLG and OMG, one thing you got to hear about us a lot as Elk loses Zeri is that both these teams have really unique pocket picks. Now, Mira,
Yes.
we know that BLG, like, they've got a wide champion pool at the moment, but we know that OMG have a lot of niches that they can flex on a whim as well. You notice that Shun's lost his Kindred straight up. The Galio's come away from Yagao. These are picks these players are definitely known for. As for OMG on the other side, Abel's not going to pull out something like the Samira that's been left open, but instead something more towards a standard bottom lane for OMG. Ignore that for the time being. They're different, but they're not that different.
Yeah, let's moving swiftly onwards. Having the 180 carry that can really sort of deal with the Vi, kind of nullify some of the impact from Shun. Doesn't mean that everyone else on the team can ignore the Vi. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like Yagao's Talia come out actually very early into this draft. We've even seen it being first round banned. I think it was even banned a lot in even LCS playoffs last night. Well, for me, I guess it was. For other people in the world, in your time zone, might be slightly different on that one. But having that, again, that mid lane jungle kind of proactive combo, particularly for the likes of Shun and Yagao, has been BLG's early game menace. However, with that Thresh being hovered, we might see ourselves an Aphelios lock-in, and there'll be a takeaway from Abel as well. Particularly because you lock in that Thresh, have to assume that one is... Oh, of course, I mean, takeaway, I mean, obviously you've got the other bot lane locked in. Not actually going to be the Aphelios, though. Jinx locked in, so hyper carry for hyper carry. Jinx, Xayah playing towards the range, playing towards sticking in the backline.
But I know what you mean, literal takeaway in the Thresh hook. I'm looking forward to it. On's last game, or last series rather, his Nautilus in Game 2 was such a reprieve from the crazy Blitzcrankers. OMG look like they're going for the full house team fighting here as well, Nymera. Skirmishing is going to be electric here from OMG in Game 1.
And Cannon was already good in the LPL before the last round of buffs came through. Giving this Cannon up to Shanji, deny some of your more kind of scaling side laning picks from Bin. You don't necessarily want to play stuff like Fiora into it or Jax. And Bin has arguably been our best side laning top laner in the LPL, locking in some like the Cannon to kind of bring the focus back to team fights, because you're not really going to find advantages in side lanes versus a Cannon very easily. Potentially locks down a few more picks that BLG would like to put in towards that top side.
Now the biggest question is, what do they opt in? Because BLG, as we said, great side laning. He's been playing a lot of things like the Gnar. Pretty standard stuff in the LPL right now. His most played up there. We'll have to see if the direction changes here, as so far, jungle's being taken off the board by BLG. Aki losing the Wukong means another part of that setup, that knock-up heaven that's already been created. On the other side, we mentioned it, but there you go.
Exactly.
As you were saying, Yagao losing the Talia, one of those map picks, a strong mid 2v2 that BLG won't have for this first game.
Yeah, so Yagao has played a bit of the Veigar. We've seen some Vi Veigar combos as well. You lose out a lot of priority through mid lane if you do play that champion that really doesn't have any wave push until later into the game. You really do think, though, as soon as that Vi is locked in, particularly from the last few weeks, what are you going to combo up in that mid lane? That's typically where you're looking first. Seen a bit of Rise as well come out. Just kind of have some kind of push and roam. I can very much help you in that regard. OMG, you got a blind pick. No, of course you don't actually. You can just go for that counter pick in that jungle, but rather because you have so many of these junglers removed already, you don't have that same ability to answer the blind pick from Shun on that Vi. This has been a bit of an answer from, particularly Ning pulled this out against LNG as well just the other day, which actually was in a game which kind of locked LNG into a very difficult spot in terms of their own placing. That Shinzao is going to be locked in. Early pressure on the other side, though. Yagao potentially going towards that Veigar, as we've been highlighting throughout the draft.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of it recently in terms of the Xin Zhao. Like, it's been rising a little bit here in the LPL, so we started talking more about the Lee Sins too. So, kind of curious to see how it goes here in Aki's hands, as BLG are playing it real simple. Bin, 11th game here on the Gnar. Yagao hovered it before. You're expecting this to get locked in, especially against the blind pick with mid lanes. But look, again, it's dangerous because Nymera, you have to remember, things like the Aurelion Soul do exist in lanes where it can get away with just farming. So, Maybe BLG wants something a little bit more aggressive, like Yagal's OG pick that he was known for many years ago.
Okay, so Yagao locks in LeBlanc. We've seen a number of LPL mid laners with the changes to LeBlanc's Q, giving you a bit of a slight refresh when you kill a target with your Q, either with the initial Q or the pop afterwards. That has helped kind of come back into the meta. Now what we have, though, is a bit of an answer in Cream's, another one of his melee picks in this Silas coming through. Cream has been one of our real melee aficionados in the mid lane. This is not just okay into the LeBlanc, which is a fairly interactive 1v1 matchup, but it also gets to steal the Vi ult and go straight onto the Jinx. A Thresh Lantern is not going to get you away from that. So now suddenly, OMG have a lot of backline diving access. You have a Rakan, you have a Silas going with a Vi ult, you have the Xin Zhao flying in, and of course you got Shanji on that cannon. If the game is protect out that late game insurance, it has become that much harder.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how OMG pull it out then, because it's their spot on the line. It's their chance to climb their way up in the table and give them the best opportunity of getting out of that round 1 spot. An important series to open up the penultimate day of the LPL. We have Saturday, which is, of course, today, and then tomorrow. Then we're out. Then LPL playoffs will be shortly after that, and we'll confirm that for you as soon as possible. But for now, sit on the laurels knowing that BLG and OMG are some of our top tier teams are looking for that top 4/5 spot, depending on what team you talk about. And this series will define it all. They're the last one of the LPL, and they bring out some of the cream Silas as well on melee, AP, mages, assassins. This guy crows hard. That's right, he's a bird waiting to fly. And for Yagao, he ain't gonna let him, because the skill matchup in mid is gonna be that much more exciting. I'm waiting for OMG to show us why they got here in the first place, because this time around, this is such a better split for them. They are on the outskirts of playoffs. They're looking to shoot themselves up as far as humanly possible. While BLG, you got to say, are doing the same here with a hidden super team that even Uzi couldn't define, because they've done so much better than the Uzi squad that BLG fielded only last year.
Onto the Rift, stakes set. Both these teams fighting for higher and higher spots in this regular season. See a ward put down onto Raptors, so both junglers going to have some vision onto them, and that's because, as you see those junglers meet, when you have someone like a Xin Zhao on one side of the Rift, it is such a force of will. Once you get to level 3, you just start running around with a red buff, even from level 2, honestly. I'm sure many of you in your solo queue games will have noticed Xin Zhao walk into your lane at level 2, you kind of just die, you get exploded. Aki has a lot of power to get one of his lanes ahead if the opening is shown.
Shouldn't and been 200 and 300 games in the LPL respectively. Congrats to them. I mean, again, it's just funny that they line up to the perfect 0. So Bin and Shun obviously now mainstays for quite a bit. I just want to explain a little bit about BLG and what these guys are fighting for just quickly again before we go into the game itself. Remember that if things are tied up, if we look at, you know, BLG 2-0ing and then Weibo go to all 3 games, BLG have the head-to-head against Weibo. This is why it's a good situation if this team can do what they need to do, is starting off the bottom lane. Maybe they can't. A cleanse away from the exhaust ignite down as well. OMG ram it in hard, and even though I'm talking about how BLG have the head-to-head and would place 4th, right now it's far from the point as OMG. Nymera, the level 1 started perfectly.
That it is. So this is going to be Jinx and Thresh going to be forced back a little bit. Zyrakan has been a real powerhouse in lane in the last few weeks. See actually Shanji taking the electrocute over something like the Airy against Nara. That can be very important in terms of the burst he kind of trades. Level 2 hit though, laid out.
Oh, the flash though. Zap hits as well. PP God's going to use the Guardian, but Elk is now ghosting away with those rockets doing quite a lot of damage, but he won't be able to find the kill. On with a good flay, and that's a response here, even though BLG burned 3 summoners to do so.
I'm really glad we highlighted these 80 carries because they're starting off proceedings very quickly. The junglers have not managed to get themselves down towards that bot lane yet, and now this will be very important if Shun and Aki run into each other on the top side. That's going to isolate bot side for some stronger trades across these lanes. If they have eyes on each other, watch for these lanes to go absolutely explosive. Both of these teams very willing to go towards those very heavy trades.
Yeah, not even just one lane, right? All of them, because look at top. Massive wave being crushed in from the heavy trading you were talking about. Up there is Hook land on! What the hell? Abel's now back against the turret as Elk uses the range. One more auto would do it, but he's out of summoners. That hook was nasty, that flay was even nastier, and that first blood was dirty as all hell.
Oh, big moment for Elk and Odd, getting an advantage in this bot lane. Elk, we talked about his importance to BLG, arguably the most important member to his team whenever it gets to those late game scenarios, but right from the off, gets himself an advantage. And one of the reasons this happened is because those junglers spotted themselves on top side. You know that this is an isolated 2v2. It means you can throw out the hook a little bit more liberally. You don't have to hold on to it in case there's a gank coming through or anything like that. EP God tries to hide behind the minions, can't do that. Going to see exactly what happens in the replay. Big factor of this, of course, you know, just having control over the wave. CC into CC. EP God already been traded hard onto just before this point. Elkanon walk away with a very important kill.
Hitbox galore, but a beautiful kill, as you said. The push up from bottom wave was massive as well. Look at the CS difference that's just built up there, Nymera. Abel down 10, and that's not the only lane we should be talking about. Mid as well, Yagao's having a great time with the trade, so I feel like BLG pretty happy with how the bottom side of the map's going, with now a 500 gold lead that's spawned just out of thin air.
Because talking about that mid lane matchup, one of the reasons why, I mean, everything is interconnected in League of Legends, right? Not to get too philosophical about it, but because mid is pushed in, Jhin can invade into the enemy jungle. Because he can push into the enemy jungle, he can spot out the Jhin Zhao, which means that bot lane knows that they are safe. So BLG on the same page, very importantly so, and looking to secure a win, which would lock them into top 5. If they were to win just a single game today, OMG could not pass them in the standings their own way. Flash in, another gang.
Again, with a lantern as well, stunned up. Abel flashes, but Shun, Max is not going to get the fist in the right spot, but Abel once again might have to back away. So Shun still does the damage.
Oh, and Elk has been put up into a really good position after this point. More summoners blown on his lane opponents. A plate taken very early on. And the Jinx Thresh, which is something that we're seeing come to a little bit more priority across the world, getting value. Akido on the Jhin Zhao is level 4. They could potentially fight this even without Zyra on the table. Only if Cream wants to get involved or not.
Well, Aki's thinking about it, but Elk now shown, and they decide against it. So OMG backed away from the Dragon. The first one will be straight to BLG. Bottom side success. Nymera, as you were highlighting, we put so much emphasis on how Elk is important to their late game. And you were just highlighting again that Elk is set up for success, and already it feels like BLG are going to be well rewarded for their emphasis on bot.
Yeah, so, you know, I grew up in a place where a lot of deer were on the roads, around kind of a live in the countryside thing. Normally when you have like these road signs though, beware of elk or deer or something like that, normally it's because you're afraid for them, you're not afraid of them. And you look at this play now, another kill coming out of that replay. That is one mighty powerful beast in the bot side. Getting to the point where he's going to be really, really scary, much earlier than you're prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, kill a deer feels like something to be worried about here, especially from BLG.
That is like the weirdest indie horror movie I've ever heard of.
True. We call it roadkill. My God, that's trademarked. I don't know if that exists already.
We should workshop this some more. I'm willing to hear it.
If LPL has the budget, we have the ideas. That is just the best movie idea I've heard of. And to be fair, there is literally a movie that just came out called Cocaine Bear. So
I was going to say that. Like, stranger things have in fact happened.
Yeah. So anything's possible at this point as well. Look, I will say, as we're talking about the deer and headlights down to the bottom lane, or at least the lack thereof, top side is an issue. There is Yordle and Yordle violence that is ending in Shanji just destroying Bin. And right now, here comes the slicing Maelstrom. I mean, Bin is taking a huge chunk. He even hops. Why not back towards your turret? All it takes is a Q, flash away Bin. Lucky to be alive. That was just disrespectful.
He has Meganar though, and Shun is up on this top side. If Shanji overstays, this could turn around, and a kill onto the cannon at this point would be very impactful. Sniffs it out though. Shanji not able to crash that wave into turret. Kennen has been such a lane bully, as we've been saying about just before we kind of loaded into this game. Kennen in the LPL was strong even before the buffs. More buffs coming through, and these top laners have really started to run away with this pick. We have potential bot side fight. On does not know that Aki's in the river. They don't have their jungler hanging towards bot side right now. Do not want to be giving over gold towards OMG when they've set themselves up for success.
They do see mid moving down on the wall though. That's Cream, who went out of lane, and BLG bottom lane, good little insight seeing that Cream was not spotted for quite a while. Yagao setting up this wave as well. Zaki crosses through. It looks like it's just a push up with Wind Becomes Lightning. But Shun standing by, Nymera Strong 2v2 here if OMG are eluded in now with Shun having his ulti too.
Yeah, this is a really interesting 2v2 because behind LeBlanc they have a lot of CC. If you manage to chain Vi's kind of initial Vault Breaker into the chains, even someone as mobile as Silas can get very, very burst out. However, it is Cream Silas, and actually just going to hold on to that point. Even got one walk to a hook. Dodge that. I was worried for a second. He's been caught out a few times this game. Onside his number. Walking up towards his Herald though. Aki walking up.
Not stolen though. Shun does get the ulti offers. We've got a Crescent Guard used by Aki, but in the area. Bin's there, but Cream takes away the Mega Knight. It's in return, but on with the hook again. Lands perfectly, sends him into the boxes. Shanji doesn't have his ulti, Nymera. It was 10 seconds from coming up, and OMG's timing window couldn't be worse.
And OMG, this is something we've seen a number of times from them. This team is incredibly entertaining because they're so willing to pick fights. Other side of that coin, though, is that sometimes they pick fights. Well, not even sometimes. Very often they will pick fights which they just shouldn't do. They didn't have Shanji's ult for that fight. It was still a cooldown. Aki was going in alone. It's absolutely blown up. Blows the Crescent Guard, but then you kind of forget that LeBlanc does a lot of damage actually in melee range when she distorts onto you. OMG misjudged the fight, they misjudged the setup. And just a reminder, if they lose this game, they cannot finish above BLG. If they were to clean 2-0 them, it would be a big moment for them. But with the mistakes they're making, just like Abel stuck in this bot side, it's not helping their case.
Oh. He's got flash available. Shun puts him in place. There's the feathers to fly out the Crescent Guard. Oh my god, the hook doesn't matter. On gets kill credit as well. That's one chat fresh.
BLG looking really clean on this early game. A lot of it has been about Shun getting information, allowing his team to play a bit more carefree, and allow these mechanical players like Elk and On to get some really big plays. Going to go into the replay of the Herald fight. Aki just goes in a little too early. Yeah, Jinsai was a really strong early game champion. Doesn't really mean you could 1v3 there though. LeBlanc gets right into the mix of things, even with the stolen Mega Knight ult. Cream cannot really do enough in that play. Going to see the result of this Herald play, of course, be a Herald drops to who else is lane, but of course, Elk is going to be a full power over to the Jinx, who's already sat at CS advantage, already sat at 1 kill and 3 assists. Elk is ready to go nuclear.
It is so doomed for OMG pretty much. It's 4,000 gold. I ain't saying it over, but but you can't breathe if you're OMG. And right now, even mid is not going well. Like, your gal's having a great time versus Cream in the lane. As that's a sigil to get the minion, while BLG might lose the Herald to the bot side, but got a charge, set them up for the potential inner, and now with traps down PP God, he dances away, but it is a lucky dance here, as On continues landing hooks and putting pressure up while BLG's mid, Nymera, that's another play.
It's just, where's the response from OMG? Typically when you see like an inner tower be pushed in 11 minutes, there's a cross map somewhere. Your cross map is hoping that Shanji gets a solo kill on top side. As you see with Merc Treads built up, Bin is, despite being down in CS, at least holding the lane. OMG, they have been absolutely blown out through these lanes and through these early kills coming through from BLG. They're struggling to find options.
And as we said, like, you know, great all-in backline access for OMG, but Nymera, as we know, if some of these diving comps fall behind, you know, people like Elk can nuke them by the time they're on top of the carry. You know, the Thresh as well.
You ever hear of the charge of light brigades? You can witness it here today.
No.
Just wait like another 5 minutes until OMG pick another fight.
Bro, I'm looking forward to it because, look, again, for BLG, will they be too far ahead at this point? We've already seen the gold swing over to 4,000. It's double dragon as well for a team that wants to play with this Fed Jinx, just free hitting for alive. And we have to look at BLG in the next coming minutes and how they push this even further, because look at On. Nymera, he's moving up to the top side. He's warding the whole map with his mobility boots. He's everywhere right now. And giving threats to OMG that they have to watch out for the CC chain to land.
Yeah. And, you know, we're rightfully singing the praises of BLG. However, on the other side, still worth keeping in mind, the huge dive combo, everything goes perfectly from OMG. Really has felt like they've been blessed by the Chaos Gods in some of these games and finding some crazy ways to find their combo. But in this game, BLG looking very clean. They're not going to give it easily to OMG.
Just moving to the top side meanwhile. He's got the Black Cleaver, but he was spotted out by a Ghost Borer, so Aki hovers there, backing off the back end, and for now, BLG are just going to continue shifting map control a little bit. You can see around mid some deep vision to cover the opening track that Aki would take to try and find something on the left-hand side there, while Elk continues farming up. But Nymera, I think the timers we need to look for, as that lands, going to be, okay, It's just going to be more pressure. I was going to say Gale Force.
Elk
Elk
just
feeling
really
it.
wants to fight.
I was going to say, let's look out for Herald, but BLG want to fight regardless as Aki's spotted on a land. Yagao knows he's there, dodges away, and that'll be that.
Walks away, just puts some vision down, or rather like plays it out with a bit of the sweeper. Knows that that bot side of the map has no vision in it for OMG to play around. Also, of course, with the... Okay, that's a landing.
And that's a chomper landing as well. They're trying to draw out that Crescent Guard before the next neutral. Dark Passage, it's a bit of a bait, but with the turret shot, Elk is taken down to half. So Aki successfully, defends the mid wave, but it's another plate yet again for Elk. And he'll be backing Chimera with a finished Cole. So I don't know how long until we get that rapid fire cannon, but I feel like it's soon.
Very close.
Okay, let's get him a kill. The knock up, and guess what? Shun's going to take the kill, unfortunately, but great CC nevertheless.
Yeah, that is a very sad Rakan. Been basically point-and-click heat-seeking hooks from on. Paper God, all the mobility in the world cannot evade that death sentence. Goes down for another kill, and whenever someone like your support dies, typically vision tends to go with you because your sweeper's not on the map, your warding item's not on the map, and OMG, who already are falling behind a huge amount of gold. We're at the tune of, what, 5,000 odd gold at this point. They're going to need all the help they get to get people into flanking positions, particularly Shanji, maybe the likes of PP God as well. You threaten the backline of BLG. Every time someone dies like PP God in situations like that, it makes it that much harder.
Well, look, again, waiting for that cannon item to come through then, to give him that opportunity in the backline, because he's still just sitting on scraps, on components. It's a minute 20 till this dragon, and as he now backs away, Shanji, what has he got? Yep, Protobelt. Feels like he needs it at this point, Chimera. He needs some way to make the game easier.
Okay, are there any flank wards? There's one just behind there, just in the middle of the screen right now, Shun. We have not spotted that out. OMG, what are you going to do? You're going to pull the trigger on the cannon? Where's he coming in? He's coming in towards the mid lane tower.
Oh, almost a steal. Smite does come through, though, as, yeah, here comes the cannon. Shanji, the angle good, but he's ignored. Absolutely blocked, and immediate flash from On as well. Dark Passage heals him out as there's the death sentence on the Cream, but he won't be saved. Shun has to burn his own summoner as well, as they deny it, but at least OMG got the Herald, they got the kill, their first one of the game, and got out.
Okay, but it's now 30 seconds till Dragon, and you can't pull that play again. Shanji's not going to have flash, ult, or teleport. So what you have done is you've got a little bit of gold in pocket and the chance for a power play with Herald as a trade for the soul point going over towards BLG. It's also a mountain soul as well. Very valuable Dragon when you're trying to save yourself from big bursty kind of plays. Gao Shun going to head back towards this bot side. OMG, they find a brief moment, something going their way, but particularly notable from that play was Shun playing disengage, manages to knock Shanji out of a completely devastating engage, lands the Vault Breaker onto him. It means that BLG do not lose as much as they potentially could have done from OMG's power play.
In fact, they gained because they got bottom turret. Inner turret's now down as on the Cream. This could be the pick. Look at the mid-jungle 2v2. Chance of getting the neck, but he's golden for the nick of time. But Cream was still stunned as he comes out of that stopwatch. Flashes away from the boomerang that Nah throws out, and Ben threatens, moves on into the trade. BLG, this Dragon, now seems like a no-brainer.
As Yugao just gets to poke out as well. LeBlanc has become, again, a little bit more of a poke champion, where if you can buy time around these objectives, gets a lot of work done. OMG, they're trying to force this Herald in mid, but, like, they're not going to be able to do much with this Herald. Dragon's going to go down anyway. OMG, they've been removed of all of their playmaking tools. Shanji, of course, used it in the exit towards that Herald. Cream doesn't have the stopwatch or, of course, the ult or flash. BLG just removing options from OMG and protecting themselves by doing so.
I just love that Elk would stand up to 4 people versus Din Zhao, a cannon, right? Silas wasn't there, but like the rest of the comp, Elk feels that confident now with rapid fire cannon. Why shouldn't he? He's almost a full item
coming to cinema spring 2023 roadkill. Elk just stands up with 2 items coming back out of the base. Yagao is caught in topside, doesn't have his distort.
He is. Does jump back and has to flash immediately, so a cheeky little movement from Yagao in the end, but it's Shanji who pulls out his summoner at the cost of his ult. So OMG at least getting something in this game, but we're going to need to see a lot more before we start putting them back into a serious contention.
Yeah, OMG. For a team which has come off of some such momentous wins, this one's a bit of a stinker. They didn't manage to get anything running in the early game. They haven't really managed to play through even their winning top side of Shanji, who does, again, still have that CS lead, but it kind of reminds me of when you're playing against something like I don't know, like a Vayne top or a Quinn, you have this moment of the game where you're 30 CS up and you've ruled the early laning phase, and then you got to do something else with it. And not every game is easy to do that with. Shanji, if he doesn't have flash, if he doesn't have vision set up for the rest of his team, it becomes harder. And as it stands, BLG setting up the map for success, it's not been easy for OMG to find cracks in the vision, find lane allocations for them to find big plays. You can see that Yagao and Shun ruling the sidelines currently. PP God potentially in the shadow this lane though.
Not finding anything for the time being. Meanwhile, Ben versus Shanji is elevating a little bit for the Gnar that was destroyed in lane. Boomerang comes out, a couple of autos, save Shanji! Aki has flash and hello Aki, are we awake now? He's about to go to Mega, but I feel like Aki just wants to watch the world burn.
He just couldn't get in quick enough. Maybe gonna flash to save his top lane, but Shanji just goes down in the lane he was meant to have an advantage in. OMG, nothing has worked out for them from this early game, and BLG are running away with it.
Didn't even try W. I'm just perplexed. W, flash, smite, slow him down. I don't know, good play though on. I mean, again, he has just been playing great ever since that Nautilus hook game 2. Now I'm on his fan base. That's a beautiful disengage, denial, 5k gold lead, and it continues to be BLG's game.
You've got to feel bad for PP God there, because it feels like Honest's just been in his head. That is the right play to make, probably at the right timing as well, but it is microsecond outplays coming in from BLG, particularly from that Thresh, which is working well for them. Shanji misses a Q, importantly, doesn't get the lightning rush damage down either. Bin just absolutely out-fights, and it's all of his skill shots. When Shanji misses a few of his, he has to run away with that solo kill at least. At least Aki gets to get some gold. But we're already at the point where, you know, Aki's falling off from his point of power. You'd love to have that gold elsewhere. Bin going down is not equal to Shanji dying to him.
He uses abilities on the Gromp, but get off Gromp, bro. Your top laner's getting 1v1. I don't know, Aki, I've seen moments like this, the Zed, the Belveth game. They've stayed with me, and Aki can be like this really innovative, cool jungler, but he can also be this jungler that you're just like, dude, having too many SOFM moments within the split ain't good. So, BLG, you know, taking advantage, they do get the 1v1, is now hovering around the Baron, sitting there live and waiting, and you gotta remember, Nymera, regardless of Baron or not, there's a Soul coming up in a minute 30, and BLG have the advantage to play through that however they choose.
There are a couple of wards from OMG just around that boss side of the map. I'm just wondering if they get a timeout before that the dragon comes up. And of course, on the other side, Baron on the table as well. Maybe there is a chance for OMG to claim some objective bounties, but again, they've been struggling to find victories even on their stronger sides of the map. You see Abel getting poked out under tower by the 2-3 item Jinx. Going to be hitting that Infinity Edge pretty soon, Ray, actually, which is pretty terrifying. Already got that BF sword in inventory, which is the most powerful, the most expensive part of the item. BLG shoving in this mid wave. Lucky to get away with that one.
He doesn't care, but he's done this 3 times already in this game. He just doesn't care. Like, he's so strong. He walks up, and that synergy between him and On has only gotten better as the split's gone on. No wonder he's a late game insurance with the support that he can really start relying on, as long as he's not on Blitzcrank at the very least.
So, Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. We have the poke wards beginning. OMG, they have a flank teleport. They have a flash on Shanji. This might be the last chance saloon for OMG's chances of fifth spot in the regular season.
Bot's being pressured at the same time, though. Nymera, it doesn't feel good. As there's the flash onto Elk. Needs a bit of saving. There's the flash, but it's blocked. PP God's entrance is blocked. Elk is still charged on as Aki gets in, and he's down. Shanji now comes in as well as OMG. That all-in you talked about finally coming into fruition. Abel gets shown as well as the Dark Passage, or rather Death Sentence under turret. Works out to save On's life, but Elk's down, Shun's down, and OMG finally come alive. It's off! Hang on, big Binny boy! Dark Passage not going to save his life. An attempt at the very least. He felt that 5-man, but he doesn't have enough damage.
They can't keep getting away with this Hysterics. OMG, this was the very last chance for them to come back in this game. They are so far behind in gold against a team that arguably outscales them in a lot of their damage as well. But OMG, they once again find their way back into a stupidly far behind game. Get themselves an objective bounty, get them off that dragon, stops that soul being taken through. And Hell, despite having been in a very powerful position due to these balls he placed earlier, is still playing against the Silas with that stolen by ult. It's been one of the hallmarks of the LPL meta of the last week or so. We've been seeing that been drafted heavily towards. Picking against the Vi, the Silas comes up with priority. Jinx can't escape from that. And with the Jinx down, BLG, they have to rethink their damage profile. Bin gets a huge Mega Dart. That's great. Doesn't end up making up the difference for not having your big Jinx on the table.
If OMG win this game, it goes MVP goes to Cream. If it goes to anyone else, that's a complete robbery.
I see the Hysterics here. You're joining the lactose tolerance club. Welcome to the crew.
Yeah.
We love cream here. We love all dairy products. Aki,
Well, we have to find out if Aki. Whoa! That's Yagao again. Look, On just found another hook onto Petey God. He can't play the game, but this time they're engaged. It's not onto Elk. Elk is free hitting. Look at this Jinx. Super Mega Death Rocket flies through it. Might not find a target, but OMG, they go into the fire. But this time they get burned.
They get burned, but with Smite down, able just about to get his ultimate back up. There is a chance to play around this. Yagao trying to remove Aki from the table. Can he one-shot?
He's got a lot of damage, and you're right. Abel does have ulti, though, and he's going to pull it out.
Yes, he can.
Elk is free hitting again. There's a Zap 1v1. Abel! Close call. Bin will take him out, but at the very least, OMG can be happy they stopped the Baron.
Very happy with that, and they do get some shutdowns on the table, so Baron's not up, and Baron's not like a threat for OMG. Some kills go back and forth. OMG still lose out in that phase of play. They don't manage to get the team fight they did just before that point, because as you called out, Elk was free hitting, and that Jinx, who wasn't on the table in that mid lane fight just before this, finally gets to join the DPS kind of battle for this. What does it come through? It's a battle over wards, it's a battle over vision. OMG need to be very mindful of the fact that if they let go of vision control, they can't make those big plays after this point. Janji doesn't quite manage to cut down Elk. Huge play from Shun and On to disengage the rest of OMG. Elk gets the free hit. The stun doesn't come through from that ultimate, despite the fact that Jinx doesn't have flash available. And that's a really big moment in that fight. Very key, though, that Kareem does take down that jungler, though, so they can't safely look for a smite on the objective.
Yagao's damage, though, something to watch out for is he continues to try and assassinate people like the jungler on OMG. Aki almost taken down in a one-shot as the 10-stack Magi is here for Yagao. Now something to continue looking towards. Cream might be caught out here. He has the ulti to use in return, but onto Shun. He doesn't have one of his own, but there is a threat. He hooks into the minion wave and then
the
plays through.
Taxi.
Beautiful stuff.
I haven't seen that one in a while. But BLG finding good picks in the sideline at that point, and Cream, for all of his impact in the last few fights, did not manage to make the 1vX outplay at that point, and now BLG feel confident going towards that Baron. Yagao on vision, has that Magi's, would love to protect it. Very strong point and power for this LeBlanc, gives you that extra magic pen from your Luden's mythic passive. He can very much one-shot if he's on the flank, but he is on vision.
He is indeed, but OMG still has to be wary as Bin's coming through with a Mega Nava up and available. OMG's bottom lane is separated. They get ulted into the wall. Abel might feather storm out, but he's targeted yet again. Stun after stun, after stun after stun, after auto after auto, after Elk after Elk after Aki, running for the hills. BLG versus OMG is going to end game one quite convincingly. It's a 7,000 goal lead, and even though Cream is going to teleport in, BLG going to try and do it again.
In this situation. There are some low health cards. What can he steal? Has he got a Mega Gnar ult to steal? Doesn't feel confident enough to walk up. Smite's going to go the way of BLG. OMG, they've dealt some pretty heavy losses in these team fights. And it does look like this is sliding towards a BLG victory in game one. That would mean that OMG cannot pass BLG. They'd have to win 2-0 to finish in that 5th place spot and get ahead of BLG in terms of that game score. But it's fights like these which are making that really unlikely. See that OMG, they're in a really difficult spot. They want to funnel in towards that Baron because it's going down. They don't have the vision. They can't let that just go. That means that Abel has to walk into very difficult areas of the map where Elk gets the free hit onto him. Bin gets to use the terrain to threaten that ultimate. And now we're going back into the enemy jungle. Baron's already playing OMG on the defensive.
Will Cream regret that? Almost. He dodges away from 2 pieces of CC, but now damaged out without a TP as well. Nymera, he's at half HP. 10 seconds before this Mountain Soul comes up.
Is now OMG looking at to do here. What's their last play? They might have one Miracle team fight left in it. They don't have a flash on Shanji. OMG do have the Silas ult though onto Cream. What can they do with this?
Are they going to lose the game though? I mean, they're like, okay, Dragon or not, there's the engage. The pick off Cream's dead. BLG are trying to play with them because right now the base is getting broken by 3 members. OMG is sitting at this Dragon, but I've seen games against them end like this before. They might get the Dragon. In fact, no, they don't. Shun steals the Mountain Soul and he's buying more time. OMG love flipping burgers, man, because this ain't the first time I've seen them put on the Macca's hat. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, and BLG are loving it. GG, no read for game 1. Outplayed, outclassed. Billy Gaming outsmarted them.
I thought that the trade was going to be Dragon for Nexus. It didn't trade even the Dragon. They get nothing. Go home. You lose game 1. And they're not going to be able to find like their best case scenario finishing 5th in the regular season of spring 2023. So BLG, in their own way, they lock themselves a minimum of 5th place at this point. Now they're waiting to give themselves the best possible shot at 4th place, depending on how this series comes through. Of course, that will still depend on the results coming through from tomorrow of Weibo's last series, but big games in terms of the last few seeds being determined in our LPL playoffs.
Gotta love them. At least they're consistent, right? I think it was earlier in the split. I'm not sure if it was against WE, but they lost the game the exact same way. They were around Dragon. They over-chased. I'm just trying to look through. It definitely wasn't WE, but it was LNG. And LNG just went to the base as a 2-man and ended because OMG had fully committed to the play. And we're just like, yep, we've got to kill them. And here again, Shun even steals the Mountain Soul. They get a kill onto Cream at the start of it, and Nymera, they just kept them busy so that even the members that went back were outnumbered by the very strong bottom lane of BLG.
And that bot lane was where it all started off. It does feel interconnected, though, because BLG, this is a very comprehensive performance. Bin didn't actually fall completely apart in that Cannon matchup. Suddenly, actually, if Cannon can push in very effectively in the side lane, maybe they get more vision to make that big flank play, which wins them the game. They already found one of them almost, right, where they had a big team fight. They managed to get some shutdowns, managed to get something of a one-team fight despite being so far behind. Bin makes that harder to do because Elk is playing so aggressively and chunking people out. It again makes it harder to have the HP to do that. BLG, very well-oiled machine in this first game. And if this is the kind of form which they're looking to build up towards into playoffs as well, BLG, we knew they had the potential. They currently have, they have the reigning champion of Yagao from JDG of last year as well on their roster. There's some star power here beyond what people might think when you look towards like higher in the table still. But BLG, first game, you can see what kind of heights they can achieve.
Yeah, they're firing, especially through bot. I mean, on my MVP for that game, Yagao had some beautiful pickoffs and Shun with some great setup. And look, Elk might get the glory, but On is MVP through and through. The ability for Elk to step up comes through from the reliability of that game of their support. I mean, you can get on or you can get off. And there's no way that light switch was not stuck to the on position for that first game.
Well, they had all of the electric plays coming from them, and Shanji sadly could not make the most of that cannon pick. We knew that the LPL cannon was a threat. There were some team fights what OMG were looking for, but OMG, I think, looking at it from their perspective, we saw a little bit of the similar thing that we've known about them, this characteristic. They don't know when not to fight as well. They funnel it into some bad places. It kind of just felt like they were doubling down on their losses.
For game 1, OMG at the very least need to take that and run with a game plan, because a game 2 win for BLG would be sickening for OMG. And the more we look at it, the more OMG could be regretting this day. And I will say, Nymera, before we go to a break, Top Esports, if BLG are able to 2-0 this, Top Esports will be cheering. They're not in the first round. We'll explain it more after this break.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Shun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for Top Esports. Qingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and go into the stasis. There's Bin though on top of On. And they're going to try and get Qingtian down. There's Dragon falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Qingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Qingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening on over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Chintian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie seeing it over something. Juan Fongo! He's looking for more. One goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more
shot,
bit of
can't.
cooldown. Two.
Oh, no.
Three. Looking for four. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the quadra, but TT's Juan Fong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blink and you miss it, Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it, a pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Ala almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruit. The Comet comes down, big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Leave has to be the guy. Jojo down. Look at the dragon on the back line. Flames spit across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane Forge. Oh no, he hasn't got any clue it's happening. Hex Smash is available. Meng over the wall, looks for the hook. The stun is there. The pull back, the knock up, and the takedown.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the past?
It was a great game for BLG fans as they opened things up in style. I have been to that part of Shanghai. I don't know what it's called, but it's a cool building that opens up like a V.
Kind of like the Flatiron building in Manhattan as well. Might have taken inspiration.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I was thinking, I'm like, there's definitely one of those somewhere else in the world, but as myself,
There's one in London,
Nightmare,
actually.
there is. There's definitely one in the Kingsman. We just witnessed BLG with a bit of a stomp. A bit of a flattening, right? It wasn't a stomp, but OMG eventually got flattened out as On gets MVP for game number 1. You and I were saying this guy deserved it, especially I was on this high horse of this guy being the best player on the Rift in that game. And I am very glad that other people saw it too.
Yeah, he got a lot of information from the early game from Shun's pathing, ran into the enemy jungler, and that just allowed him to go absolutely off the hook. And those hooks were heat-seeking right the way from level 2. Found some huge moments in lane, and then just accelerated the game from that point. Starved out vision, made sure that OMG couldn't play towards their creative flanks. This is the first big hook of the game. Of course, this came after a really good trade just before this. It was a series of good plays from On, basically from start to finish in this game.
Well, from start to finish, we always had, a bit of a surprise in each and every fight as well. And I will say that OMG found some of those moments, but they were few and far between, considering that we had people like Yagal finding his own soul as well. Elk is just having the time of his life on this Jinx. I think Shun gets a nice recommendation here as well, Nightmare, because his gank timing and his windows in some of these fights as well were pretty good.
Absolutely. I think Shun and On together kind of just blotted out the map and was such a threat in terms of pick combos that you just couldn't play the game. They have typically, I'm not going to say completely disrespectful because I don't think that really sells what OMG are, because respect, for them to be disrespectful, I think they have to understand the concept of respect, and because they fight so often, I'm not really sure that's quite in the vocabulary. They're just always looking to fight. But what BLG did was just never really give them any good kind of platform to fight off of. We're heading towards second champion select soon after this point. Of course, now at this point, OMG cannot get ahead of BLG in the standings. They won't have the game score to do so, even if they were to win the next 2 games back-to-back. Still important, though, that they are to win this next game for them, though, because if they don't, they drop below top esports and they do not get to go past that first round in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's an important point, and I think something that top esports, again, would be crossing their fingers for. You imagine if TES come out of this, going into the second round because of BLG's success, it'd not only be hilarious, but it would just be so funny
it would
that
be so
TES
LPL.
get rewarded. Yeah,
it would be so
right.
LPL. Because this
Couldn't
whole
have said it
split has
any
been
better.
just all over the place. Our teams are really close. We've seen so many of our top teams drop games to each other, drop series to each other. As we're going into the second round, though, in the first game, it was Cream who was denied 3 champions. We saw it was the Akali, the Yone, and the Tristan. At this time, it is going to be 2 of those, and then Yagao going to have that LeBlanc band away from him.
But last time, BLG had the Zeri band against him. It was something that Elk has played many times. And so I wonder, are BLG just going to get that little handshake deal that we talked about in the bottom lane? The Vi first pick is off the table too. And so things are looking a little bit different here. Again, as you said, OMG on the opposite side of the rift. Do they just take away the Zeri with how important it has been to BLG's success?
Oh, that's a pick. You can also look towards Sejuani, which is banned. This slipped through the first draft. It wasn't picked. Abel on the Aphelios has been lane dominant, also been very good at popping off very early game. Typically, we expect the Zyra Khan to do well in lane, though, and Abel and PP weren't able to do that in game 1. This is the other power pick, which of course got through in a lot of ways. The Sejuani allows you to play through top side of the map with double melee combos very powerfully. It's something that the LPL has really specialized in. Stuff like the Sejuani Yone, of course the Yone is banned in this game, but stuff like Silas and Akali comboing up this as well. And stuff like Jax and Renekton in the top lane also can't go amiss. Heck, even Jace is still on the table, which could be comboed up without in his hammer form. So lots of versatility with this pick. It's why it hits the ban list so much. It gives BLG a lot of options in picks 2 and 3 here.
Well, again, we're going to look to see how they amplify that even further. Sejuani is something that in the past, we've been talking about non-stop, but Shun actually hasn't played a great deal of it. Shun's always been the Wukong, the Vi player. This time around, going back to something a little bit lower as, well, to be fair, they are getting one of their higher priorities in the Zeri, as talking about before. Now the biggest question is, do OMG need to take a support away this early on so that BLG don't just get the dream duo combo?
It's a difficult conversation, right? Because you don't want to have, like, Aki denied a lot of the most powerful junglers as they were in game 1, playing that Jin's out. It felt like the way that Jamada described it, actually, and I really subscribe to this, is Aki is the glue that holds OMG together. And on something like a Wukong, it gives you a lot of ability to just kind of start fights and have that damage profile that can kind of combo up in 2v2s across the map. You're going to go into 2v2 on towards this top side, though, stuff like the Sejuani allows you to in the side of BLG. Even with the likes of the Wukong and the Sylas, lots of ways that BLG can put difficult questions to them. It is going to be the Sejuani Jax. LPL loves this combo. It has been on Jax as well. Bin had a very good game 1 despite having a bad lane matchup. And now with a very hard to counter top lane 2v2, Shanji is going to have to start racking his brains and think, what the heck can I do against Sejuani Jax?
Well, I have a lot of ideas for Shanji. I hope it's not going to be Cassante, as he's played 17 games, but not too sure about things like the Rumble, but we've seen crazy inventions from Shanji.
Okay, hang on. You know what? I just gotta get here, because for me, I've had some revelations about OMG. Have you ever seen the anime Neon Genesis Evangelion? There's a particularly famous meme from that, where there is effectively these guys fighting in giant robots, one of the first giant robot animes. The main character is called Shinji. Hysterics. Now, if you don't see the parallels of getting the damn robot Shanji when he locks in a Rumble, I don't know what to tell you. For me, it is highly entertaining, and if it's not banned here, I'm just saying, it might not be a good pick. For me, though, it would be very entertaining, and I would see a lot of value with that.
Well, let's hope they pull it out for you, especially because Cassante is taken away, which is just a great sight for any sore eyes. Lulu, speaking of, is going to be taken away from BLG as well, with that duo we talked about a little bit earlier. Now, the biggest question is BLG, where do they get part of their engage from? Already got the Sejuani. I guess the Yagao is going to lose that Talia again. But does On just go on something straightforward that can land a hook again and find nice picks for BLG to find setup?
Difficulty is, you go with something like Nautilus, you give a stolen Nautilus ult away. You've already got the Sejuani ult stolen against you, and you have to consider the Sylas factor. The Akali, you kind of take that L in terms of the ultimate steal, because Akali can be a good matchup into the Sylas. They're actually not going to go towards that. Yagao's actually going to be locking in Rise. So this is a roaming champion, which Yagao has made a name on. He was, of course, a big Galio player, played a lot of Rise towards the start of the split. Wasn't necessarily the most successful thing for BLG. As we said, their start of the split was crazy. Please do it. Please. Shanji, I need this. Forget about the Rise. Forget about everything else on the other side. We get it!
Oh, yeah.
He's got it, the damn robot!
I know you were waiting for it, but look, again, it was left open with the Thresh as well. Look at this little skirmisher as On picks up the Blitzcrank. All right, last time I saw him in Blitz, he went 0-10 to open up the game. Now, I just have to launch something here that's really, really important, that Yagao in 2021 is either one of those years, he was like 0-8 on the Rise. Historically, he is 21 out of 26, 21 and 26 for a win-loss there. So Yagao has a negative win rate on this Rise. It's been one of his worst champions. So hopefully, not only the Rise, but the Blitzcrank can subvert expectations, because going up against one of Shanji and Cream's, by the way, one of their OTPs, that's kind of exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, if you think about OMG in this year, it has been a combination of basically two things. Either you have something like a Yone combo with something like Yone Sejuani or Yone Maokai, or you have the Rumble thrown in with that as well. Typically, their big combos in terms of what OMG have been doing in terms of their creative drafting has been through the top side of the map, and Shanji has been pulling out the Rumble kind of out of meta and making it work, and it breaks the meta in a lot of ways, particularly with Rumble buffs coming through as well. When you hit the Electro Harpoons onto targets, if you hit 2 of them while they're overheated, your magic resist drops by 40%. That's going to help out Cream a huge amount too. It means that you're not punished as hard for the double AP combo. So suddenly, if you pick up Stolen Sejuani ultimate, Wukong spinning through the team, Electro Harpoons hit onto a target, and there's a Rumble all over the top of it, the damage is absolutely absurd. That is the combo which OMG are looking for. Pin down that single target, just nuke him out of existence.
I will also say Blitzcrank ulti on Sylas for someone that often sets up some of these skirmishes or partial engages. It's also very powerful with AP scaling as well. And silence over a Rumble ulti, you're just stuck there to absorb it. That's the kind of damage I like to see. Is OMG going in for an invade to start this off, but On is a Blitzcrank. Now, Cream, are you ready to get pulled in? It just depends on what he wants to do. There's the abscond of Duck, the flash away on hook. Hook! He got PP God. Okay, BLG now makes the turn. The Ignite's down. It's a 4 versus 4. All for the fifth, the 4th place man.
What
now
is this?
Shanji's doing what he does best. It's a double going over. Elk picked up the kill. The Zeri getting blood ain't good as your cow. Has to flash over the wall. Shun's close to dying. He flashes too. Aki comes in, and the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 with so many summoners to kick off game 2.
Yeah, so Shanji loses his Ignite, but Bin loses his Flash. We have blown 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 summoners in 1.5 minutes in the game. I love these teams.
All the time, you know, people talk about the LPL. This is what they mean. This is exactly what they mean. Oh, God. You got to love it, especially since, you know, we did talk about this game for OMG, letting Shanji really run the show. Cream as well. We're going to be honest, Nymera, these solo lanes are laners that, if they snowball, can take over and win games pretty quick.
Shanji kind of walks over to the other side of the lane. Doesn't exactly have Flame Spitter like the Overheat level 1. Very interested to see what happens in this top lane matchup now, particularly without that Flash and the Ignite. You're absolutely right, talking about how potentially various carries on this map can take over the game. Got some specialties on, charging up the hook. People go standing in front of the minion. You sure you want to do that?
Okay, nice little touch up. Yeah, he does have hook, doesn't he? Here it goes, and doesn't hit Elk, unfortunately. As soon as On gets himself a Rocket Fist, things are going to get a little bit more dangerous. But for now, Elk hits level 2 by himself. On was late to lane, but PP God and Abel, they were here together. So as they get the push up here, they will have level advantage.
Okay, so craziness aside from level 1, what does this kind of mean for the game? We have some kills across, I don't know, the entire map at this point, but when we're looking at how these junglers can now exploit these lanes, that is going to be where the real breakpoints happen. Shun doesn't have a flash gank on Sejuani. That is one of the stronger things you can do on that champion. Aki, because you have that warrior trick to kind of catch people out of position, kind of get into the lane without them necessarily seeing you under that guise of invisibility. Maybe he has a few more options, but as it stands, Shun trying once again to walk in and spot the enemy jungler. Did that very well in game 1.
A lot of base damage here on the Sedge. Abel and PP God were starting to hopper those, so Shun backs away, but it still deflects the red buff for now. As Shanji and Ben are going to continue trading very aggressively up in the top side. As Shanji is into Tom Cruise's danger zone, so damage comes through a little bit thicker, but Ben is still winning out this lane with a big CS lead up on the top side.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, you don't just get to drop that.
I do. I absolutely do.
Oh, gosh. Shanji on Rumble. Most entertaining thing I could have basically wished for as well. But OMG, as we said, very important for them to pick up this game. Craziness aside, crazy. I mean, I know what crazy is our game is the LPL kind of slogan. Particularly for OMG, it feels like they are the absolute epitome of that. They buy into so many of these fights. So hopefully OMG can kind of keep up with that, keep up with the pace of the game, keep things going. Once they hit those first ultimates of the game, that's where things are really going to start popping. Don't quite have that at this moment, though. No one's particularly made inroads towards vision into the enemy jungle for OMG. There is, however, wards from BLG. Spot out likes of Aki moving around the map. See if BLG can do anything with that. Ben is pushed in top side towards this spot to spawn on top.
They know he's there because the ward was placed down. Aki runs in, gets a big hit, but BLG can't respond yet. No realm warp available, and On has only just gone back and got regular boots. So with those potato bags around his feet, he walks through, and BLG sizzle, on the play. I was going to say, though, Mira, at least for BLG, this is a good early game because you're talking a lot about these ultis coming online for OMG. For BLG on the other side, when you have Zeri, Ryze, and a Jax, like, how fun is it going to be to side lane as this game goes on?
Yeah, the side lane is going to be absolutely absurd when you get kind of Jax with the Sejuani in the back pocket to get through those permafrost passives. So if anyone roams to Jax's lane, it's going to be very difficult for OMG to play away from that. I think OMG, with that in mind, want to be trying to just push the side lane very quickly, not stand in an elongated 1v1 if at all possible, and then just look for the big picks. Gotta have Cream or PP God. Maybe the Graviton from Nephilos can help out as well. Can't forget that as well. We didn't really include that in the combo when we talked about it. Cream, speaking of that, going towards mid lane.
PP God roam is good. There is a flash there, flash play, and into the wave just in case. Ignite was put down, but PP God with a beautifully timed roam, and Threshers in this series seem to be taking a lot.
Yeah, we can see that PP God was very selfless at level 1. Tanking up On's hook was, of course, the person who went down for that. Kind of went, okay, I'm going to go tank that hook for someone else. On, though, is going to be in mid lane. Clearing out the wave. Yagao for a hook to come through. Currently a 2v3, but On find the easiest hook right now. Oh,
Static
hang on,
field
that's one
was
thing.
taken.
When you steal the Blitzcrank ult, you get the passive as well. So you get the little lightning bolt. You'll see
yeah.
that come down. That's actually really important. That's a lot of DPS for the time you hold that.
True. You get to push the wave just that little bit quicker as well. So nice little spot out there. Cream, I'm more interested in the activation of it because the AP damage is going to be quite absurd even as the game goes on. As meanwhile on the top side, Bin is just getting the cheeky back away while Shanji pushes up this wave, but he has TP to come back to. And Bin will still maintain about a 3 CS lead at the end of the day here up in the top side. Be curious to continue watching that matchup as Nomira.
One thing, not quite sure about this. We're gonna probably figure this out. Probably should know this by now. If Zeri is silenced, and they even cast Q, because that means that Elk can't really do anything when he's silenced for that little bit. Like
Well,
Cream
it's
could
an
be a
auto
difference maker in
attack,
these late
so
game fights.
technically no. It would be his right click that he couldn't do because that's
Well,
a spell.
Well, it applies spell effect.
What?
He's going to eventually find the effect of Aki's staff smashing him across the back of the head. Cream does have that ult. I have to see that as it comes through. I'm just wondering if he can even press his Q button, because it's a spell-like effect, and it's an auto-attack kind of based thing. He's going to walk in towards this dragon. Shouldn't going to be forced to back off. Cream still has that ultimate, of course.
I mean, the smite's going to come through any moment now. Shun has to die to get in, and OMG just get a free lead while BLG tried to sneak it from under their nose. So OMG, a net positive win here. As Equalizer is also used in the top lane as we split our camp.
Shanji overheats, but you don't really want to trade auto for auto with the Jax. Trying to get that cannon. Does just manage to space his way into that one. Shanji, of course, has his Ignite in this laning phase. When you see Rumble tops nowadays, they don't really want to teleport back to lane. They basically control their lane state by just having absurd kill threat. See, what happened here was... what exactly does happen here? He doesn't really even do that much for that. It's not like he's doing it to clear the wave. Maybe he's just looking to trim it just in case. Bin was looking for a dive afterwards. Of course, Bin has that ultimate, but most impactful ult.
Well, hopefully next one's a little bit better. Rumble ult, not the longest cooldown in any given game, but Hextech Alternator is now picked up, so kind of expecting a little bit more impact. As you were saying, that 6 mark very important for OMG as the skirmishing comes alive. Especially around this Herald that's now sitting there. BLG are moving up to it on spawn pretty much. They're going to start this one off first, and it seems like OMG are willing to commit with Thresh already moving up and leaving Abel in the bottom lane.
Shanji won't have ult. Creams does have his right now, but if he can't reach Shun, he can't steal the Sejuani ult. He's already taken it on, so you won't have players. What can they do with this?
He's been hooked, and there's a Glacial Prison as well. Onto Cream, he flashes away, but it's matched. Shun has split his focus, though. Bin's been left on an island. He's out with the Rumble thanks to Yagao, but Yagao doesn't have a flash himself. The Rise ult saving his partner, but not himself. BLG, Nomira, they were all over the place in that fight. Wait, what?
Shun hops back into the pit. He has his Q. Maybe he was just trying to see, because he didn't have vision over the pit to see if they were going to carry on with that. While all this is happening, as you talked about, 80 carries choosing different things. On lands another hook.
Yeah, but now for Pete Be God, can he buy some time so I can get in? The Cyclone is not available as used before. Elk now joins in. He has himself the Lightning Crash himself. But Elk is far away from using it. Cream now rejoins, teleported to get back into this fight as Herald resets. And yet again, is somebody going to deal with Abel? Well, Yagal's coming down, but red and white means everything's all right with his time with the turret. 3 plates taken.
What a weird series of events. Last Herald, OMG just kind of overcommitted and got punished for it, but it's not like BLG have a big Mega Gnar or Aki is massively disconnected from his team. OMG, the beautiful thing about this team is that when they have the tools to fight, they're actually really good at finding them. The problem is when they don't have the tools to fight, they kind of get picked off. In this one, even though the hook lands and all the CC does go onto Cream, the rest of the team is there to follow. Crucial Cyclone means that Cream doesn't have so much follow-up damage kind of taken away from him. Been saved by Yagao though. Means that of course it's not going to be a kind of a 2 for none. It's just going to be Yagao kind of sacrificed to the back end of that play. He walks away from the roll-up and understanding that if he gets cancelled, both of them die. Just the Rise going down. But at the end of that, Herald is still alive. Shun now going back to it. And I don't know if we're going to see a contest for this one. Looks like OMG are currently not pushing in lanes. BLG should get this. They got something weird to do.
Elganon is sitting through mid, making sure that pressure stays there, but hang on,
getting
OMG,
in a couple of seconds.
They're coming late to the party. They did a smite down. They do get it, but for BLG, how's the turn going to go? Equalizer almost up and available, but Bin gets the ulti and the hook as well. Shanji will not be equalizing this fight. as Shun goes down. Speaking of which, the static build there as well. Dimira, I hope you're looking at that interaction because Elk was still firing. A double kill comes through. He's 3-0. Abel might get the turret, but BLG get the blood.
Pretty sure he wasn't actually hit by the ult, which is why he was still firing. But OMG, they didn't have all of their ults to hit them with. Shanji, you look at his ultimate cooldown there. The reason he had to flash away from so much was he was trying to flash away to get to the point where he could actually cast his ult. The timing was not there from OMG. They're ahead a little bit in gold because of Abel just being permanently stuck in this bot lane. But OMG continually fighting towards that Herald. They just about get away with it in that first fight, which they engage in the correct timing. They have the tools to fight. But again, OMG do not have that like little angel on the shoulder saying, hey, maybe we should not fight. The devil is here saying, no, go in. Do all of these things. And it means that they're just not in the right position to play through moments like this. And Elk manages to space out Cream's ultimate, who's in a really awkward spot. Cream doesn't manage to get a backhand kill on this one. Elk just kind of like sat there and goes, I'll take that one for free. And now Elk walks away with 3 kills.
Yep. He already started with one. I mean, again, turret plating's great for Abel, but the gold value from kills still going to be super impactful for this Zeri, who's been set up to succeed again. Having said that, Abel does have Gale Force. He's still had a hell of a lot of gold funneled in solo plating as well. But as Shun puts the Herald down mid, we have to talk about other members of BLG. Yagao should be set up here depending on how close he gets at the turret, while OMG start off this dragon.
Yeah, so Abel going to be able to switch through from those chakrams, the Severum, up to the Calibrum. He'll have rifle turret soon after this point. Strong point of power where maybe OMG can mind control BLG into forgetting about the Aphelios very briefly. BLG, they have vision control right now, though. That's an important thing to see. Sometimes you forget about the vision toggle. As soon as Blitzcrank's on Fog of War, becomes a very different champion. Watch to see if On can have as impactful a game as he did out of his player of the game in that first game. Blitzcrank can very much run the map. He's left off vision.
Yeah, again, mobility boots for On. Kind of expect to see a similar performance from last game, where he was just hiding in Fog of War. As you said, you know, playing a very different game. It's like Thresh as well. You never know where they're going to come from. They're always missing on the map. They're roaming support that starts syncing up with jungle. And that's something that On did great in game 1 with Shun as well. Especially since he is melee and he brings them close to him. Easy to get permafrost when your target gets a couple of autos to start things off. So
very true.
We do see Dragon for OMG going off in the span of 2 now opening up the game. But no, Mira, my biggest question is towards that next Herald, and maybe what happens towards bottom lane now is what?
How does
Got
that
Abel
hit?
static field. It's double electric field. The eels come out as Abel's lucky to be alive, but Shun has ulti. It's blocked. You hero, absolute hero, until you realize the AD's dead anyway. Yagao comes through, stuns him in place. Shun under turret, gets them close, but man, electricity vibing in this 2v2.
Danger, high voltage. Abel gets absolutely toyed with by On. What a hook. I need to see a replay of that one again because it felt like it was a really awkward moment to hit. Abel kind of walked up with his Severum Q active, was like spinning around with a lifesteal pistol going, haha, I'm going to auto-attack this ward really quickly and kill it. Does mean you're not stood safely behind your minions though, because, I mean, just look at this, right? Wants to clear out this vision in the brush. But like, oh, he hitbox snipes him. No, see, it's the dematerializer. What? Dematerializer. He charges up the kill. You see that little particle going down. It's very easy to miss. Abel does not get the memo. And despite Aki playing hero after that point, On absolutely outplays the Aphelios.
On absolute demonizing at the moment. Are you ready for another hook? The static field comes out again. He is dead this time. He was feeling it. That dematerializer, I don't care that he just died. That was cracked.
Huge moment as well, because remember, Abel's basically been left alone to farm this whole game. A lot of the reason why this gold is not out of hand is because Abel got so many plates towards bot side. He's not been able to join these fights just yet. So we'll see what happens when he finally gets to do so. But for the time being, with On landing hooks and punishing him, that Aphelios hasn't been a factor.
Oh man, I mean, that like the timing of that was insane. You know, On can have these moments of running in, and again, it was Blitzcrank last time. We saw On go 0 and 10, and we're just wondering, what is he doing? And then you have moments like this where On is just everywhere on the map. We're gonna have a look at a replay. I was gonna say, replay the same play again. Show us the dematerializer again.
Well, what we can see is Shanji kind of playing around the Rumble ult this time and actually getting some decent damage onto Bin. We haven't seen Shanji have the largest impact in this game, despite him being on this pocket pick of his, which he picks more than basically anyone else in the world, it feels like, at this point. But at that moment, you can see the value where if all of these fights are super long range and you're fighting into, super short range rather, you're fighting into that Rumble ult, the equalizer, things get really high damage really quickly, and we haven't even hit the first item from Shanji yet. Has himself some magic pen in the boots, and potentially might do if he builds up something like a Proto Belt after that point. I wonder if he's going to go Night Harvester. That's been what we've seen him build towards more often than not. It's a much stronger one-item spike nowadays because of the changes to that item earlier in 2023. But BLG need to start really respecting the big burst damage that can come out of OMG when they first start a fight.
From big old boxing Blitzcrank, the pick still flying through across the rift though. Like you mentioned out for Shanji, we'll be keeping an eye on that first item. As you talked about, Night Harvester is something that most Rumbles have been going towards. But again, wait and see here from what I'd call a close OTP of the champ. BLG starting the Herald though, and Nymera. Looks like it's about mid-priority now and just evening things out before moving to this because everyone is here.
Because the thing about pushing in mid lane is that means you don't have to walk through these really tight choke points where things get really scary really quickly. Elton can pop over a wall when the Sejuani ult flies over. BLG, they want to choose their terrain so they're not caught into the Wukong Rumble Cyclone. Once again, it feels like, kind of like the first game when we had the Kennen threat. OMG, if they find a good flank and they get to push in and have vision to choose their angle, BLG need to be very afraid. And compared to the first game, OMG do actually have more vision to work with and more gold to work with. That doesn't mean these hooks aren't scary for Fog of War.
That's right, and the cooldown's getting low. PP got us flashed away from the Glacial Prison. Shun throwing it out left, right, and center. His cooldown's getting less as well. On continuing to hover. Now, he's only level 7. Having said that, Rocket Grab is not max, so ignore my cooldown point as TP's going to come through. Shanji with the equalizer you mentioned, that's something to look out for, but right now I'm worried as On misses the hook. Now Cream takes the static field. A good fight for OMG. They turn onto Yagao. There it is, equalizer. Zones him out as well. A great fight for OMG. In fact, Elk has to get out of there. He's firing from over the wall, but Shun's now dead as well. Bin left on his lonesome. Oh, the hook doesn't connect. 3 in a row, down it goes, and OMG fight fire with fire.
Game 1, OMG could not fight from an even standpoint. They got blown out of lane. They didn't have the vision. BLG shut them out. But OMG, when they have any semblance of an opening, they are so proficient at taking it. Maybe you can question when they probably should back away from a fight. That's not the case in this draft. OMG, very important for them to walk away with at least one game win today. And it's fights like this which bring them closer to doing so. It's the thresh in the last game from On, which was a real difference maker. This time PP got on the pick in game 2, sets things up for success. It's CC on top of that Rumble ult. OMG, this is a good example of what the CC can lead into when they get to just spin around with all of that big AoE.
Unlucky on the hook, but still, if it was able, I don't know if On really wanted that. I think he probably would have killed Elk and On at the end anyway.
No, I feel like there's a certain point where Abel, once he hits a certain amount of items, has to rename himself to Pain to become just like the original murderer.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, you know, I got that thing. You know, that slight, like, out there reference, Abel and Cain. Yeah.
I feel like every time he plays well, he just calls himself Enable. I mean, that was always my thing because he does have games like this. I mean, honestly, he's stayed in the bottom lane. He's gotten the success off the back of that.
And if he goes, like,
fostering.
Legendary, can he become, like, Fable at that point?
Oh, yeah.
Work with that?
Yeah.
There's
so many options.
This is, like, so many options. I'm glad we're discussing this right now. You know what? Tune into playoffs. I'm sure we'll bring out a couple of them then, because both these teams are, again, they're fighting for seeding in the kind of the specifics of that. OMG would love to get past, at least kind of be seeded into the second round rather than the first round. Otherwise, you've got to run through the entire gauntlet. It's obviously a very difficult thing in the LPL. We've got a lot of very good teams waiting at every rung. But yeah, both these teams looking to kind of seal out their regular season with a good run of form.
And again, this is all about OMG trying to get themselves out of that first round too. All they need is an individual game, as you said at the opening. All OMG need is one game win, whether it's a loss of the series or not. They will be 6th. It's huge. As top esports, they're hoping for a 2-0 here now. Nymera, my stream has gone epically laggy. I don't know about you, brother.
I was going to mention it, but I'm here like watching it 3 FPS. We see it the odds land.
I've got it now as well. On's just dead. Under turret, they don't care. Shanji with a great equalizer. And look at the poke. It can't be matched. BLG just have to sit back and hope that they can clear waves. They've committed Ben to the sideline to try and trade, but I mean, is it worth it in the end?
I mean, I've discovered the reason for the feed recovering at that point. Of course, Lord Shanji determined that we must see his big ultimate come across in this play, because this is the first time we see Cream steal the Sejuani ult and combo it up with it. OMG, so many different options to kind of play around the big kind of CC of stolen ultimates with Sylas. Of course, Cream is one of his specialty picks too, but OMG, they have themselves now mid lane turret destroyed. They have bot lane outer turret destroyed as well, and with Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, those two towers being down gives OMG really good ability to secure vision towards this top bot side of the map and allow them to get towards potentially a good setup towards a Soul Dragon fight.
They'll be in a great position to set themselves up for hold a second, a rock grab. That's not the real Aki though. Set themselves up for that Infernal Soul as you were setting up for. It's in Infinity Edge already picked up. It's second item for Abel. It's going to give them that 60% crit. Sorry, it's 40 now. I keep thinking Infinity Edge 60. But long have the times passed. But still, I mean, Abel, his crit damage is going to be huge. And let's be real, Cream's also in a great position here with his Rod of Ages, his Zhonya's now as well, his ability to play fights, where we talked a lot about these ultis and these big burst carries on OMG. I think we're hitting part of the climax here for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, we've been speaking a lot about OMG because it does feel like they're the ones kind of choosing the fights. They've had the big team fights. Elk still hasn't died, so there is a point where now, you know, 2.5 items, maybe if that gets to kind of fly off the handle, Elk can make things a little more interesting at that point. It does seem a little bit difficult, though, if he doesn't have anyone alive on his team to fight behind, which is not what Zeri particularly wants, but that is the win condition from BLG. If Elk can kind of find a pocket to restart cleaning up the fight when he is not in the initial engage.
30 seconds till we get towards it, though. 30 seconds for BLG to find some kind of advantage and stop this Soul. Hook's going to go into a Raptor, unfortunately, as we're looking at both Blitzcrank, both Thresh here. PP God and On alike. Cream has taken away the Grandmaster at arms, but Ben is pushing a solo lane. He's in that top side with teleport available. He's going to get the wave crash for the fight, but he got enough with Aki going in by himself before anyone was ready to equalize it down as well. Ben's now on a collapse too. BLG have numbers advantage, but Shun has to flash away. Scared of Cream going through and buying that time requested. Ben's coming through. There we go. A two-man Grandmaster flashed away from the hook though. On would have had Abel in his hands. The PP God gets flashed on. You go a bit ambitious there. We're going a bit whoopsie-daisy, but BLG will at least keep that timer flowing.
Yeah, huge mistake from Aki, but BLG pick up the pieces. Ben pushes in that side lane, cuts off OMG at the pass, but they are now going for a revenge Baron. They do have Sever and Crescendum. That's going to be a lot of Baron damage. BLG, I think they've spotted it out. Shun has Smite. The damage is going very, very heavily, though.
But Shun is going to come here in the nick of time. OMG pull off preemptively, too. With the ward down, Baron reset. OMG have no choice but to face it off the way. BLG still looking for a pick. You can see On has Hex Flash. And is able to spot it out, has been actually spotted out and actually getting ganked on. He doesn't have ulti either. He's got flash available. That Cyclone wasn't used in the previous fight. Ben flashes over the wall. Aki matches. Chasing up with Cyclone. He gets the movement speed. Leap strike away, but bonked on the head by Monkey. So Aki will at least get some kind of revenge.
Imagine if he had a real weapon. Of course, Aki does in this case. Really struggled in that last play. Meant that BLG could walk away with the team fight win. Didn't have to fear the Cyclone. Then, though, being shut down on a side lane, important moment for OMG. One of the big parts of that last play, last couple of minutes has been that Ben can at least shove in side lanes and stop OMG from kind of being able to find the perfect engage. Ben can find himself his own different angles, but now with Ben being down, he's going to have to teleport into the play. Baron might be down before he's even alive, though.
It's so quick, isn't it? It's so quick. The rocket grab hits Baron in the head on the noggin. He now sits at 5K,
Shun's not here just
4K,
yet.
3K. Shun, you're right. It's going to be slow in. Arctic Assault. It's late. He gets one-man ulti on the Cream, but he goes golden in the nick of time. And Elk over the wall. He's hitting only a clone with the equalizer. Zones him out, slows him down. The hook onto On. Great, but Elk flashes over the wall. It's a Zeri moment. I'm spotting it. Zeri, Zeri, Zeri again. Just say it. Zeri versus Aphelios. How many years? Well, this time it's a couple of hundred, but Finn spins to win after the 5K damage. 80 carries died. BLG survived. And I just love that League of Legends is all about who saps more in the bottom lane.
But somehow, in the midst of it, Shanji still manages to clean up Zeri. Elk dies for the first time in this game, and the zappening is ended prematurely. OMG, they have to kind of losing that last Dragon fight, they try and find their way to get a revenge onto the Baron, can't pick themselves up a neutral objective, and because there is, of course, no way that OMG can sit, kind of ruminate, try to figure out the next way through. They must always be fighting. They head towards that Baron. They do pick it up at the cost of 4 members in a very mixed fight. They're still a little bit ahead in gold. They do have 1 Baron left on Aki. I'm not really sure what they can do with that kind of Baron play, though. There isn't that much you can do with Aki kind of being sat in the lane, buffing up those moves.
We'll watch again, Nightmare, because again, it was off the back of Baron already being taken, and BLG, I guess, shouldn't just took so long to die.
It did. It took a long time, and because when you're kind of tanking the Baron itself, you've already kind of used a lot of your big cooldowns to try and take down the front line. Elk, much like all of our great Zeri players in the LPL, just has a really good sense of when you can dash in and actually do damage. Of course, towards the end of it, doesn't quite calculate the whole rumble damage thing towards it. We're fighting again. Down on the replay.
I don't know, you kind of cursed Elf there a little bit. Cyclone number 2 is going to come out, waiting for the hook from On, but he's rooted out. Yagao, great, and now Aki close to dying, but Cream takes over the reins instead. Kingslayer heals him up. We come back from a replay, and the game might just be over.
Well, Aki still has the Baron buff to use. Rumble Equalizer coming in clutch. Shanji got in the damn robot.
Ben.
OMG looks like they're going towards their first win.
I mean, Bin needs to come back, but will he be there in time? It's an Aphelios with red and white again. Everything's all right. OMG left the 1 next to turret. His Galgo Golden Ninja Nexus is exposed. OMG is still in the running. Bin with beautiful ulti, but it's too late. OMG keep their spirits alive.
This is such an OMG game, such a BLG game from maybe the start of the split, but now they have broken their 2-0 split, their 2-0 streak rather. They won a lot of series back-to-back, and with clean wins to BLG, it felt like they were finding a real run of form, but in this game, a couple of pocket picks come out from the side of OMG, and now with that win, Top Esports will now be locked in 7th. They cannot get past that rung in the regular season, which means that Top Esports will be seeded into the very first round of playoffs.
To be fair, they deserve to be there. Let's be real. OMG, where they are right now, though, I mean, look, again, a game win puts them back to +5. A game win leads to a potential series win. Their chance to get up to 10 as well and put BLG beside them. Now, you already mentioned BLG can't be overtaken by OMG, but at the very least, this was such a big win because OMG are no longer in the first round of playoffs. Like, that's everything for them.
Yeah, and, it's not like these teams are going to be going towards, like, the very top spots at this point where you're automatically seeded into that double elimination. But that doesn't mean you don't get advantages out of seeing teams play that first round of playoffs. The LPL playoff schedule is absolutely brutal. There are games day in, day out. It's very, very harsh in terms of the teams which have to go the whole length of the gauntlet, especially if they have to keep prepping for teams later and later in. Managing to skip one best of 5, see some footage of the first teams which play as well, allows you to have a bit more time, at least to prep and see what you can come up with there. So with that win, OMG, that's actually a very important moment for them.
It is the first time in 5 years, no, 6 years, let's say 5.5, that OMG have been outside the first round of playoffs. This team, when they've made playoffs in 2021 summer, 2022 summer, they have always been in the first round. And years before, they didn't even make playoffs because they were a bottom tier team. It's a huge day for OMG, despite the series not being done. And I'm glad it can come off the back of picks like the Rumble, right? Cream on Silas. Hell, even, Abel having the ability to carry in a lot of these later game fights.
Yeah, they did it their way. That's the thing you take away from this. And OMG, they are a very versatile team when it comes to the draft. When it comes to their gameplay, they pretty much play the same way. They're looking for fights pretty much permanently. But the way that they kind of kit themselves up to do that means that you have to take differences between, like, the first game and the second game. Look at the difference between the way that OMG could approach fights. It's not like they necessarily loaded in with a different mindset in Game 2. They just drafted more ability to outfight what BLG had. So going into Game 3, have to see what side choice will be the side of BLG.
Yeah.
Maybe they walk over towards that blue side themselves, and maybe OMG have some less opportunity to lock in something like that first pick. Aphelios, of course, Abel played very proficiently as well in this kind of game. BLG kind of stunned a little bit by that team fighting performance from OMG.
True. Again, it's not impressive considering that for BLG, like Game 1 was so defined through bottom lane, so defined through the way they wanted to play their win cons. This time around, yeah, stunned is a great word to use. As OMG, congrats to them for securing second round in playoffs at the very least. Now for a win would just cement off the split for them to move to 10 to get above these other round 1 scum. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a break, and when we return, game 3 right after this.
킹겐 아래쪽.
근데 여기서 젠지도 베리어가 없거든요. 이게 해볼만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이.
그리고 그 돌아.
그러면서
이거는 본다.
돌아갔어요.
이러면
아니 돌아갔으가 미쳤는데요.
클리드 위험 절타.
안타깝.
이제 끝나버립니다.
就要开动了，周彤在旁边，这边看他打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至连金身都没有看出来，把体元交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打 ，Light 一马当先，吹了3个，把后来全都抽回来了，泽利拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个，闪击，来说他有点难跑的，5杀了。
Maybe they can walk in there on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series, making a triple, making a quadra. It's a panda kill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
다시 때리고 있는 일단 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어갔고요. 장군 이러내기
Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ai, ele vai! Acerta! O time inteiro! Nunca duvide da Red!
Risk anything. They might. Well, Adam has teleport though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going to the team fight. Okay, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do. And it looks like the call is they found Crowdy. He's making it to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crowdy getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight. A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL for our final game of our first series. OMG versus BLG has just netted OMG their first win of the series, but more importantly, has got them out of the first round of playoffs. They will be starting at round 2, guaranteed, regardless of this final game for the first time in almost 6 years. I'm Asterix. This is Nymera. Aki was MVP in Nymera, as you were just telling me off in the break before we came onto air. The Cyclones made all the difference in that second game.
It did. The way that Jamada puts it for OMG is Aki is kind of the glue that holds the team together. Felt very much like this was the case in this game. The Cyclone just made it so much easier to play around big Rumble ultimates, big Aphelios damage, big ability for Cream to run away with the game as well. Moments like this, you can see that the reason why Cream does not die is because Aki is playing Disruptor on the backline, getting big damage out. And OMG, they're a team which loves to play around their combos. They love to play around their combos around topside, and Aki is a big part of it. You can really start to see in games like, in fights like this, it's an ensemble effort, everyone's playing their part, but when you see big moments like this, it's hard not to value Aki.
Yeah, again, like, great disruptor. I like the glue point, especially since in this game, it was a little bit topsy-turvy at times, but Aki was the person, as we came off the replay, who really set up these successful picks. The Cyclones were amazing, and again, this was a bit of a surprise because only moments before, BLG actually won a team fight and they just got caught and lost the game mid.
So if you're going to be someone that avidly watches OMG, you're going to join the, as I like to call it, the lactose tolerance club. We love Cream here. You're going to have to expect some ups and downs. We have a roller coaster all the way through OMG games. Doesn't matter if they're winning or losing. They're going to give you that same kind of style of gameplay. But taking the lens away from them, BLG, this next game, actually very important for them. If they were to win this next game, it gives them a better shot at 4th over Weibo, because they've won at least that first game. There is a chance that if Weibo do bomb out in their series tomorrow versus Raratim, that BLG could end up, of course, taking that 4th spot ahead of them. As it stands, I believe they will actually need Weibo to lose tomorrow. It's just a case of by what measure they lose. Is it a 2-1 or a 2-0? Getting a game here will be very important for them to make their life as easy as possible when they're waiting and spectating in that game tomorrow.
That's right. Give them the best chance. And remember, guys, 4th matters because that's round number 3. That's one round, one BO5 before you get into the top 4, into the double elimination. So for BLG, they need this win desperately. And look, they're on a 5-win streak. It would be so crazy to be broken at the very end of the road. But again, it's LPL. Crazy things have happened. As we're into pick and ban, note that it's always against Cream that we find ourselves these little windows of pocket picks taken away, as we just get Silas first pick and OMG on the other side.
First pick.
Are they really just going to go and say, well, Abel's last game of the split, are they going to give him Samira?
Maybe, but like I thought Silas blind pick was dead. This champion's meant to be much more situational, much harder to play out in lane. But looking at these first 2 games from Cream, they just go, oh, be damned with it. Let's just take the Silas away from them. It also reduces some power of stuff like Sejuani, which is, in my mind, why I think we see the Lee Sin locked in. OMG are typically a team that loves to play around these big ultimate-centric junglers like Maokai and Sejuani, but now looking at the Lee Sin Aphelios, they're avoiding trying to give the Silas the best possible ultimates to steal from those roles, while still retaining some early game power in the skirmishing of Aphelios and Lee Sin.
Well, let's see what they do as a response, because against that Lee Sin, against the skirmishing, Shun doesn't have his favorite jungler open and available. The Sedge we saw last time with a melee mid laner, you know how good it would be? Well, I think we could all understand that, but for now, BLG at the very least are going to pick up their bottom lane again. This was their game 1 winning bottom lane that on styled on, and Elk just carried away casually, comfortably on this Jinx.
Yeah. And one of the big differences between Game 1's draft and now into this one as well is you're not going to have, one, BLG with the Vi, and more importantly from that, Cream not having the Silas to steal the Vial and then go straight onto that Jinx, which is the one team fight which we saw even in a very dominant Game 1 go to the way of OMG. This is a different pick, Cream. I can't remember. He hasn't played this champion this split. This was something much more of spring of last year, which we saw around the world. But the thing about Vex into Silas is that your ultimate is harder to use for Silas because, of course, you don't have like the same kind of doom and gloom passive which comes with it. But with this, it means that when you're dashing forward onto the likes of the Vex, you get that extra damage from Cream. And we have two very explosive mid-jungles potentially coming through. Jungle, of course, not locked in just yet for Shun, but just with the Vex and the Silas locked in, expect action between those mid laners.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it at the very least. A great pick to end it out. We talk about OMG being this surprising drafting team, and of course they end in the same style. Smiles across the faces of OMG right now too. As we get rid of some of those other pockets on the side, you can see the BLG like, no, PB Gold will not get the Blitzcrank response, as this series has been a bit back and forth so far with the priority and Thresh. And now we get double jungle banned away from BLG, where Shun will not have that Sejuani to play the melee matchup from Yagao.
So we've only had, just checking through the stats, 2 games of the Vex played so far. They're actually both wins. So Vex sat at 2-0 in the LPL. Feels a bit cheap to call it 100% win rate, but technically it is. The 2 wins were by PingZ and by Knight as well. Both had pretty good scorelines in those games. So Cream, see if he can toe the line on that one. Able potentially locking in the Nautilus. We talked about how in previous games, when you have that Silas on the table, you don't really want to give stuff like the Solar Flare or the Depth Charge of these big engaged supports over. It's kind of like a bit of a consolation to just say, well, look, we're going to give it to the Silas, but it does, at least in this case, allow you to trade hook for hook. At least Nautilus very able to fight early into the game, and potentially give you a bit more ability to play through laning phase, which of course BLG absolutely exploded with the Jinx Thresh in Game 1.
Yeah, it's what made them so successful. I mean, again, laning phase is, I feel like we can reliably look positively at Elkin on so far in this split. As on the other side, just note, Ben is going to be pulling out the cannon this time, and that is a blind pick. So Ben looking to set up the team fighting here in Nymira, as Shun, he loves snowballing junglers. He hasn't got the Kindred available. The Vi's gone. Wukong's gone. Sejuani's gone. Against the Lee Sin, does he want to snowball out of his right mind, or does he want to support? I guess the answer's in the latter.
Bit of both. Somehow he's managed to kind of split the difference between those 2 points and say, well, you know, it's not going to be like reset, completely carry Viego. The Xin Zhao, though, does have a lot of burst and has the ability to be the kind of like temporary front line.
Victor top?
That's a Victor somewhere. I love OMG's draft. I love this team. They're doing something weird. I'm not entirely sure where all these picks are going. I'm assuming it's the Victor top into the cannon because, you know, in seasons past, we saw players like Xiaohu, when he was top lane, pull out some of those mages like Syndra top lane. That was a big innovation of his. Back in Season 8, we saw a huge global worldwide meta of stuff like Iceborne Gauntlet Victor on the top side. That probably won't be the case now. I've not seen all that for a very long time. But Victor being able to kind of poke out in the ranged matchup removes some of the power of the cannon. And I love this. OMG, you know this is a team which you give them an extended run on a patch. They see what people are blind picking. They see what people are pulling out. And they'll make something work for it. They'll make a draft innovation. It's why they're a team, despite not necessarily being one of our top echelon teams in the LPL, their drafting makes them a threat. And other teams sit there and they learn from this team. Let's see what they've cooked up for today.
They'd be especially cooking in this one, wouldn't they? Vex comes out not only from left field, but then Shanji shows us Victor top. Now, I've seen Victor top from the Shy. It wasn't too impressive. As you said, Xiaohu, when he was top laner, pulled out some pretty crazy stuff up in the top lane as well. But Shanji, we go from Rumble Game 2 to Victor top for our final one. This is how OMG want to end their split. This is how OMG want to knock BLG down a peg and give Weibo, funnily enough, a security into 4th place. Remember, if OMG win this, Weibo, they'll be chillin', man. Because at the end of the day, BLG won't have the best game differential. And Weibo, even if they lose, it'll have to be a 0-2 in order for BLG to claim that spot. It looks hard, but at the very least, OMG playing for Weibo here. BLG playing for themselves in order to give themselves the best chance to get into fourth, into round 3 of playoffs, as Nymira said before. OMG have already done the unspeakable. They have launched into second round of playoffs. It is a big day regardless for them, but a great way to finish it off is I am curious, Nymira, about how lane dominant this is going to get from OMG, especially topside.
Yeah, you have to look back a long way to really see the last time that Victor Top saw any semblance of dominance. We had that one, the Shy game, of course, played last year. It was not played at all the season before that. You have to go back to like season 9 to really see Victor Top prop up in the LPL. In fact, in this year globally, this is the...
it was the Shy.
Yeah, that's the game. That's the game. It was the Shy. It went 0-5. It was a bad game. Please do not look at that as like the blueprint for this game. But you have to really look at across the world at this point. Victor has always been somewhat of a flexible champion. We saw him played a little bit bot lane in the past in like season 8, season 9 as well, to my mind. I think he's actually had one or two games like last year from it. But this is the first game outside of mid lane that Victor has seen globally this year. OMG, once again, ever the innovators. We talk to coaches around the world, and they at least have an eye on their games. Whether to say it works or not, but just making sure that they're keeping an eye on whatever the heck this team is cooking up. BLG, though, they stared them down in the eye in game 1, really put them to the sword. It's not like OMG always play out these drafts to success, and BLG on their win streak want to keep that alive, looking to do so in game 3.
As On is gearing up for the level 2, meanwhile in the bottom lane. Just a quick note that the Thresh came out in game 1 and On picked up MVP on the champion. Had some really clutch moments. And so worth keeping an eye on that bottom lane as they get level 2 first. They get to push in first and we'll snap back there shortly, I'm sure. As you know, Cream on the Vex here doing pretty good in the mid lane. And meanwhile, Aki actually drawing attention to the topside jungle. The emote goes up. He's trying to find Shun, but Shun is going to find him first. Aki was spotted out going into the barrage. There's the Sonic Wave, but Zin's out, one of the best tools in the game, but he misses. Wind becomes lightning. Shun not getting one of the core pieces of damage off as now to re-engage. The Gao jumps on him, but Cream still has that passive. Look at the doom, the gloom, the sudden bloom of Cream. Getting the burst out. He's done well, and Yagao might have to go share and tell.
This is one of the rare opportunities to say that most of the time you frame it as, oh, mid lane is no longer a 1v1 lane, a jungler's always in your lane. This is the opposite side of the coin. When jungle, you get to say, actually, you know, it also depends on whether your mid lane is heavily winning as well in these big duels in the jungle. The reason why Shun can't finish off anything towards Aki at that point, yes, because I'm pretty sure that W did end up missing in that play, but Cream would have been the first one to that play. Shanji also using early push against the Kennen early on. Kennen not used to getting pushed in very early into the game, so Shanji at least making use of the first few levels of this oddball Victor top pick, get some value out of it. See what happens after that point. I have to imagine that if he falls behind, blows a flash, gets ganked, this champion can get very far behind in that role. But for the moment, Shanji finding value.
Well, you have to hope that it continues on, because for OMG, their bottom lane at the moment not doing that well. A plate already taken by BLG. We saw an screen moments ago.
Compared to game 1.
That's
it's
true.
An improvement on some marks.
That is true, but still, I mean, the 2v2 so far for BLG has been the majority of the shining light, and the CS lead is growing there as a quick hustle over to mid. Cream just going to get the advantage what he can from the Doom and Gloom yet again, but there is a bit of a CS lead from Cream in this mid lane, top side as well, as we talked about that Victor doing quite well. So OMG are keeping track in gold with the plate already taken bot, meaning that for now things are going pretty smoothly for BLG. Because we have to remember, Nymira, even though we look at BLG as okay, we look like a team fighting top, I feel like OMG, you could say similar values. They have a lot of gap flows, a lot of all-in that can destroy enemies in a choke.
Yeah, I hesitate to really call how this game is going to play out, because it can happen in a number of different modes. Of course, you got stuff like the Xin Zhao Kennen kind of diving in kind of comp. Gonna hold on to that thought. There's maybe a 3v3 erupts. That's the Lance gank, but Aki's here.
Stretch line there as well. The play is away, but the Sonic Wave lands. Grabbing him as well. Nice combo from OMG to even find Shun on the back end as he gears up for a win, becomes lightning. Audacious charge, gets it, flashes out Shun, jumps back in. What? Okay. All right, simmer down, guys. I get it. It's the last game of the split.
Yeah, we're cooking, we're simmering. We've got a boiling point here on the bot side as Jin Zhao and Lee Sin remind us why they are so terrifying in the early stages of the game. First items be damned, you've got Coles on the AD carries, but it's junglers cutting people down to size. Really well read by Aki. It felt like the first two games, Shun was getting vision onto Aki, was making the early game a little bit contentious. This time, Aki reads Jin Zhao, and despite the Lantern gank coming through, OMG that walk away with the better of this trade only really turned around because Shun gets the big burst combo just back.
And instead of continuing to walk away, he's like, okay, Auto, we'll get the ball. And at the end, Abel feels like the benefactor. BLG, 6,000 kills total from that in the LPL, by the way. So not only was Shun and Bin hitting their 200 and 300 milestone games, respectively, BLG hitting another team goal here as an organization, which, remember, BLG haven't been in the LPL for really that long.
We potentially have a fight up for this for Dragon. Of course, no unlocked teleport, so we're not going to see the top laners joining into this.
Great line. Shadow Surge, though. Oh, can they get the reset? They need to get Quill on, and they do. Cream has the reset. Cream has the reset. The Shadow Surge for Shadow Surge, and you're about to get purged. Cream now not pulling the trigger as he's already run out of mana, but on the back end, Yagao jumps in there and flashes out. Elk now getting a reset, gets some movement speed, but he didn't get the kill. It was Yagao to pick up the blood, but OMG get the dragon and get out as in the top lane. There's an ulti comes through, but Shanji takes next to no damage while all players want to fight.
Yeah, he's got a catalyst, got enough HP to see off that slicing maelstrom, but in that bot side fight, you can see the threat of that reset coming through. Queen, not sure what happened to the second cast of that ultimate. We'll have to see what happens in a replay because, you know, trying to use that Shadow Surge, but it's anything but a Surgeon's precision. Doesn't quite get that second play. Hook champions mean you often do end up trading for hook to hook. The reset comes down to the Vexel. What happens with the second play? Who does it land on? You have to think it's trying to go towards Shun.
He didn't have enough mana, so he didn't use it. But I just mana on the second one.
Surprised. I thought that the recast didn't cost that mana cost, otherwise it'd be a little bit draining on that sense. But either way, Cream not able to absolutely explode through the back end of that fight. Still walks away with an assist. Cream, Yagao walks away with a kill himself, though. OMG get themselves an early drag, and if they stack up two, that would be very important for them. Again, both these teams, as you mentioned very much earlier, they both have tools to team fight, but when you have the dragon stacking, it just puts the pressure on the enemy team in terms of setup towards those objectives. They don't have the same ability to kind of like give up maybe one dragon if things aren't going their way. So OMG, watch out to see if they get a second dragon. That might be a turning point in this series.
And team fighting Eddie carries like Abel, I'm going to love that as well, because Abel's set up for success again. 2-0 start here. Berserk Greaves, double longsword, Cull stacking away nicely. It's definitely an Abel game yet again, and let's be real, you know, all members are doing quite nicely. Top side, 20 CS lead just about. Mid has a CS lead. Bot now is going to get placed and has the minions over top of Elk, which wasn't the case only 5 minutes ago. So let's be real, OMG happy everywhere. As Sonic Wave's taken, Recline's there, on, might be kicked in a moment. Aki's just waiting for the Calibrum hit. The Dragon's Rage, perfectly executed. Oh my god, look at this team go.
Yeah, Abel, oh, he kind of suffered in the early lane. And the Calibrum ultimate, the ace in the Calibrum, headshots on down, and despite him getting player of the game in that first one of the series, not able to really get the same kind of value from this pick in this game 3. Suddenly this Valios gets 3 plates, gets the zone off so many ways, not even hitting the tower, just letting the minions die to it. It's not like he's any rush to take down these plates as it goes through. And OMG flipping the script around from the first game of this series very, very comprehensively. They get the lead through bot lane this time.
1,400 is the lead, in fact. Abel is 1,400 gold up at barely 10 minutes into the game. It's almost a 2k gold lead at the top of your screen because OMG have functioned now through the bottom lane. And we have to be real, that is so close to getting him an early Gale Force here, but what I'm more scared about is Nymera, the fact that we are just living OMG right now in a series that honestly felt like it would be BLG favored with how it started. But OMG
yeah, that's how
are
they get you.
creating their own
That's
landscape.
how they get you. Every time.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're not going to trust OMG? Nope. They've just made a deal with some kind of dark pact and they walk away with the most unexpected series, right?
It's just crazy. Again, because OMG, like, you know, even in that, within one game, Aki had a horrendous moment. Actually, it was game 1 on the Xin Zhao. And then game 2, as you said, you know, he was influential on his Wukong pick. This time around, even on the Lee Sin, he's been really pristine with how he set up some of these plays, and his damage ratios have been sick. But, like, it's just been so back and forth from OMG as a season, yet again, where they can have some great games, but then some horrendous ones as well.
Oh, is he greedy
their
for
own
play,
little
though?
top B sports is Shanji for the flash. Is he going to be burning it? Well, fancy footwork. Jun can't get him.
And BLG, they would love to get a kill in that lane. Again, like, this oddball Victor pick, it falls apart and looks really, really bad. If you get, like, 1 or 2 ganks up there, which remove a flash, they get him down in terms of the amount of gold he can spend. But as it stands, you know, dominant early lane, allowed OMG to push into the enemy jungle, ward out what Shun was doing, allow some plays around top side of the map to be threatened as well. But now, kind of, Shanji kind of gave that to his team by pushing in the early waves. Now his team is giving back to him by being able to protect him into his first item. It's a give and a take, and now Shanji is going to be at a point where he's getting towards, you know, Rod of Ages, looks like into a Seraph after that point as well. He's actually, once he hits 2 items, going to be pretty bruiser-like in a way that those kind of Rod of Ages, Seraph mages can be.
Goodbye turret, meanwhile. Gale Force, excuse me. It's already been picked up.
Gordrick Fellows, you heard it.
Yes, that's
Shanji,
it. That's the best one.
Yeah.
Shanji. Well, he's going to get stunned up. This time wind becomes lightning, does connect. And even though the gravity field's down, Shanji buying time. Finn should just leave this one to go. Chaos Storm comes through. He survives. Meanwhile, Cream is here, though. Not going to get himself the max damage. Just flush away from Sonic Wave. Elk. Great fingers, but unfortunately, he's down his exposed spot. Yagao now trying to find a pick off. The Dragon's Rage is there, but not enough damage. He safeguards over the wall. And Yagao almost had it.
That is so close. Oh, it's more than close. It's a kill. Elk sends his regards with the Super Mega Death Rocket.
That's Jigs from Arcane, baby. That's some narrative. 1-0-2 now. Okay, he's got a kill. So BLG do get something back, but Nightmare,
Wait, does that actually buy him the Kraken Slayer? So, oh, I'll just go get myself another jungle cap. Wait, let me just fire the ultimate over that way. We didn't see this, like, completely on the screen there, because the top lane play was happening at the same time. It looks like it was the double reset coming through the stream, was the cleanse, was the flash afterwards when Aki flies over the wall. So, Elf, despite getting that feel-good moment afterwards, still forced away from the bot side of the map. Still not able to impact this fight after that point. We were worried about what would happen with OMG if they were to get a second dragon after that first. We have now, of course, got that. So despite, again, the feel-good moment, BLG not walking away with a clean win. Good ult, though. Seals the kill.
That's actually nuts. He's waiting for the vision, saw that PP God was going off by himself. There's no Lee Sin there. He's already used Safeguard. So he has to be going that way. That was big brain from Elk. And look, as you said, it gets him Kraken, gets him that first item and gives him some catch-up where he just lost his turret before the play and his flash. So some kind of recompense when BLG are the team behind by 2,000 gold. But Nightmare, let's be real. It's OMG in the driver's seat here in this game. They had double dragon. They've got a Herald coming up in 45 seconds. They've got almost a 2-item of failure. And even Cream here as he gets negotiated with by Yagao. He's in a pretty good position here on this Vex to get his 1 item soon too.
Much like the Phantom Menace, negotiations were short.
Yeah.
That's even more appropriate for Yordle on the other side. But Cream, not completely safe against the Silas. It feels like in laning phase, Vex is very much a champion which does well against high mobility champions because every time someone dashes, you get the extra mark on top of you. The Vex ult allows you to pick up your mobile targets like this afterwards.
But unfortunately, Abel's not going to get feared out because you just don't have the best passive, do you? Well, Yagao not getting the Everfrost either. And Abel doesn't even burn a summoner from that Niberia, he just walked it back.
He's not afraid of the dark or the doom and gloom attached to it. Yeah, Abel still has flash, still has cleanse. Second Herald is available if OMG want to make some inroads towards that. They're able to push it in the mid lane and kind of walk through this wider entrance into River. That's typically the big breaking point if you're going to go towards his objectives. Much easier to push in through the wider part of River rather than through one of these jungle entrances. And it's OMG. that in mind. Get towards this Herald. Second one of the game. Looking like it's going to be going towards with them. And Finn teleports to the bot side, which signals that BLG, they're not looking for a fight around this one.
No, they're not. They're instead just looking to clear these waves and get what they can in gold. At least stop Shanji from finding anything up in the top side, meaning turret pushes. OMG looking towards mid, but the Chaos Storm is stolen. Yagao going to try. Doesn't get stuck under the gravity field, and that's a lot of damage with the chain lab. He maxed that first here against the Vex lane, and it stings like hell as OMG, meanwhile, on Nymera, this inner turret might be gone.
It is, but side lane turrets, what's happening? Oh, no, we're fighting.
Shadow Surge is there. Shun has just opened things up. Not sure why he wanted to go in, but at the very least, they get a response. That's a kill going over to Elka's Herald charges in. And the flex on in. Yagao already stole the ultimate there. Frost, beautiful Shadow Surge on the back end. Cream dissuades him, but Finn comes in. It's the one-man ultimate out, but it's enough to kill Baby God. It's Abel! Abel, not again! Oh, I've seen that story before. Why did you do that?
Oh, it's such a good collapse from BLG. The pick on top side means that Shanji is not going to be able to contest. Yagao coming down into that mid lane because, of course, he's dead. Ben was already pushing alone on the other side of the map. He teleported away from the Herald to get pressure on that side lane. What that means is that OMG, they're not prepared for either of the solo laners with BLG to join that fight, and this is the impact that they have. Yagao, as we said, kind of dealing with Shanji. Poor gravity field placement for Shanji means that Yagao, even with no dashes left, doesn't get stunned up, gets to chase down. Bit of a misplay on a mechanical level for Shanji at that point. OMG though, I mean, again, we know what this team will do every single time. They will always choose to take the fight, even though they're not necessarily in the best position to do so. Losing the Lee Sin means that they're in an even further numbers disadvantage. Cream at least gets the fear to stop Yagao getting on one side of the fight. You can't stop both of these solo laners. As you said, Abel suffers for the sins of his team's over pushes in his own misplays.
Apologies, thought he ran into that, but of course it was just a good hook from On. But at the very least, Abel getting picked off, never mind. Because as we set up for this, Abel won't have that summoner available as in the backline. Arctic Air Sonic Wave has an execute on the Dragon, he finds it. OMG now with 3 with the fight and chooses Cream. Launches onto the enemy team, the Shadow Surge is great, but he's dead. Before he can use Rex, but look at Mr. Shuriken Man! Oh my god! From a screen away, he launches the ultimate. Abel is running out of Qs. But now he'll disappear as Crescendo's down with Gravitum. He'll launch onto 2 members of Dreadline there. An explosive ultimate for their last damn of the split. This is how it ends. It feels like his elf goes in for the 50-50 and dies. OMG are alive. What the bloody hell just happened?
Where are you meant to focus in that fight? OMG gets so split towards the end of it, but they managed to make it work. Abel manages to cycle through a couple of different weapons. Those Sentinel turrets able to stop BLG getting a clean collapse onto them at the end of it. OMG walk away with Soul Point, BLG not able to deny that from them. But things got really, really scary once Elk felt like he was untouched and resetting on the backline. But as you rightly said, the chakrams from Abel mean that he is the king of damage in terms of these ADCs at this point. Cream starts off things well, but doesn't really get the damage onto the backline. Gets onto a thresh, not removing damage from the table. Whereas on the other side, when you're removing that Vex, things get a little bit scary. Abel's turret and his crush is really the difference maker at this point. It's like 2 extra auto attack resets from very long range, which allow him to take some opportunistic moments. And we're fighting again, and Cream is dead.
But the difference is, Cream is not really going to suffer with the rest of his team. It's instead just to pick off, but BLG should be able to find a top turret from this. However, in that last fight, OMG got the Dragon. They're now on an Ocean Soul with Mr. 200 plus. Let's not forget things like Victor, Vex that are going to be able to dive in or at least sit there and channel off their abilities and feel a little bit safer for it. So it's a nice game for OMG to try and close out their split here as we look at the replay bottom right to see how Cream got caught out.
I think he walked into an area of vision with people not on his side of the map. I think he got jumped on. So Jinzao finds out the Vex. Some teammates come in as well. Not even going to be able to see the full extent of that. You know how the story goes after that point. Vex gets closed down. No fear, no flash after that point. Pretty much a freebie. Now, what's going to happen in the next phase of the game? BLG, with a series of pretty decent plays for them, mean that they're evening up the gold somewhat. They're pushing into the other side of the map. They have vision littered into OMG's jungle. Despite OMG having points of power, Swipen's on the fellows heading towards the third as well. OMG don't have the best way to approach these fights, nor do they have the huge flanking threat like they had stuff like the cannon or big engaged tools like they had with the Sejuani stolen ultimate and Silas in that last game, they're going to have to problem solve their way into one team fights a little more than the first two games, and BLG, credit to them for making them have to do that, considering the early game went so far in OMG's favor.
And God, look, for BLG to find some kind of meaning in this game still is incredible, considering that OMG started out with great lanes and that setup for Abel down in the bottom lane, Cream and Shanti both having leads. BLG, it's come down to people like Yagao, even like Bin with some of his angles too. People that are stars in their own right. We talk about BLG, you know, the late game insurance of Elk, but we've got to remember, Yagao and Shun are some parts of how early game goes the way it does in some more successful BLG games. Bin, as a side laner, has been one of the most successful in the LPL, but this game he's showing his flexibility to his great team fighting pressure as well. It just shows you why BLG, with a win here, are fighting for fourth. They won't lock it in, but they have a great chance of doing so if Weibo lose to RA tomorrow. It's a big if, but still, it's one that BLG can play with here, while OMG, they've already locked in 6. This is about making sure BLG are fifth, riding that stairway to hell in the LPL playoffs alongside with them.
Bit of a Malifaux, that one. It's not rocket surgery. It's one of my favorite ones for that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Another one.
Nice.
No strangers to burning some bridges in some of those team fights, even when they're not particularly in a good place to fight in these games. They're currently stacking in their own jungle. They're trying to play around the bit of vision which they do have, but BLG are not giving it to them easily. I think this is one of the advantages a team like BLG does have over a team like OMG, is that they just have a little more patience than them when it comes to the setup of some of these objectives. They've got themselves some really good vision. OMG, you can see how scared they have to play. They're not able to get vision into this river. It allows people like Bin to get in very dangerous positions.
At least that flanking ward there means that OMG won't be caught by surprise by Bin, who's spotted out in the next one. Sonic Wave not connecting here. Wind becomes lightning as well. Yagao has one of the best ultis for AP. His death sentence was so close, but a depth charge is there. He's looking for a target. Abel is ideal here, but his Bloodthirst to make him so taking his direct line starts it off. Yagao, look at the backline, he hits up Abel. And then PB Gold dies without any support. Bin, dead though mid-ulti. Yagao's targeted, but he goes golden. Azuki's now in the backline. Elk is charged out, then picked the top. Destroyed him. Yagao left standing in the middle of the fight, while man, OMG have some spicy meatballs.
How the heck do they walk away with that again? It is a blind hook onto, I believe it was Bin in the bush, which meant that Bin couldn't get the huge threatening play. Sometimes Kennen wants to just sit beyond the initial engage and flash back over, see what he can do at that point. But OMG, they get themselves Ocean Soul. They can head over towards the Baron, threaten that as well. Not sure they're going to be able to clear both objectives. Have to see what happens when we come out of replay. It's onto Bin, blind hook onto Bin. This Kennen not able to get into the backline. Shun also, his dash stopped by that Vex with that fear. Cream gets huge value at the start of this fight. Double resets. And Aki survives longer than he has any right to. If that cannon ult is there, this fight is so different. BLG though, that team fight was stopped or ever really started for them.
It's sad ultis from Shun and Bin, nothing else to put it as. Where Bin ultis on like 10 HP, Shun ultis on like 100. It still wasn't good enough, and OMG get the Ocean Soul because of it. This team that in 5.5 years hasn't made it past round 1 of playoffs. 5.5 years, guys. They have started in round 1 of playoffs in the past 2. Apart from that, they have been a bottom tier team. 27 OMG. That is how long ago it was, and right now setting records in half a decade here as they move towards the Baron. That's now live. They've got the Ocean Soul, so Nomira. They've got a bit more health to play with if they want to bait this in.
Yes, they couldn't finish the the Baron in that replay. They choose to take the Soul over the Baron. Makes a lot of sense. The permanent buff, typically way more valuable than the temporary one of that Baron. As you said, OMG setting records for themselves, and they're doing it in their way. They're doing it in these crazy drafts. They might play the same way regardless of what champions they have on the Rift. They're always aggressive, they're always looking to fight you. But the way that they set themselves up for success from draft has been a way which teams across the world have looked towards them to see. And this time it's the Victor top into the cannon. We kind of saw this flowchart of Jax being the LPL champion, then the cannon came out to answer it. Now when the cannon is picked, trying to deny those picks, now we see that our teams had their own innovations. We saw Ala try and pick Vladimir into it. We saw a Cho'Gath as well from him. He's tried to innovate in his own way over an EDG, but OMG with this Victor, I like what they're doing with this, and you can see the value it has. If it gets to survive that early game, into these team fights. You're now getting to the point where Rod of Ages nearly stacked up to 10. Only Rod of Ages on the Rift. It's not like Jigao is built towards that, or the Vex. Vex needs a lot more burst from that champion. And if then suddenly Shanji goes in towards something like a Banshee's Veil against the heavy AP burst coming out of BLG, this is going to be very difficult for BLG to shut down that Victor, and you were calling it out in that last fight. The Chaos Storm did so much work. BLG, now they're the ones on the back foot, looking at the gold and the items being built up from these carries.
Well, we're getting towards that Baron, that hover at least now for OMG, and for BLG, I was just going to note that we have 3 items here for Elk, so if they're putting any hope here into trying to obtain that top 4 position, maybe it comes down to him, as always, with this team. Abel's the same spot, though. Now with Infinity Edge of his own, he's also got the Bloodthirst of the extra crit. So he's going to be huge as now onto the Baron. OMG to define their legacy for the first time in a long time. It could come down to this.
Finn has flash, has ultimate. The cannon could absolutely pop off. OMG, they're looking to man mark. They're looking to take the
trying on Shanji, but Shanji's actually 1v1ing. Meanwhile, PP Gold goes in and BLG take him out. Shanji zoned out Yagao, and they have to be worried about him. As Elk goes on up, Shanji's still not taking that much damage. Flash of Condom Duck, it's matched. Shanji out with the Summoner. OMG are now running in this top side of the map. They lost their support, their core bit of engage, so they back off.
Yeah, PP God kind of had to be the sacrifice for OMG in a number of these fights, sat at 1 and 6. OMG, they back away from the Baron, not able to hold that terrain, but the teleport's coming in. Finn still has flash and ultimate. Watch to see what this cannon can do.
But Nymera, I'm worried because Abel, look at his guns. Look at his guns, red and white. Are you feeling all right? On can answer that question if he finds a hook, but he doesn't land it. Instead, Abel walks up, gets the ward, plays dirty as Yagao doesn't get him, and it's got a duck land. Beautiful with Shadow Surge. The Shadow Surge from Cream. Does he take it? Yes, he does on the Shun. Gets the fear. Shadow Surge part 2. The kickback. Oh my freaking god!
This team has done so much in this split. Heck, even over the last year, right the way from last spring to this one, they've innovated, they have improved, and they're starting to set new records they haven't seen in so many years. OMG barreling down the mid lane, not even bothering with the Baron, looking towards the Nexus.
For the first time in 5.5 years, OMG, not only will they finish on 10 wins, but they will destroy BLG. They will move to the second round of playoffs for the first time in half a decade. This team will not be starting down in the bottom of the barrel.
Look at the celebrations coming out of this team. What this means at this point for BLG, who lose this series, that they're hoping not just for a loss from Weibo tomorrow, but a 0-2 loss from Weibo for them to potentially hopscotch over them. It would be a very difficult scenario for them, but still a door open for them. They have to walk away from this one, though, looking at what OMG threw at them in the draft, what they threw at them in terms of those team fights, because it did feel like they had the tools to win some of these fights. Maybe they could have killed that Victor early as well at some point, but it wasn't to be. Game 3, managed it in Game 1, couldn't replicate it. OMG walk away, keeping a win in the end of the season.
You can see the player cams at the end. Cream's hands were in the air. He was ecstatic, and look, so shouldn't he be. Last play on Vex, beautiful. Aki, the Lee Sin, was sick with the pick off as well. But surprisingly, Shanji on a Victor going up against the tank on the team just had the time of his life. And it's really nice to see that OMG finished in style like this, right? With the comp that really defines how OMG are as a team. I think there's many comps that do so. I think this is definitely just showcasing the talent, the drafting talent, in fact, that OMG can really utilize when it comes to a BO5.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I've had the luxury to talk with a couple of coaches in some major regions, and you know the name which comes up above all others. You know, we have some great teams in the LPL, but in terms of the drafting innovation, OMG stand above pretty much all of them. Now, they don't always play out their setup objectives the correct way. You can see in Game 1, they had some of their classic champions, but they didn't really manage to set up in the way that BLG kind of put the question to them. They couldn't overcome what happened with that Thresh and on really styling on them. But looking into playoffs, OMG, you have to feel some level of confidence from this team and a little bit of fear for teams that go up against them. Because again, in a best of 5, you have to take them down so many times that every time they it's cutting off a head of a Hydra. There's always some different draft coming out after you beat them the first time.
Again, it's going to be their strength in playoffs. I'm looking forward to it because OMG, now with the 10-6, they're locked into 6th. You know, this is just such a great course of events for the goal at the end. That little swing down. Because BLG were competitive in parts of this game, but again, some of the core players that we talk about a lot, people like Bin, I think Yagao had some moments, but wasn't as ecstatic as Cream was towards the end, especially. This was a great defining moment for OMG, showing that they could play a diff. Some of these well-known LPL names versus, you know, they're growing. Like Shanji and Cream, they're people that have only been in the LPL for a year.
I think what this also goes to show as well, because, you know, both of these teams end up on the same series score of 10-6 at the end of spring 2023. It's only 2 individual games which separate them, and of course OMG walk away with the win despite them finishing just a rung below them. This split of LPL has just been really close. We have a lot of teams which have defined themselves in very different ways, and this was not, you know, a completely one-sided series. Game 1 was very BLG favored. Even in Game 2, we can see that Shun had some good early game movements. Really was Game 3 where Aki finally came into his own in terms of like the early game. It was the mid game in Game 2 where he got his player of the game on that one. Going into this last one, look, you probably have to give it over to Cream. Yeah. Cream on this Vex, pulls out the odd ball pick. Shanji, of course, doing his own work on it. But this Vex really punished BLG on the engage.
I wouldn't be surprised if Aki gets it though, because Aki had some swift moves.
True.
Like some real game-defining movements on this Lee pick. So I feel like, again, the fact that we're tossing up so many players is again another good sign. You know, yeah. Abel, I was like, oh man, I thought he Gale Force or dash forward in that mid play, but you know, caught out by a great hook coming through from On. However, Abel had a pretty consistent game as well. PP got, as you said, Sacrificial Lame. As I've been told, we're actually going to interview Abel, so we're going to hand it over to the arena to get this one started.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Abel from OMG with us. Congratulations on the win of the last game of the regular season. And talking a bit more about your opponent, BLG, to be honest, they are a very strong opponent and they were on a winning streak before today's game. So moving on to today's game, what's your focus in facing against such a strong opponent, BLG? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮，为你们的常规赛做了收官之战。其实说到你们的对手 BLG，他们在最近也是状态火热，而且之前也是一路连胜嘛。所以说，来到今天，面对比较强大的 BLG， 你们是进行了哪些方面的一些特别的针对？有特别着重针对哪一点吗？
我们没有什么特别针对，就打好自己的就行。
To be honest, we don't have the specific focus on today's game. We are just concentrating on our own plays, our own performance. And I agree with that. And we feels like for not only for today's game, but looking back through this whole split, OMG, you guys can always win the game by the super good team fights, the coordinated team fights. So tell us more. Moving on to the mid to late game team fights, what's your focus? 那接下来也要问一下，其实关于你们的团战，感觉不光是今天的比赛，纵观你们的这整个的常规赛，每一次的团战都打得非常出色。所以说，来到团战端，可能你们关注的一些重点是什么？
就我们配合比较好吧，然后我们选的英雄也是打团的。
So I believe we have a better synergy coming into the team fights, and also in terms of our draft, we normally choose the team fight focused draft, so that's the key. And also, I want to talk a bit more about the champion choice in Game 3. You have that Victor, but swap that Victor to the top. So what's the reason behind that choice? 那接下来想问一下关于英雄选择的问题。第3局是选下了维克托，但是最后把他摇去了上路，所以说可能进行这样的一个选择的原因是什么？
我们选的本来就是上单维克托，就是打凯兰比较好打。
So I want to tell you guys that Victor we have already prepared as the top Victor because we feel like Victor can be a very good counter pick against Cannon, and also definitely that Victor performed so good in the actual game. And after today's game, you guys can have some rest, and after that, there will be the playoffs, the best of fives. So what's your expectation towards the upcoming best of fives? 那接下来你们可以稍微休息调整几天，然后就是会迎来季后赛 BO5 的一个征程。所以说，可能来到季后赛，你有什么样属于自己的期待呢？
就打好一点，多赢几轮。
So I hope we can perform better, and I hope we can win some rounds in the playoffs. And best of luck for the playoffs as well. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们季后赛能够加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Abel's full of many words. I'm not, look, split's done. Just let me have a break, and I'm sure they deserve it. But again, if you haven't heard, 6th for the first time in 5.5 years to enter playoffs is a great achievement for OMG and a great achievement for the new roster. Abel's now been with it, Nightmare, for quite a while. Through a myriad of a couple of supports too. So it is nice to see that it does pay off. The consistency, or at least the powerhouse. I feel like OMG had a really good read into that one, but unfortunately it will be Arcu who gets MVP, not Shanji, because of the top lane matchup. And as we bring it up on your screen, this was the man in 2 games in a row.
And it's 2 very different games in a row as well, right? Game 2 was largely about the team fight setup, and it's not like Arcu didn't have that in Game 3. He had some good moments on the Lee Sin. But particularly for me, it was one play which defined that early game, where he finally in the early game really managed to read Shun, invades into the enemy jungle, and then in bot lane in that 3v3, predicts the Lantern gank, gets away with 2 kills for 1. This is the play right here. This is the play where you kind of look and go, BLG, one of the reasons why they could kind of force OMG into bad team fights and mean they had bad initiations, because they had that early game advantage. Not to be said in this one. And when Shun started falling behind on that Shinzao and had the Lee Sin being a real big disruptive force and forcing these lanes into very bad situations, that was when OMG started to really come online.
And again, just the clean dissection of, once they did, being able to just utilize the fights the way they wanted to as well. I mean, this one, an absolute chaotic nightmare to watch it, but also a powerful piece of entertainment in the same vein. It was really nice to see, OMG again, just playing their own style, continuously playing hyper-aggressive at every point of the game like this.
Yeah, and again, this team, I both love and despise this team because they confuse me so much. It feels like they've made a deal with the devil. It feels like they're blessed by the Chaos Gods some games, where they get away with stuff that no other team in the LPL could, because they're always looking for the fight. Now, sometimes that doesn't work because it's over-aggressive. However, they're so proficient at looking for those fights, it allows them to make these magical moments.
I mean, they deserve to be here because of that fact, ladies and gentlemen. OMG locked into 6, and now for BLG, they will be 5th. They cannot go any higher, so we leave it right there here with our placements in our standings. We're going to go to a break, but Nymira and myself will jump off. We'll see you tomorrow for ALTT and Webo RA. We're going to hand it over to Asheen and Kitty to take us through 2 of the most important games left in our regular season.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Jun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for top esports. Qingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself off back and go into the stasis. There's Bin though on top of On. And they're going to try and get Qingtian down. There's Dragon falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Qingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Qingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening on the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. He do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Qingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie sealing it over something. Juan Bongo! He's looking for more. 1 goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's
one more bit of cooldown. 2, 3. Looking for 4. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Juan Bong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blink and you miss it, Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it, a pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Alma almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruit. Comet comes down, big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Leave has to be the carry. Jojo down. Look at the dragon on the back line. Flames spin across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane Forge. Oh no, he hasn't got any clue it's happening. Head Smash is available. Main over the wall, looks for the hook. The stun is there. The pull back, the knock up, and the takedown.
motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. If I could save you, all that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back
this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
Of freedom, conviction, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー 一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamingの始めよう
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. If you're here watching us, you a real one, you know? That's just what I gotta say right now. You a real one watching the end of the regular season here in the LPL. I am not Hysterics. She is not Nightmare, but we are just Oshin and, of course, the fantastically notorious Kitty, bringing you the final 2 series of our last Super Saturday of the year. So last weekend, Kitty, still a couple of things to figure out, though.
Yep, that last spot for the playoffs is still up and available between both W and IG, and I believe that we will find out the answers by the last series tonight, which will be covered between you and me, but I believe we had that series for OMG earlier, and all I'm going to say is very classic of them to get it to 3 games.
Oh, absolutely. Very classic of both these two teams to kind of get it to 3 games, but also for BLG to kind of smash in game 1, not even have it be close, and then just lose the next 2. And great resilience from OMG, you know, get themselves their highest regular season split for the, you know, for the first time in like 5+ years, I think it is what Hysterics was saying. So lots of positives coming in for them. They are now waiting for playoffs, but we've got ourselves a pretty important matchup, even if it doesn't look like it on paper, because JDG need a win. If they get the win here, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-1 or a 2-0, they will lock top 2. I think actually even if they get a 2-1, they will get first position just ahead of Edward Gaming and guarantee themselves up at top of the regular standings.
Yep, they need this series up against Ultra Prime, and dropping 1 game doesn't matter as long as they can take this series. Even if EDG went 2-0 against TT, they will still be sitting nice and pretty in that first place, and I believe that puts EDG to 2nd and LNG to 3rd. But anything for that round 4th position and getting yourself into the double elimination territory.
Absolutely. And look, for JDG, this is kind of what we expected. To be perfectly honest, they just need a win here today. They will be first in the regular split. We look at this roster, the name value of these players is something that, number 1, is the only acceptable result. So right now, they have an opportunity to kind of meet those expectations.
Yeah, anything less than first place would have been a very big disappointment for all the casters and all the fans, but I think every player on this roster for 2023 has probably the highest skill ceiling that we have in the LPL when it comes to these individual matchups. But I want to kind of poke at their losses that we've seen in the recent games, where we see mistakes often made by Kanavi and, of course, Missing, where they get caught out randomly. And these small mistakes were really exposed in that series loss up against OMG in Week 7.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we look at towards JDG, and there has been a couple of stumbling blocks. You know, it is a very positive outlook for them. They could be ending the season with +20 game score, which is kind of absurd when you think about it. But looking at, yeah, it's a bit nuts. But even like you said, looking at some of the losses they picked up this split, one was to OMG, I believe was one to Weibo, one was to EDG. So they are losing a couple of series to those kind of, you know, playoff teams. Again, some of their top 6 teams in the league. So it is definitely, you know, quote-unquote excusable to be dropping these series, but it does feel like these are things that Ultra Prime could maybe get, you know, a look in on, because right now Ultra Prime, unfortunately for them, they're sitting in Paddy last. They are in 17th position right now. They could maybe get themselves a little bit of a moment here to try and upset JDG, maybe help out some LNG fans and try and get LNG up to that top 2.
Yeah, their strength of schedule has not been the biggest
help when it comes to these recent games, because I think at the start of this split, they had the relatively easier matchups and they were able to sneak a lot of these wins. I believe even one away from OMG, which is kind of ironic because JDG dropped that series up against OMG, but this will be their third week playing with Forge, subbing out Ting in that mid lane. And I'm gonna be real, Oshin, I don't think I've seen a huge difference between the two players in the mid lane, but Forge's champion pool does work a lot better with what Ning has been preferring in that jungle pool, which is the Sejuani, and having these skirmishing champions like the Lissandra, the Jace, or even the Ahri does kind of mellow out their team composition a lot more when it comes to these drafts.
Yeah, I think I would tend to agree with you on that one there, and it does feel like, look, for Ultra Prime, they are very much looking towards Summer Split. There is nothing else to really kind of go for. So making the changes now, getting some stage time for these players, I do think is the, right call for a team like this. You're not going to make any changes, or you're not going to really see any big differences if you don't make any changes. And unfortunately for them, they are coming up against a JDG team who are terrifying, is the honest thing. They're on a 4-win streak. They are looking fantastic in their setups right now, and it does feel like I think that's 369's family there in the crowds, which is
that's his
which is very cute to see. It is. Oh, that's right. I think I saw a tweet about that recently. Yes, we just got confirmation from our director that it is 369's family in the crowd, watching him do very, very well. The family buff, worked for Missing last time. That's how JDG are winning. They're just getting all these family members coming in and constantly giving them the buffs.
Maybe that's the tech for playoffs. But what if you have both families there? Who's going to be on? Is it more family members? We're not too sure. But of course, skill obviously will matter a lot, as I believe that we are going to still be on patch 13.5. However, looking at all these picks that we've seen in the recent drafts across the world, something that I was very shocked by was that Cassante mid is making an appearance for a lot of these teams in the LCK.
Yeah, Cassante mid kind of just showing its power, its presence around the world, really. And we'll see if it does end up showing a little bit of its head here in the LPL. But we're jumping into draft for game number 1. It's JDG on the blue, Ultra Prime on the red. And already we're seeing those big kind of volatile AP picks being taken away here by Ultra Prime. They don't want to give Knight the LeBlanc. They don't want to give Kanavi the Elise. Because like you said earlier, if Kanavi gets those early, kind of snowball lanes going, it just feels like JDG just are so comfortable with those leads.
Yeah, I feel like when JDG usually has the first move to an objective, it is often very clear and concise decisions coming out of this roster, and that really just depends on what they go with the draft, because I think Missing is very hit or miss depending on its matchup in the bottom lane, so I would love to see them wait until that 5th position and really get that lane party that they so desperately need. But it does look like the Lee Sin is going to be the first blind pick away from Ultra Prime. I mean, there's still a lot of champions available. I'm expecting a Sejuani as the response, because that's what Ning is most comfortable on, and something that can pair very well alongside that perhaps could also be the Annie or the Lissandra that has a lot of CC. Vi also works beautifully with Ahri unavailable.
Yeah, the Vi Ahri was kind of one of the, especially at the start of the split, was one of those kind of OG setups you really wanted to go for. You get the flash charm or even a flash Q from the Vi, so lots of ways of kind of setting it up. And Vi is one of those champions I feel like does really kind of benefit from a mid laner that can help set up that little bit of CC chain, and you just kind of stop someone from reacting whatsoever. But this seems to be the new handshake here in the LPL. The Xayah and the Aphelios seem to be the two things people are very happy kind of trading over. I will say, I kind of would have preferred if they'd gone with the Xayah. Go for Xayah Rakan straight off the bat. Yes, you can get the Aphelios Nautilus, but feels like you could kind of steal that one away here as JDG, but maybe they're feeling a little bit more disengaged more than anything else, because right now everything has to be very short range from Ultra Prime, and yeah, the Renata works very well in this comp.
I love the Renata pick. I think we saw it best used for EDG last night, where I believe it was Mako piloting it, and it is just such a valuable W spell where it is going to be the bailout for these major 5v5 objectives, which Ultra Prime, now knowing the bottom lane of JDG, they are going to look for the counter. Ashe is a support that we haven't seen too much in this new patch, as she did receive a slight nerf to, I believe, the cooldown on her W and of course the ultimate, so it has been slightly changed as Riot is trying to promote a more auto attack based support Ashe, or ADC Ashe, might I add. However, it was just played by T1 and it still did wonders, especially controlling the vision around that jungle, so I'm going to expect a similar performance in Botland 10 this time around.
Yeah, well, the Ashe is kind of an interesting one. Like you said, it does feel like they have less durability, you know, kind of especially with the Umbral Glaive buffs, or sorry, nerfs, I should say. It doesn't have as much utility as, you know, it used to have. Still a boatload, but definitely not as much as it used to have. But we'll see if that ends up doing well for Baolan, as Doggo is going to have to try and be a little bit safer, you would imagine, considering there is a Lee Sin in the game as well. So the Jax, the Kennen banned away, the Syndra and the Ahri. So a couple of solo lane bans now coming in for either side as they both have their jungles and AD carry and bot lane kind of synergy set up. And Ultra Prime, you're going to have to pick something blind, but you will get a counter pick. And I would like Harry to get the counter pick here. I know you're going in tonight, but it feels like if you give 369 the opportunity to pick whatever the hell he wants and knowing what he's going into, it's going to be a bad time. This is a great flex, though.
Yeah, the Gragas is going to be the flex for Ultra Prime, and they will decide after what JDG picks on this 4 and 5. But I really don't want to see a Cassante Sai on top lane. That is so boring. Unfortunately, with how the meta is, I think 369 has been more on that tank duty because you just have such a strong bottom side. I mean, Knight, Ruler, they are hyper carries in themselves. So 369 having a relatively chill day in terms of the carry potential. But you are still playing in front of your grandma, and I'm assuming another relative sitting next to her, so gotta have some flashy plays for tonight.
I like the idea of, like, you know, he locks in Cassante and the granny's just like, oh, for God's sake, you know, like, just I can't believe he's after going and doing that. That's just unbelievable. But yeah, it would just be an interesting kind of dynamic. The Annie gonna be locked in here. So you look at JDG's composition, it's as clear cut can be. You go in with the anti-timbers, you try to get a Lee Sin kick, and the Aphelios carries. Giving Ruler something to carry on feels like a strong strategy coming into the LPL.
It's a very straightforward comp as JDG does lock in that Annie, and it gets responded by the Akali onto Forge. As for this game one, I think JDG, it is all about Ruler, since Annie and Cassante, they are both stable solo laners, but they don't provide too much of an oomph when it comes to that damage department. But you are up against an Akali and Vi who have a lot of lockdown, and we don't have a Thresh for this game one in Missing's hands, so it's going to be really tough trying to position around these team fights. But if we do have Missing positioning correctly and sitting behind where he doesn't get caught out, which I think is one of his biggest problems, it could be really good for Ruler to just show how well he's been playing throughout this regular split.
Absolutely. I think this is a good opportunity here to see what they can kind of do, and it does feel like, you know, looking at these two teams, obviously JDG incredibly heavy favorites. They are likely with a win today to go to the #1 team versus literally the last place team in the LPL at 17th. But you never know. I always say it, the three P's when it comes to this: no playoffs, no pressure, no problem. That's how this ends up working right now. And for Ultra Prime, this could be it for them. They could have themselves an opportunity where, like, no one cares. No one's expecting anything. And therefore, when you're not expecting anything, you can kind of play your own game. It's definitely a long shot. I'm not trying to pretend that this is going to be a close series, but you never know. You know, FBX took down EDG recently. There has been opportunities here where teams have been, you know, a little bit underestimated, and they have come back and bit them back.
Yeah, I mean, today I learned a new thing, and that is going to be the 3 Ps for this game. But like you said, without the expectations of doing well for fighting for the last spot in the playoffs, Ultra Prime coming out with something a little bit more spicy, like the Ashe, like the Akali in Forge's hand. But this team composition is all about the picks, and we'll have to wait and see if they can pull it off.
We are jumping straight onto the Rift for this game #1, JDG versus Ultra Prime. The first game went to full foot 3. See what the second one does now. There's a lot of posturing. There's the stun on the Doggo. He cleanses a little bit too late, which means the Q can land. Doggo goes in. They're trying to see if they can keep him there. Heal from Baolan. No summoners basically on this bot lane. Kanavi so low and eventually will fall. Baolan just keeping everyone away. They're all losing their summoners right now. And Knight trying to stack up whatever he can. Baolan flashes away, but the handshake is great. And it's Aphelios traded back. It's all kicking off in the bot side. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
We enter into game 1 with a straight up 5v5 ARAM at this level 1, and I didn't know why JDG was opting into it. I'm assuming they were just both trying to fight for that bottom bush vision. But you're up against Ashe at level 1, and that is a disgusting champion when it comes to these trades. We're going to take another look at what happened here, which is going to be the ward trying to get cleared out by JDG. I believe we had 2 really nice handshakes coming out and Missing to start everything off. It was one onto Doggo. It was a stun onto Doggo. The cleanse was a little bit late, and Kanavi lands a Q, but just didn't have enough damage as Doggo popped the heal, and Ashe slowing him down so quickly does mean the first blood is going to go into Forge's hand. But this fight was just so elongated since 369 did pop the ghost and Baolan flashing, but also getting predicted by missing with this extra handshake secures a 1-for-1 trade in the first 2 seconds of this game.
That's it. That's a hell of a deal. You take that deal all day, every day. Perfect handshake coming out here from missing. And I mean, honestly, I love this from Ultra Prime. You know, I think you play standard against a team that is literally better than you in probably every single lane, every single role. You're gonna lose. So throw a spanner in the works. See what happens. You know. It's just you just gotta try something, otherwise you're just gonna die to a standard kind of setup like everybody else. But again, kind of coming back onto this, it is gonna see great handshake coming out here from missing once more. But we're gonna see what they can actually kind of do for this one because
oh my god, look at Kanavi.
I was just gonna say Kanavi's already kind of owning this bottom side of the map, so we're gonna see some vertical jungling coming in on this side of the map because both junglers recognizing they don't have control over they think they have control.
Yeah, Balan is going to spot out this blue buff, is going to be missing from the side of their jungle. But I need to mention how Ultra Prime, they have no summoner spells available for this entire bot side, so it's going to be really risky if they ever do push in on that wave bouncing back in, as Ning is going to get the return blue buff on the other side of the map. But you never want to be pathing towards that Cassante and Gragas matchup because you just don't have enough lockdown, and Cassante is too much health when it comes to the early game. This pink ward is going to spot out Knight, and the TP comes out straight away.
You have to, because this is a full 4-man dive, but you only have 3 members. They can still go for this. The wave is still pretty big. There's the Graviton coming out. Doggo has no summoners. Missing picks up a kill. Knight tanks that one up beautifully. They can continue going for this because then there's one less person. They've reset aggro. Baolan, the next target. He falls. Ultra Prime. This is just them getting picked apart. Oh! Missing did everything. The bailout won't be enough, but look at the amount of minions that are being eaten by this turret.
Doggo, no cleanse, and that is your death at 3 minutes with a 4-man dive coming out of JDG. I think that dive was played perfectly until the last tank aggro, where it went on to missing, unfortunately, instead of Kanavi, who was relatively healthy. But still, overall, big dub for the side of JDG, since Doggo had to miss out on 2 waves of minions, and now the wave is slowly pushing back into JDG's favor, so they can realistically do that again in 30 seconds.
Let's have a look at the replay, because again, this is back to like 2019 4-man dives, and like it normally doesn't work, but when no one has summoners, it's just too easy.
Yeah, you can't miss the stun as the Annie was straight onto Doggo as all the spells connected onto his face, and they played around this tower aggro really nicely where they reset the damage and they go in for Balan since no flash is available on the side of Ultra Prime. And unfortunately, the last tank went on to missing, where I think it should have went into Kanavi's hand to make it a little bit more perfect.
Oh, good start here for JDG, and I'm not saying this in any other context other than the quickest game of the split was 18 minutes and 40 seconds held by JDG. You know, just want to put that out there.
Longest game?
I don't believe so. I think they actually got it taken away from them by Ninjas in Pajamas and LGD. So, you know, kind of makes sense. But yeah, so I'm just putting out there, JDG have been known to find an opportunity and just run with it. Nothing really else to kind of see from that. We'll see what Ultra Prime could really go for it. Is Harry level 6 here, but needs to be a bit careful because the all-out will be available for his 369 very, very shortly, and Kanavi knows there is. Yeah, Baolan doesn't have a splash just yet. And he will be falling down. Did use the heal. Doggo has summoners, but he was not the target.
No. Baolan is 0-3 at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. As we said this, no summoners, meaning Kanavi is just going to repeat Genku. As we told everyone, if you have that lane priority for both mid and bottom, Kanavi gets to do whatever he wants, and that is when JDG is the most comfortable. And I think it all stems back to where Ning had to trade his blue buff for the top side camps, and you just didn't have the vibe to react to the bottom side dive. And this is just the game state now, where Kanavi is going to look for more deeper wards and pressure Ultra Prime's bottom lane.
Yeah, feels like Ultra Prime are already feeling, guess what? This is the number 3 team currently in the LPL, but 2 wins in this series. This could be the #1. And it could all be #1, but let's have a look at what happened here in mid lane as the Tibbers goes down blind, it feels like, and that does force Forge away, but Knight losing Tibbers, not the ideal situation. Ning hasn't been able to go bot side. Like, that's the funny thing. Ning has not really had an opportunity to go bot side because his camps have just... He basically, Kanavi's just said, cool, you can have top side, I'll have bot side, because all my eggs are in the ruler basket. And guess what? That's a pretty great basket.
That is a really good basket. So what is Ning going to put his eggs into? Because he is now level 6, and that could potentially mean some kill angle for the side of Ultra Prime's top side. However, I think with Knight getting consistent push up against the Sakali, it doesn't allow Ning to do anything as a return play. So Ultra Prime's early game looking very one-sided so far, as all the items are getting online slowly for JDG with this tiny gold lead that they've created for the first 5 minutes.
And we'll wait and see what ends up happening from this moment, because it's getting tough already for Ultra Prime. Feel like we're right in the I hate writing teams off before things have actually really happened or anything like that, but it does just feel like you're on another level here as JDG. It's just a different setup for them to really kind of know exactly where they need to go, how they want to play. And again, we talked about it. It's very simple for JDG. We mentioned it right as draft. If Elios is your carrier, looking for setup from this Annie and this Cassante to just set up ruler to, you know, to kind of move forward. 1-0-4, 20 CS up. They know how to play this, and there's nothing Ultra Prime can do about it.
Yeah, as long as ruler doesn't get ahead, JDG's composition falls apart. But Ruler is now going to hit that level 6 with the red and white, and Kanavi is once again hovering with the Vi slowly making her way down towards this bottom lane. But I'm not too sure if they're going to win this 3v3, because Ruler, he has immaculate guns, and your Ashe doesn't have that level 6 spike just quite yet, where I think Missing actually, on the other hand, has been playing really well with how he utilizes that Q ability, and he's been landing every single one.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, we've had a lot of, you know, not a lot, but we definitely had some question marks over Kanavi. Sometimes it does feel like when he doesn't have winning lanes or gets his team ahead, it doesn't really feel like it goes that great for him or his team. But now we might have a little bit of a 1v1. The all-out comes out. There is the Gragas knocked back. Going to have the ultimate as well, but it's buffered very beautifully. And Harry has to flash away. This is 369 put on a show for his family in the crowd, and you can see that Harry, he's not enjoying it.
Not too bad, not too bad. All for ult trade, and also forcing the flash out of Harry does mean he is going to show a little bit, trying to get that CS under tower, perhaps even a plate. But Ning, he has finally gotten his hands onto this bottom lane, but is going to get instantly spotted out by the double ping cords placed in the river. And that just means Kanavi gets a free herald from how that top lane 1v1 went.
Now JDG gonna be taking a little bit of a breather right now. 2,000 gold up, Dragon up as well. 1 minute 30 till the next one spawns, and Knight's been having a good time, but a very quiet one into Forge. This is kind of what you want as an Akali. You're kind of happy to just kind of go even. Honestly, he's gone a little bit ahead, to be perfectly honest, but with the pressure that's just being created by Kanavi, he has just been everywhere right now. He is constantly moving around the map, making a nuisance of himself, and objective to gank to objective to gank. It's just the power that this guy has. When he's on form, Kanavi does genuinely feel like one of the best junglers in the world.
Yeah, I have had a very tough time trying to kind of list out all the junglers that we have in the LPL, and I think Kanavi, JDG, and also I'm losing my train of thought, but these people are extremely good Lee Sins, as Lee Sin has just sneaked back into the meta, and definitely Kanavi having a very good game 1 up against Ultra Prime. But now with the Herald in his hands, and Ning, I don't know if he can kill this, because Kanavi's right around the corner.
Kanavi is sitting there waiting, but Ultra Prime, they had a feeling 369 wasn't backing away. There was a very distinguished kind of, I'm confident. And then you always have to ask yourself in that moment, why? Why are you confident? There's always a question mark there. As we can see, Knight constantly putting down the Tibbers there onto Forge. It does feel like Forge is always just going to be in a situation where he's never going to die from it. And because you have first strike on Knight, it feels like he's literally just farming some extra gold every now and again with that Tibbers. Because it's such a short cooldown even this early on.
It's such a struggle, because just looking at all 3 lanes, I'm pretty sure JDG has 3 pushing lanes, where Kanavi getting complete control over both rivers, and Ning struggling to find an angle to get anything done on the map, where The second dragon is now going to get started as 369. He is extremely low, so he has to be careful. Does have the ultimate, so he can escape if he plays it perfectly here.
And they know that Lee Sin was just on the dragon, so this could be an opportunity here for Ultra Prime. But 369, the king of playing weak side, knows that the police are waiting for one thing, and it's the police vice skin. That works on so many levels.
The donut skin.
Yeah, the donut skin. Does she have a donut in it? I don't know.
She
Does
holds a donut with her big
Does she?
glove. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say I would have to look, do some investigating onto that one. It's
You don't look close enough.
No, I don't really pay attention to the skins. That being, I don't really normally like care about the skins. But that being said,
Oh
my god,
another
that's
handshake.
Another handshake comes out, forces the cleanse there from Doggo, but Ning this time around is here to try and defend this. But I was just about to say before we almost had a kickoff there. Have you seen the new Cho'Gath skin?
Oh, I
The
haven't. What is
Broken
it?
Covenant. Broken Covenant. It's out this patch, I believe, or last patch. I can't remember which one it was. In splash art, it's insane.
Is
but
it the
because
green
Cho'Gath
one?
is yes, it's the kind of like white-green one where he's like a giant.
Like Cho'Gath.
No, and it's awesome. But because he's such an old champion, his model in game kind of sucks. So, there's an Ash Arrow.
I feel like it's
Check
gonna
the
go
Crystal
wide.
Arrow. It's going to go very wide. Now it's just a 2v2. There's the kick back onto Ning, and
Ning
he's
is
going to be
dead.
taking very
Oh, not
low.
yet.
Not dead just yet, but the Tibbers is running for him. Kanavi flashes in and gets himself the kill with the smite. There's a good stun. Kanavi gets flashed upon, and that should be a shutdown going over to Doggo. While that was happening, though, bit of PvE in the bot side. Ruler picks up first tower and all the plates.
5 plates and 1 kill into the hands of Doggo. Well, Ruler got 5 plates on his side. Another 1v1 is going to start in this top side. 369 engaging everything.
Going in as I take a sip of water, and Harry taking a lot of damage. Yeah, it has to flash away. And this is the thing though as well with the Gragas, especially when you go tank Gragas. The reason why we tend to see the tier build coming out from a lot of Gragas is that you're generally okay as long as you have mana. But when you don't have mana, things like this can happen. But let's have a look at this mid lane here, because again, excluding the Ash Arrow.
That Q
didn't
flash
see that
from Ning
start.
did not connect, and Knight was able to land a double Tibbers onto the enemy team, and Kanavi committing with the flash here finishes off Ning as the bottom lane of Ultra Prime actually rotated towards this mid lane, and Doggo committing the flash as well does secure this kill. But still, you are so far behind from this early game, and we haven't even talked about Ruler being 40 CS up and also 5 plates up, getting that Gale Force and also Vampire Scepter.
Yeah, there's another Ash Arrow coming in. Swing and a miss. But you miss all the shots you don't take, so I'm happy to see him kind of go for it regardless, as he does have a little bit of cooldown reduction there with the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Isn't it mad that we could have had Armor Pen boots instead?
Well, talking about boots, I don't know about Armor Pen, but I still call, I think, steel something caps plates.
Yeah, steel
Yeah, I call it
plated toe
Ninja
caps or-
Tabbies still, because I'm an
Of
OG.
course. But also, Ninja Tabbies just sounds better. Here we go. We're going to see a kick from on top of Forge, but does have this perfect execution to get himself out. And despite the constant engagements coming onto Forge, he is still 2-1 and up on CS, so he is still a fairly decent threat now that he has got that the Rocket Belt.
Yeah, hopefully this Akali and Vi is able to get their hands onto the 80 carry of Ruler, since this is going to be your main focus in every single major 5v5 objective, as the Herald is going to be spawning in 40 seconds, but with the ultimates burnt from Akali, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle trying to find these angles onto the enemy team, especially with that Gale Force and the flash available in Ruler's pocket, and also having the green and white. We see a flank from 369. Is anything going to happen though?
No, they're looking for Doggo, who lets the feathers fly, and then they go all out onto Ning. Pause. This is an unfortunate position right now. It looks like it's Ultra Prime as Doggo is talking on our screen, but perhaps it is hopefully just a little bit of a visual error, nothing more, nothing less. But we are going to be seeing a little bit of a break in the action. It's okay. It's so the LCK can end and everyone can come in here. That's why we're doing it. It's all part of the plan, you know? You just got to remember how all these things work. But yeah, this is a bit of a moment right now for Ultra Prime. It feels like they are slowly finding themselves a little bit of footing in this game, and they're being proactive as well, which I'm loving to see. They're throwing out, you know, opportunities to see if they can make something work.
And It kind of is working through Doggo, and I think the ADC of Ultra Prime has always been the shining light when it does come to their wins and the wins that they picked up previously earlier in the regular split. But in recent form, I think the rest of the competition when it comes to that ADC position, it is so tough because we have Leave, we have Ruler, even Elk has been stepping up from BLG, and Gala finding his mojo alongside Ming finally on RNG. It is just so tough, especially when it really depends on the support matchup as well, and obviously draft. But I think when it comes to just the mechanical skill that we have in the LPL, it's a little bit tough for Doggo.
A little bit tough, as we do see him trying his absolute best. I will say that, like, you know, you think of the champions that are available. You know, it's Annie, it's Lee Sin, obviously the Cassante. But if he's able to just kind of get the feathers fly and create that distance, there's a lot of short-range champions there on side of JDG, which means that already with the Feather Storm, the feathers are behind them. He could draw them back. He'll get some roots down. There is a very real world coming into this game where, you know, a Ultra Prime or a JDG go for a fight around Dragon. It doesn't go that great. They lose a couple of kills, and this gold lead doesn't mean as much then kind of going into the later stages. So this Akali is still going to be a threat. This Xayah will scale monstrously into the late game. Yes, so will the Aphelios, but there are definitely opportunities here for the side of Ultra Prime as we come back into live. And after everything was said and done, Ning died, and the turret got taken.
Yep, 2 towers now down for the side of Ultra Prime, and your jungler also 0-2, where the second Herald also getting started by Kanavi. I wanted to say how I've been enjoying this Gragas pick as it has become extremely meta. We're going to get a replay of what happened. 369 was trying to look for that flank onto the AD carry of Ultra Prime. Didn't work out too well as he used the ultimate. So he saw Ning getting out of position, and he just ulted him straight into JDG's face and says this is a free kill served on a silver platter.
Yep, 5,000 gold lead, a little bit more than that as Forge and Knight have now moved their 1v1 from the mid lane to the top lane. First items being completed across the board, and now we can see JDG where they want to try and take it. The Dragon is live, and it looks like already a little bit of priority here for the side of Ultra Prime. They're going to see if they can sink this one away before there's any real contests to come out. And they might just be able to do it. Missing and Kanavi haven't moved over towards it just yet, but now a TP is going to be coming in. They're going to try and make this one work. Yeah, I was going to say, don't know if you want that one just yet. We already see Kanavi jumping in on the Dragon Pit. He wants to finish off the Dragon. It's down to 3,000 HP. There's the Ash Arrow coming out. Does land onto the Aphelios, but the handshake is gorgeous. Knight jumps in on the Doggo, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Oh, look away, Oshin. It's a 5-0 trade at 17 minutes in the game. Also, third drag and soul point going to the hands of JDG, where Ruler is 1-0-9. And we expected him to be the carry, but he doesn't even need to be anymore.
No, he does not. As the rest of his team are starting to pick up some serious amount of items this early on in the game. Doubt it'll be a record-breaking game here in game number 1, but it will definitely be a quick one. We're already looking at soul point, and look at the replay here, because again, the arrow lands onto the perfect target. It's Ruler, but there's just no follow-up.
Yeah, the handshake onto the jungler of Ultra Prime, and also Knight flashing over, getting that double titted stun onto the enemy team as well, where Doggo is so split from the rest of the team. And playing front to back is JDG's ideal situation, where the bailout also saves Ruler from dying from a slither of health, and from then on you just don't have enough damage to finish everyone off, as everyone just lives on 1 HP. But I feel like when you want to play these team fights as Ultra Prime, you need to play with how the Gragas ult gets placed, because if you disposition the Aphelios and have the Aphelios right in front of your carry's faces, that could be an angle. But if JDG is able to start the fight first, well, that's the result of 5-0.
Oh, hey, between the sticks, 3 points. But there's your gold. My God. Doggo is 2,500 gold behind Ruler. It's effectively nearly a full item behind. As we can see them trying to look to try and contest maybe this mid lane, but with 3.5 minutes to go into this soul. But yeah, great, well done, Ning. You followed the Aphelios all the way onto the back line, but you're so far away. There's the feathers going flying. Doggo forced to flash because he knows if he gets caught by even the slightest bit of a slow, he is dead. But I mean, this is just JDG looking to try and assert pure dominance. It was they said, look, you know, the second series in Xi'an, we can't really be waiting too much after that first series went so, you know, a full distance of 3. We have to speed it up just a little bit.
Yeah, JDG looking to end the night on a 2-0 scoreline for their last series of the regular split and wanting to secure that first place in the playoffs. And with this game 1 and how it's been going, I mean, Knight is on a rampage on this Annie. 11 stacks already.
They're going to continue on with Shelly. Or is it Shirley? Well, surely enough, this game should be done. There's the Nexus turret number 1 going down. They don't have any minions. They're looking to try and put down the Moonlight Vigil. Ning! Oh my god, Baolan! 2018 World Champions are dead. The Nexus turret is going to fall. Won't even need a soul point. This is a speed run. Get this on Awesome Games done quick right now because this is... No, not quite yet. I don't know if he's dead, but it doesn't matter if he dies or not because he's going to watch the Nexus fall. 20 minutes, 30 seconds. What the hell?
That was probably one of the fastest games that I've ever casted in the LPL. And I'm gonna be honest, 369's grandma looks as confused as me because she was like, wait, that's it? That's the game? I mean, JDG came out with an absolute banger.
Scammed!
For
she
the
got
first
tickets
game.
and she's only going to see her son for like 40 minutes.
40 minutes, JDG speed running their last series in the regular split. But to be fair, I think JDG played all these team fights perfectly, and especially Kanavi on this Lee Sin paired alongside Missing for all these team fights were played immaculately well. As Ruler, he just had to sit back and relax pretty much.
I mean, Ruler just did Ruler things. It was honestly fantastic to watch him do it. But I think the big thing to take from this is just how JDG just recognized and why they're such a terrifying team as well going into playoffs. You know, obviously right now it looks like they're going straight into double elim, so we won't see them for a couple of weeks, but it does feel like as soon as they recognize, cool, there's no summoners bot lane. We're just going to 100% all in on this now, and there's nothing you can do. Because why? Even if the Akali TP's in, what's an Akali going to do? There's nothing that Akali does pre-6.
It's kind of trippy to think back of how the game started. We had the first kill going to the hands of Forge, I believe, into the hands of Ultra Prime, as they did get a return 1-for-1, but burning all 4 summoners for the side of Ultra Prime's bottom lane just meant they were getting dove by the 3-minute mark, and Knight always having that mid lane priority, which is something that you can't give over to JDG in any of their games. Just allows Kanavi to do whatever he wants on this Lee Sin and put Doggo even further behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was just textbook, to be perfectly honest, from JDG. It just really felt like they had an advantage. They knew where they can keep going for it. And it didn't really feel like they were over-forcing anything. It felt like everything was supernatural. Kanavi was pathing, keeping up, if not ahead on CS, constantly getting objectives, gank, objective, gank. It was just little by little, bit by bit, just step by step, making it so hard for Ultra Prime. And look, I gotta give as much as I can to Ultra Prime. They tried, man. They tried with some cross-map arrows. They wanted to make things happen, but you could see that sometimes it is just a hands diff, and there was a lot of times there where Ning missed a flash Q. They weren't able to get Forge unlocked. Doggo had to cleanse and ult immediately. There's just... what can you do? They're likely the #1 regular season team now.
Yeah, none of these spells were connecting from the side of Ultra Prime, where Ning was just starving from any opportunity in that top side, as he was just consistently trying to get his hands on the 369, but he knew, and he knew that very well, as he is coming out of this game 2-0-7, not giving over any chances for Ultra Prime to come back and salvage their bottom lane on how behind they were put.
Yeah, honestly, it's just great from JDG. We're going to send it to a quick break after a quick game, and we'll see if this is a quick series. We'll see you soon.
킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 배리어가 없거든요. 이게 뚫을만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이 그리고 돌아. 그러면서 이거는 본다. 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 돌아갔으가 미쳤는데요. 케넨의 위험 절타. 안타깝. 이제 끝나버립니다.
直接要开动了，周彤在旁边，这边先被卡塔打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至金身都没有看出来。阿 K 云交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打，Light 一马当先，吹了3个，把后来全都抽回来了，泽利拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个。 闪击来说，他有点难跑的，补杀了。
So maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series, making a triple, making a quadra. Independent kill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote. 다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어갔고요. 장봉 밀어내기 Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ele vai! Acerta! O último time inteiro! Nunca duvide da Red!
They don't want to risk anything. They might. Adam has teleport though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. They need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do. And it looks like the call is they found Crowdy. He's making it to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crowdy getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight.
A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. We're all too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. I DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game of our second series after JDG just pummeled Ultra Prime into the ground. And it all started from level 1, Kitty. It was all about missing. It was all about the Renata, the hard CC, the kiting. Just made it all so easy.
Double handshake in that level 1 5v5. ARAM in the bottom lane is going to secure him a 94% KP coming into this game 1. I mean, I think when Missing is on an Enchanter, he looks immaculate and he is just so good at playing all these team fights and protecting Ruler, which is your main carry for most of these drafts that JDG does decide to go. And these predicts coming out of him as well was just beautiful. And the way that they set up these dives at level 3 minutes, might I add, was very well played. But unfortunately, the last tank Missing did have to sacrifice himself, but you would take the ADC and 2 kills over, I believe, 2 waves and everything any day of the week, as Doggo wasn't able to play this game.
No, and just constantly having a little bit of Mortal Kombat get over here with the handshakes, just kind of constantly putting in pressure. And again, even here, this was so good. The combination with Knight as well was so crisp.
He set up that kill for Knight to flash in and stun, and also splits up the teamfight where Doggo isn't able to walk in anymore. And also this bailout onto Ruler just revives him as well. So I think Renata, when it comes to the current patch, is a very valuable enchanter over the Lulu sometimes, just because you have so much disengage with that ultimate, and with how the top side decides to draft, I mean, there's just so much engage, especially into Vi comps. It's just the perfect support champion.
Can definitely work out fairly well for you and your team, but JDG now gonna be seeing how they kind of react into this next game, or rather Ultra Prime react, because it is JDG who came out with the win in that first time. But it's just gonna be so difficult to really know how this is all gonna work because of I mean, it got so close to being a fantastic moment or two, but then it just really almost from minute 1 just felt like it just went away from them. And you know, it does feel like sometimes Ultra Prime, you know, you gotta just take the L's sometimes. You just gotta accept that that's just how it is, and you gotta just move back on from it. But we're jumping into bans and picks, as we see, which should really actually be bans and picks, because you ban first, then you pick, if you think about it. And also alphabetically, you know, so many different things. But we're already seeing JDG now banning away some of those bot lane carries. They're actually going to go in with a completely different ban phase this time around and saying, look, we're going to prove that we can beat you even faster with a completely different composition that we've left open on purpose.
Yeah, and something really interesting about Ning specifically is that he has been a very big fan of this Xinjia, which has been target banned from the side of JDG, and they are going to naturally pick that Lee Sin away, where Ning responds with the Viego. And this is exactly what you want, right? Because you don't want Ultra Prime to be playing standard, you want them to play something spicy, and it does look like they are going to put a lot of focus onto this jungle role and getting Ning ahead. So I'm expecting Forge to play a utility like the Lissandra or even the Annie that is still up and available, where it is going to be another match of the Jinx and Aphelios, but maybe JDG just take the Renata again.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see what they want to try and work with here, but might just lock in the Annie as well. We are seeing Knight put in a lot of emphasis to really kind of set himself up as a facilitator for his team. In previous seasons and previous splits, it was very much about Knight having the carry potential. Of course, we always remember his 1v3 on Knight, on Silas, as defending his base and whatnot, but it does feel like sometimes it is about him you know, especially in previous iterations of top esports, it was about him carrying rather than setting up. This time around, though, you've Ruler, you've 369, you have carries available to you on your team. You don't need to be the sole damage dealer, and it feels like he's fitting into that role very nicely.
Yeah, and exactly. Nautilus is going to get locked in for the side of Ultra Prime, which they were hovering the Lulu, which I am not a very big fan of because you have the Viego who needs setup when it comes to these skirmishes early on in the game. And the Renata is going to get taken off as they expect that to be Annie mid for two games in a row. So I'm expecting JDG to also ban out a lot of these mid lane matchups where Annie does struggle into those mages and just getting lane parity because they do outrange you. So what is Knight going to really target down for the second banning phase is going to be up to them. It does seem like they're going to go for the top laners as 369. I feel like he is one of the most fun top laners to watch because he is so flexible when it comes to his champion pool. And the cannon, even the Rumble, has been extremely popular ever since they got their buffs in patch 13.5.
Yeah, getting the extra magic resistance shred on those harpoons definitely feels very good as a little bit of a Rumble one trick myself. Do feel, I'll be totally honest, feels better in jungle, but that's just my own personal opinion.
JDG took away the Lissandra and the Annie. So
yes.
Forge, I said that he needed to play something that sets up this Viego very well with the amount of CC. It is going to be the Ace Hover 4 now, but it definitely isn't the most ideal. I feel like maybe a Veigar could work extremely well into Lee Sin, but that is just what Forge is most comfortable on. It does seem like it isn't going to be Aesol and it is going to be Talia.
Definitely feels like the Talia gives you a little bit more defense against something like the Annie Lee Sin combination we saw so many times there, though it didn't lead to any kills, or not many at least. The Annie was just constantly all-inning on top of Forge. You saw Knight just constantly being such a nuisance in those situations. So really excited to see what they can do with the Talia this time around. Xante gets locked in, but that's an Annie support this time around. So they actually baited it out a little bit, and they're going to throw the Syndra. The Syndra has endless priority going into something like a Talia.
How very classic of Knight, as he does always fight for that mid lane party, which allows Kanavi to do his thing on the Lee Sin once again. It is going to be the Gnar considered for this last pick, which will be fine as you do go even up against the K'Sante, even doing a little bit more than K'Sante when it comes to the first 5 levels. But it is going to be Jinx for Doggo in this game too, and I've been a very big fan of the Jinx ever since she has been reintroduced into the meta because she is a very good answer when the Aphelios and the Zeri is still up and available. Obviously Zeri has been taken off, so JDG had to respond with the Aphelios, but Jinx, when it comes to these teamfights, she is just pure damage, and you need to play with those resets and even Viego for these major objectives to really secure that second win up against JDG.
Well, JDG now looking to try and top off their season with a 2-0, put themselves very firmly into the double elimination bracket and a first place regular season split finish. That would be honestly such a, again, it feels ideal, but again, it feels expected. We talked about this team. You look at these names. This is the result you want to see from these guys because that's just how they are, how good they should be. And bringing in Ruler, taking Knight away from top esports, this was a roster built to kind of be better than a semi-final at Worlds last year. This is a roster that is looking to go up against some of the best in the world and beat them. So this is what we expect to see from these guys. And honestly, you know, it's 15 minutes until the next series and Xi'an starts. I honestly think we won't even need to be, you know, kind of fall ourselves behind because that's how quick I feel sometimes we can get through these games.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Syndra and the Lee Sin getting locked in for the mid jungle of JDG for this game too. A lot of damage and a lot of skirmishing potential where if Knight sets up these chokes perfectly, well, there's not too much you can do, especially as that immobile ADC in the hands of Doggo for this game too. But it's all going to be up to how the mid lane happens, as it's going to be another 5-man stack, but this time, no ARAMing.
Not answered this time around, I will say. A little bit risky when you don't have disengage, like the handshake, which can displace and move people around, so the Jayos roar out. Ultra Prime really getting aggressive right now. I love that Ruler kind of recognized, look, they did it in game 1, they're probably going to do it in game 2. Let's get ourselves nice and cozy right up against our you know, turret. Make sure we're not losing out on absolutely anything in this one. Does he know? I don't think he knows, but I think he has what I call the ADC spidey sense, you know?
Oh,
he has an
saw
inkling.
him.
He has an inkling that something is happening, so he's not going to give over any of his summoners or any of his time to such an idea.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, JDG did also walk in as a 3-man unit, putting that ward down at the Raptors. And because there were no fanning from, they didn't spot anyone from the classic fan out of Ultra Prime, they just expected something up in that bottom side once again. And lucky Ruler, he didn't step forward anytime soon. And it isn't going to result in too much, as Ning is going to also start the blue buff. But I want him to be playing towards his bottom side because Jinx, I mean, to be fair, not just Jinx, it is an ADC focused meta. So even if you do path towards top lane, it's going to be extremely hard to try and kill 369 in the early levels.
For sure. It's definitely going to be a difficult one. It's why Cassante has kind of been more of like, you know, a staple for JDG. I just feel like even with the nerfs, it's like 369, it kind of fits into everything. He plays weak side with it. He has no problem with it. He can play safe. He can get kills with it on his own as well. There's so many little things that can work for him in those regards. And this is kind of the different setups, if you will, that 369 and JDG. Yeah, I was going to say, this is what he can do.
Well, I don't think this is what's supposed to happen when you do have the range advantage up against Cassante. You do also have the fleet. The hook goes wide, unfortunately. Missing did also start the E, so it's not going to be any return stun, but he just hit 2. Not going to expect too much, but that's a really bad trade from Harry, and he's already pushed in as Ning is also parting towards top lane.
This could be an insta-kill if you're not careful. The stun is good, but follow-up damage not quite ready there. Kanavi uses kind of, you know, like a kid. Wasn't ready. God, you can't do that. Wasn't ready. But doesn't mean that we see that JDG are going to have a little bit more priority here in this top half of the map, pushing mid and pushing top. And Kanavi playing exceptionally well. I love this as well. He's kind of saying, look, you expect me to go for the big ticket item, which is the buff. I'm not going to go for the buff. I'm going to go for the Krugs because I know I can take that for free.
Yeah, this is just because 369 has so much lane priority where he's able to rotate first. Ning obviously spots out Kanavi as he did smell something happening at this Krugs. Kanavi is one of the most aggressive junglers that we have in the LPL, and Ning, he's just going to get soloed because it is just that dual diff, as you also have the red buff in Kanavi's hand. Also, Syndrome most likely going to be the first one here as well.
I mean, this is tough right now for Ning. You just can't fight this right now. The Q, not going to be thrown out just yet. We can see Knight already moving out. Forge has moved around the backside of this one here. Knight doesn't have a great idea of where Forge is, or an exact one, but he does have a fairly decent
solo lanes.
inkling. Yeah, these solo lanes are just kind of coming in right now. Harry's going to hit Mega, which isn't actually ideal in this situation. We are going to see them take away using the Syndra powers and a smite. That is Kanavi taking away 2 camps. Engage in bot side. Not ideal, to be perfectly honest, because Doggo cannot really follow up on that. The Jinx not exactly the strongest in the first few levels.
You know what's the most annoying when you do have a Syndra on the enemy team? When level 1 they place a ward down and they just use their W and yoink it across this wall where it stops your clear for like a good 10 seconds, I would say, as it has to reset, running all the way back to where it spawned. But that is exactly what we saw from Knight as Kanavi just secured the red buff with that smite, and that is extra time for him to be aggressive and have a lot of pressure onto Ning when it does come to these 1v1s.
As an explosive start here for JDG, they're just getting some little small advantages here or there. Nothing too crazy to kind of go for, but this is a problem within itself because I talked about this in the last game. You play standard, you play equal, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Ooh, I like the idea from Bowland. I like the idea. Use the minion dematerializer to open up an opportunity to maybe catch a hook onto Ruler, but Ruler very wise to his tricks.
He's so as well, so I don't expect any action happening for this bottom lane just quite yet. But Rule already picking up 1 tower play from just how laning has been going. Hook also doesn't land here as well, as Missing responds with the stun. But we can already see how good laners JDG has. Everyone has lane priority, and that is just what Kanavi needs to work off to get that early tempo ahead, and he's able to secure those major objectives with this Inferno Soul also being on the map. Inferno Dragon.
I was gonna say, it's like, my god, Soul's coming out. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be a cool change.
No, we don't need Soul at 5 minutes, no thanks.
That would be such a that would be like that would get rid of these scaling picks. It would be like no scaling for you. But Kanabi has snuck himself here into the brush. There is a level 6 available to Harry and 369 as here we go. Not going to get the knockback. Kanabi just about going to miss the Q as well. So Harry will keep himself nice and safe. Dragon could be available here for Ultra Prime if they want to try and move everyone towards it. They don't have the Jinx there yet. They're just kind of using this opportunity, this small moment, if you will, to get some priority around the Dragon Pit and, of course, the red buff area of the enemy jungler. But now there's going to be a 3v3 in mid lane, because everyone's kind of here. Baolano gets engaged upon immediately. Flash in, get the double stun down. They put down the Unleash power onto Ning, who flashes away. Forge just cannot do any of the relative damage. The Scat of the Week is good. One more auto would have killed him off, but first blood to JDG regardless as they call the bluff of Ultra Prime.
Balan just kind of gets lost in the enemy jungle, and Missing comes in with the flash double stun, and as that Nautilus with the Glacial, you aren't too tanky, and that is going to be first blood into the hands of Knight. But I was just going to say how Ultra Prime, they are working alongside Forge, who is level 6 now, to look for those skirmishes, but they just seem like they're all over the place, Oshin.
Yeah, they really do, and it's just, again, JDG, if playing standard into them is not going to help you out, in my opinion. It feels like it is going to be just one of those moments where you have to just take as much as you possibly can. You have to try and go for these fights. You have to be aggressive. If you're not, you're just going to get called out on so many levels. And it's going to be difficult for you to really kind of make that one work in your favor. But we'll have a look at the replay here, because, again, it's just JDG kind of recognizing, okay, well, the standard play here is jungle supports go mid.
Yeah, the combo from Forge also misses onto Knight, where Missing lands a really nice double stun onto the support and jungle of Ultra Prime, where Injured ult wasn't even used onto the support, where it was just chucked onto Forge. A really nice ult E from Knight, but it isn't going to result in a second kill. But still, so much lane party from JDG, as Ning is once again struggling to find angles to gank anything.
Gonna struggle, to say the least. Going to struggle, but JDG happy to let this just relax, take their time. Up 2,000 gold, just passively, it feels like. And again, it comes from bot lane, comes from honestly every lane except for top, which is kind of having a bit of an advantage there. You can see the gold toggles there. You can see 500, 600, 500. It just kind of ekes up little by little, bit by bit. And that's why JDG, I feel like if they just play this game standard, they're just going to win out. It may take a little longer than I anticipated because they're not being thrown crazy amounts of kills their way, but it's still just going to be a very easy game for Ultra Prime. You need to make sure you're trying to go for something. Honestly, I feel like you need to go for something a little bit more aggressive right now, because it just feels like you're just going to lose anyway. So why not, you know? Go for something.
Yeah, the Herald is also up and available for both teams, where it's going to get started on Binding, spotted on a ward. However, Doggo rotates first as the ADC. He's just giving up his wave in the bottom lane. He doesn't care anymore. He's playing for the jungler this time around, as JDG reset a little bit too late. Harry's so low, no TP. I don't know if they can actually contest this anymore.
I was going to say, you've got Harry going to have to be on a full reset, because he is not really tanky enough or healthy enough, I would say, to take this fight right now. You do have mid laners moving up, pretending to be junglers. AD carries moving into the mid. Balan looking to see if he can maybe catch a hook there, but not going to quite get it. They'll get a hook back there onto Knight, but a flash from Forge as he went a little bit too far forward. There's the Moonlight Vigil, peppering down health bars, green and white.
Another hook?
No hook to be done.
No hooks done, as I mean, Rua just gets to do whatever he wants in these team fights, as this Annie pick just looks really strong in JDG. I think Missing honestly looks even better on the Annie support than Knight sitting in that mid lane, and I just really like Knight when he does pick a carry himself. JDG having complete control over this topside jungle does mean they are going to get forced off this Herald, and it just seems like a repeat of game 1.
I love this. They might even continue on with it.
Him.
I was gonna say Balan actually took a fair bit of damage on the back end of that from the Sivers, but just plays like a ward, like a bouncer at a club. You know, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, and just keeps it so that, you know, again, we're looking at more and more kind of value.
It missed.
Right, it missed.
Oh no.
Hitbox, please.
That looked like it was gonna hit, but I really want to see Ultra Prime utilizing this Weaver's role from Forge and making these side lane plays for Doggo, because you can't just be sitting AFK mid lane and trying to out CS Knight, who's already up by around 10, and also having the extra first blood in his pockets. You need to be more proactive, which is Ultra Prime's weakness as a team that is filled with, I would say, a bit of rookies, with Forge also coming in, also Harry in the top lane. They're not as aggressive as you would want to see. Oh, good flash.
Missing. He flashes into a straight line, which means that Missing hasn't really got an opportunity to walk away from this one here. Flash forward there by Ning secures that one, which means he doesn't unfortunately have a stun, but a ruler gonna get jumped on straight away. The resets come out, and this is the proactivity that Ultra Prime needed if they're gonna take a game off JDG.
Good flash, more like good flash into the hook. As Balan, it's not about the ones that miss, it's about the ones that hit. And of course, the 2 hooks that hit onto the bottom side of JDG is going to be a 2-for-0 trade going into Ning's pocket. So this is going to be a huge turning point for this early game bleed that JDG has been trying to generate. Now with the dragon spawning in 1 minute, no flashes available for the bottom lane of JDG again. So honestly, I think Missing was just being a little bit disrespectful with how he's pathing here, and they just didn't have the reinforcements like the jungler hovering around, where Ruler of course also caught our position. And Kanavi,
I mean, he does get the kick. Doggo flashes, has the cleanse, keeps himself alive. Ning not going to be so lucky. Tibbers playing fantastic keep away there as we get the super mega death rocket coming out for here by the Q. Doesn't go down just yet.
Gold drinker.
I was just about to say that. It's like healing coming out from Kanavi is insane. All due to that gourd drink. This is before a dragon can even start. JDG taking that 2 kills in bot lane to heart, saying Ultra Prime, all right, you had your fun. We're going to take some more liberties here with this bot lane.
Rule's gonna pick up his 3rd plate now, where he already has the Gale Force and I mean, maybe even 5th. Let's just say 5th. I think this tower's gone, and Kanavi's gonna put that Herald in the mid lane, and it's gonna open up the map once again for the side of JDG to work with. With this dragon also spawning in 30 seconds, I mean, Kanavi on this Lee Sin, he burnt the flash, gets a pick, and he went in for more. I mean, that's just what you expect out of such a confident jungler, and I'm really enjoying Kanavi in his recent games, honestly.
I mean, let's have a look at how this one all kind of picked up here, because it is just straight up a 1v1 at the start. You think that JDG are in the...
First.
I was going to say it's a 3v2 effectively, but a good flash kick to kind of keep Kanavi from getting stunned, but just keeps going in and in and in.
This double stun from Knight is also really nasty, as Forge just doesn't have the damage. Tibbers actually blocked the Q from Forge, and that could have saved Knight. I believe he was in range of dying if it did hit. The dragon is going to get started by Ultra Primer. We haven't seen too much from top lane. Another 1v1 initiated from 369. Is it going to kill him though?
Let's see. There's a flash. You could tell that 369 wanted him there, but we're going to have a full engage, and this top side is Kanavi doesn't go down. Finally gets killed off by the Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket, and there's 2 kills going over straight away to Knight. Forge will drop. There's the scatter of the weak. Doggo, is he at enough distance away? Yes, he is. Harry did TP in, but only getting Mega Gnar now means he's going to be very easy to kind of walk away, especially considering he flashed as well. So that's just going to be another couple of kills, traded back and forth. Dragon secured by Ultra Prime, but you can see already the gold lead. It's nearly 5,000 gold already. So this is just getting harder and harder, despite the kills being so close.
Ultra Prime currently has 2 Merc Treads. I think everyone on Ultra Prime needs a Merc Tread, because look at this choke that JDG decided to take. They do secure the dragon, and Doggo does get excited, but Kanavi gets an angle onto the carry, which is Forge in this instant. Double stun from Missing, and also Knight popping that ultimate down just means they have so much zoning when it comes to the jungle control. And Ultra Prime, they aren't really able to move at all, and it is going to be 3 more kills into their pockets, and it is the scoreline of 5-3 now.
5-3, 5,000 golds, and I think I've seen this player gold graph before. Very curious.
Familiar, isn't it?
It's a very familiar one coming in here for JDG as they get all of their carries up ahead of the threshold. 3-0-2 as well on Knight, having a fantastic game of it, actually missing. Picked up 2 kills. I actually completely forgot that it was Knight who was playing
flash.
Ning has no flash. They haven't found him. They haven't found him. So now they know that he hasn't left the pitch just yet. He's probably going to have to ult over the wall. Yeah, he's just going to wait. Not going to use it just yet. There it is, coming in, waiting for a little bit. Everyone just kind of waiting to see. He's like, are you going to use something? Are you going to use something? Eventually, Ning does pop over with the Heartbreaker.
I feel like if Missing decided to Q Ning instead, or Flash Force from Forge.
Oh, that's a great kick, though, into Forge. And Forge has been turned to dust. Balan is very sorry for what he tried to do to you, Kanabi. And he shall meet his doom by the hands of this insane mid-jungle combination with the added add-on of Missing. And this is just JDG again, just kind of finding advantage after advantage after advantage. 369 may just look for a full-on 1v2. Ning has to flash away because he's in a lot of trouble here. There's the Moonlight Vigil. No flash because he already used it to get away, and no ultimate either. So his movement was limited. It's a 7,000.
And you know what else is limited? All the kills going around JDG. I believe Missing is currently sitting on the second most kills as Annie support. TP coming out of Ultra Prime, on the Ultra Prime. JDG. I don't think it's going to do too much. Is Harry going to get out? Yeah, the double bounce is going to mean the Nara is going to get away scratch-free. Herald going into the hands of Kanavi, and Knight has been having a lot of fun tonight because he's picked up Medjai's 2 games in a row. He's going to take another look at the replay of how this all started with Knight landing a stun onto Forge, and Knight, Kanavi, might I add, gets a double kick onto the support and mid lane. Missing didn't need to flash here. He thought Knight would have died taking the tower, but this damage from the entire side of JDG is just way too much, and I think Balan has had a pretty tough series, to be honest, for tonight.
We'll see. I think this game is pretty easily wrapped up. As trying to think of different things that you could go here as Ultra Prime. I'm a little sad that we don't get the Blade of the Ruin King on the Ruin King on Viego as much anymore. You know, you go Black Cleaver now after Divine Sunderer. I'm a lore buff. I'm a lore nerd. I love lore.
I'm also a lore nerd.
Are you?
Do you think they're going to introduce Viego's wife into the game, like how they did Lucian and Senna?
I don't know, because it's kind of like, have you read Ruination, the book?
I haven't.
I highly recommend it. I'm not going to spoil it, but very easy read, very fun read. Also curious to see like kind of like timeline of champions, because obviously the lore is kind of like, you know, different champions exist in different eras and stuff like that. So like Callista, Viego, and Hecarim all exist in the same era. Well, 369. I wonder what era he's going to exist in. Is he pop?
He's Cassandra. He's not going to die.
Yeah, he's not going to die. Back to the lore.
Yeah, he's out.
But yeah, do you know that Blade of the Ruin King has 3 names? It's Blade of the Ruin King, and Soul Reaver.
Soul Reaver, Jesus,
yes.
That's an edgy name.
It is very edgy, but it's basically like when you get struck by the blade, the blade, it like literally reaps your soul.
that's very Ruination of that item.
It did it. Funny enough, it did it before the Ruination. It always did it. Yeah.
They did it first. Well, talking about just champions getting introduced, I think Lucian has one of the coolest login screens that Riot has ever created. You know how they do cinematics?
Oh yeah, the animations
that
and stuff.
That was awesome. Riot doesn't really do it anymore ever since they changed the client, unfortunately.
I know. It's not always these like big sweeping ones now. I will say actually Milio has his own like thing now.
Right.
Yeah, he's got his own little thing when you press play, which is kind of cool. He does look like an Encanto character though, which kind of puts me off him a little bit. Got hotfix, thank God.
He has been hotfixed. I actually played him when he was first released, and I think that champion is going to be absolutely broken paired with Jinx, Caitlyn, Aphelios, and I think I saw some posts with Jhin as well. Just anything that can build rapid fire cannon or have extra range is absolutely nuts because it provides so much damage. I believe the passive fired up at max levels, it went to like 50% extra damage, which is magic. And Riot had to hotfix that in 24 hours because of how broken it was. So I can't wait for Milio to come into competitive play because that's the new Yuumi.
I will say, well, no, the new Yuumi is still the Yuumi, but God, I hate that champion so much. But I do think, 369, gonna absorb everything. Everything gets absorbed. But yeah, I think that I'm a terrible feeling that Milio is gonna fall into that like line of exceptionally powerful on release, and then gets nerfed into the ground. We'll see if anyone else gets nerfed into the ground as Forge. Yeah, he's dead. Two-man Timbers. Baolan, not gonna have a lot of places to go either. You can see more pushing, more pressuring, more damage coming out. You've got Doggo putting in some pretty decent work. But no, Doggo, he's the only one left alive. How many times have we said that this split for Ultra Prime? That's going to be Baron.
I mean,
it's going to be everything.
Yeah. The only bright side of this game is that Doggo hasn't died yet, so maybe he's holding on to dear life that he ends the regular split of this spring. Oh, what was that flash missing? He's playing with like 100 ping or something. Jesus.
We'll have a look at the replay. Maybe it just came off. Maybe he was spamming it to see if it could work. But
he was
that's
really
Baron.
scared.
Don't forget the rocket now does 1200 damage to neutral mantras. But yeah, they try and throw everything at 369, but he's a Cassante and he's also 369.
Yeah, it was a really good buffer as well onto the Nautilus ult, so 369 gets away scratch-free as they were just trying to look for more angles onto Knight. Really good cancel from him as well. As they could commit everything onto the mid lane of JDG, but Kanavi just kicks forward for like the 10th time this game, and that does mean the mid laner and of course the support who was going to shortly after follow him in his footsteps. And this choke, I mean, the Jinx traps were a little bit late as Kanavi gets onto the enemy team. Ruler honestly wasn't even in this fight. He does like 2 autos and they still lose.
We're running, keep running. Doggo, I don't know. Did he get stunned? I don't think he got stunned. Did he get stunned?
I don't know. I'm stunned, honestly.
The woman was too stunned to speak. So I'm like, hang on, I'm gonna have a quick check on the replay. I don't actually think he was stunned. I think he just was so afraid of being stunned that he got himself had to cleanse straight away. But we'll say Kanavi doing a fairly decent Shawn Michaels impression right now with that sweet chin music.
He's buffering everything. 369 keeps getting all these ultimates copped onto his head, but all he has to do is press W because he's Cassante, goddammit.
He is Cassante, and he has got 2 items. No one can really touch him right now. It's a little longer than I thought, but I think 369's grandmother is going to be a little bit miffed that she spent full price on tickets and only getting about 40 minutes or 45 minutes of gameplay. As you can see, 369 wants to put on a show. 2-0-2 hasn't had the most kill participation, but it definitely feels like he's been involved all the way through. JDG looking to try and push this one in. A game win here. They will go 2-0 in the series. They will go 13-3 in the split, and they will lock first place in the regular season. They will bring LNG out of double elim. It'll be themselves and EDG who get them to the top 2. 369 doesn't want to die. There's a good ultimate. That's a great ultimate. Can't say that it wasn't. 4-man ultimate, absolutely fantastic, but it means nothing because in 44 minutes, combined total time for the 2 games, JDG locked.
And with that, everyone's expectations became true as JDG is your first place team of the regular split for LPL, and they're going to be having a very fun time sitting in that round 4, observing the rest of the competition as everyone has to fight their way to double elimination.
Fighting them in. There's 369's family very happy to see how well he was playing today. And honestly, look at the smiles. This is a JDG that came in with expectations. This is a JDG that needed to kind of live up to those standards. And I don't think anything except the first place would have been acceptable. But Kitty, they got the first place. They lived up to that expectation. And they are now going with a nice little break and a lifeline into the LPL playoffs.
Yep, double elimination, definitely everyone's dreams as we approach playoffs territory. But with how everyone was performing in that series up against Ultra Prime, especially Kanavi finding his mojo and definitely in playoffs form, I have a lot of expectations and they are going to be challenging themselves and aiming for the final spot for MSI as well.
Yeah, really, really well done there by JDG and of course for Ultra Prime. That's their last series of the split. They actually on the flip of that. They see JDG went to 13-3. They went to 3-13. So they will be staying on 17th place there at the bottom of the LPL standings. It sucks. It always does. But in a league, in a competitive setting, there is always going to be winners and losers. That's just how competition works. But We're going to hopefully get our interview very, very soon, and then we can jump into our third series of the day because we have already started. I believe we could go straight and kind of catch ourselves up a little bit into that one because that one actually has some massive playoff implications. But for JDG, they now got a bit of time to wait. They have to wait until basically 2 weeks of prep and time to kind of figure out who and what they're going to play coming into playoffs because they have got themselves so many rounds before they even have to think about playing.
Yeah, I believe 3 buys in total until that 4th round, but just looking at the damage charts, Forge had a terrible time in that mid lane with Kanavi living in his walls. I think this is probably one of the lowest damages I've ever seen from a Talia, since honestly all you have to do is just sit 2 screens away and throw another rock, but even that was a little bit too much for the side of Ultra Prime for this game too, unfortunately. You know, from the takeoffs from this game, I think Ultra Prime, Doggo, he did have a decent performance where he wasn't getting consistently pressured in bottom lane, and they can definitely also clean up just their overall macro with Ning and Ball and their synergy.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate to be said the least, you know, for Ultra Prime. There are going to be a lot of changes expected, you imagine, for them coming into summer. Last place is just the bottom of the barrel. You have to make changes. They are trying. Forge came in, didn't really do a lot, didn't really change anything from Xing, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how much of this roster stays. I think there was, as I said during the cast, plenty of times that Doggo was the last man standing in a lot of situations. So maybe work around him. Maybe that's the play. We never know. We'll have to wait and see how it all kind of fans out. But for JDG, I mean, they've got to come in to the playoffs right now as heavy favorites. Like, especially on the form they're on right now. It does feel like this team are looking absolutely unstoppable in so many senses of the word. They're not even just that they're winning. They're winning so damn hard that it's insane to think that, you know, any team could even kind of hold a candle to them. I do know that the T1 KT series went to the full 5 games and that's just over now, but it does feel like it's going to take a little bit more of a push now that they've finally gotten that synergy in bot lane working, now that they've gotten the team together for this long of a split.
Yeah, like you said, the synergy between Missing and Ruler is something that they've been trying to fix on, and of course with that break between the playoffs as they are in double elimination is going to help a lot in their scrims. But I mean, you say they're going to have a relatively easy time coming in as the favorites, but they have EDG, LNG, even Weibo coming up, and I think they have all been proving themselves in the recent weeks, and it's going to be tough since we don't have a favorite yet. I don't know, Ishin. I can't choose my favorite child.
You can't choose your favorite child, but I've got my favorite interviewee. It is going to be Kanavi, who's standing by with Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Kanavi from Beijing JDG Intel with us. Congratulations on another 2-0 victory, and now JDG, you guys ended up your regular season as the top on the standings. So how do you feel at this moment, and how would you evaluate the growth and progress made by the whole team through this journey? 那首先恭喜你们，今天又是平平无奇的2v0。那在赢下这一场之后呢，我们北京 JDG 也是在排行榜上位居榜1，所以说有没有什么特别的感觉？同时呢，你可能觉得纵观整个常规赛，整个队伍有什么样的进步和成长吗？
其实我打职业已经3年了，我们还没拿过就常规赛第1吧，然后今年就拿了。非常开心，然后我们就调整好的话，我们调整好我们对线部分加配合吧。
To be honest, I played as a pro player for 3 years, and this time, that's the first time like we can end up our regular season as the top on the standings. So I'm really happy and excited about this part. And in terms of our growth or progress, I would like to say maybe we have some improvements on the early game laning phase and also the communications and synergies. And definitely we can see this. And I want to talk a bit more about game 1, the early game of game 1, because you guys have some plans in level 1. And after that, you immediately made the ganks to the bot lane, and after that, I must say the snowboard have become bigger and bigger. So tell us more about the early game strategy from you guys in game 1. 那其实说到第1局的话，感觉你们从1级就是有设计的，在那之后呢，你也是立刻来到了下路，然后从那之后，感觉你们的雪球就滚起来了。所以说，想问一下，可能在前期有什么样的一些策略吗？
其实我们一起突完的时候，他们2个下路的双招打出来了。那样的话，其实他们2个下路很容易被越，所以我们似乎直接说我们这把要越下，就这样沟通了。
So after the level 1 invasion, after level 1 team fight, the opponent's bot duo, they don't have the summoner spell. So we have some communications around there because it's super easy. It can be super easy for us to make the bot tower dive after that. And we just make very good use of this to make some bot tower dive, and after that we feels like we were able to get more leads. And I want to talk a bit more about the Lee Sin in both games. The Lee Sin was the first pick from JDG, and through this whole split, your Lee Sin have so many super plays. So what makes your Lee Sin so special? 那其实感觉你们这2局嘛，都是第一手就拿下你的盲僧。这个赛季卡纳维的盲僧有太多的高光了，所以说你可能觉得为什么你的盲僧可以打得这么好？为什么你的盲僧这么特殊呢？
其实盲僧这个英雄的话，打野里面的最基本的英雄，然后我就出道就盲僧玩最多的，所以很有决心。然后这个赛季其实盲僧加强了很多，就很容易打出这种前面优势吧。
I must say, Lee Sin, this champion, is a fundamental champion for all the junglers. So after I debut, I really played a lot of Lee Sin games, and I feel like Lee Sin got really buffed a lot recently, and it can be super easy for me to get more advantage from the early game with that Lee Sin. And I hope we can see more Lee Sin plays in the future. And last question. The playoffs are coming, the best of 5s are coming. Is there any specific team that you really would like to face against in the upcoming best of 5? 那接下来就是季后赛，就是 BO5 了。所以说，在接下来有没有特别想遇到的队伍呢？
遇到队其实微不及吧，因为我们就输得有点过分吧，就那把，所以想报仇他们。
I would like to say I would like to face against WBG in the best of 5s because in the regular season we didn't manage to get the win against them. So we would like to take that revenge. Best of luck for that and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，后面也加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And of course, love to get the answers there from Kanavi. I like that little bit at the end, who do you want to face? It's like, no, we lost against Weibo in the regular split. We want revenge. We want to be able to bring this one back and get ourselves a bit more honor in terms of taking them down as we lost them in the regular season. I like the confidence, and I think JDG got to be confident coming into after that series.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming vs Team Dong was definitely one of the most hyped best of 3 series we had in the regular split. But I'm just wondering where Wendy got that little Kanavi fan, and it caught us both off guard as we got into the interview. It was very cute.
It was very, very cute. But we have a serious series coming up right now, and I mean that in the most serious of ways. We are going to be jumping into our lower third of picks and bans here for Game 1 of WE versus NIP. While you're mulling over the picks right there, I'm going to set the stakes. It is very easy here for WE. Win the series by any margin, and you're in playoffs. Lose the series margin, and you are out. It's that simple. So now, looking at what they've kind of brought in for the table right now, it looks like they've kind of just gone and said, look, we want front-to-back team fights with a little bit of assassination.
Yep, and we do have the LeBlanc vs Tristana matchup for this Game 1, where I think WE, it's a little bit more spicy with that Rumble pick being for the top laner. So it is going to be all about those chokes and how this LeBlanc is going to be able to find angles onto the enemy team. I think Shanks, honestly, is that shining star and the main carry for WE. You often think of Hope, but I think Shanks has honestly been performing up to par on every single champion that he's able to get his hands on. But on this other side, we have NIP. And I think NIP's team composition is very traditional, but of course with the addition of Tristana mid, which we've seen a lot in the LPL. I'm kind of mixed opinions on this as we are going to the game live now. 1 minute and 50 seconds, not too much action, but this Tristana mid, the main objective for it is to get those side lane towers down and get this macro game online for NIP.
That's the thing. We've seen it actually from a couple of different teams. OMG, kind of the one I think about for Cream specifically, that it doesn't matter if you get kills with it or not. It's not about getting the kills, it's about getting the advantages within the lane. But speaking of advantages within the lane, Invincible has a little bit of help here from Shadow, but a great ward already from Pew Pew means that he knows exactly what's going on right now. And again, we'll see more and more priority coming out here from WE. They have got a good top side. Then we'll maybe see Shadow a couple more times here to make sure Invincible just straight up doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow has been looking more and more comfortable with the days going by in the LPL, and I think when both of these junglers in this game specifically, they love playing aggressive, and if they're able to get that early tempo going for the teams, well, it's just going to be a very one-sided match. As like you said, this series by WE is going to determine if IG is in or out. And obviously, WE need to get any win that they can grab, secure that 10th position.
That's it. If you're an IG fan right now, it means you're an NIP fan, because this is literally to decide who makes that 10th spot in playoffs for the side of either NIP, or sorry, not NIP, excuse me, IG or WE. For WE, they've done so well in recent days. You look at some of their series, it does feel, like you mentioned, that Shanks and Heng have just been doing so very well at keeping themselves going. Shadow now has to flash away, but Iwandi wants to go straight in on top of this. It's a straight up 4v4 at level 4. Shadow not quite going down just yet. There's decent damage coming out from the Zeri, but not quite great enough. Shanks flashes away. Felios doing more than Hope can, and Hope will get himself over the wall, you would imagine, with a little bit of a skate, a little bit of a glide.
No
Should
dash.
just be fine. No dash. Long cooldown. Had to wait a couple more seconds. You could see it was almost up, but he couldn't risk it, not with the Gravitum coming in.
Oshin, that's a 1 flash for 4 flashes trade on the side of WE, and they don't even get the Scuttle Crab, so that was such a terrible fight to take, as, I mean, NIP, they are very happy with only burning the Maokai flash from Shadow. So it's a little worrying already, because this is the make or break game for them. And with Hope and Iwandi both burning that flash so early on in the game, I mean, Shadow, he can just look bottom lane with this Gravitum gun.
We'll see what NIP can do with that now, as we see a little bit of a ward. Photic does have flash, but he may be losing it. Don't know if it's going to be worth much more after that. 1, 2, 3. That's all it takes. And the power of a single ward means that WE get themselves first blood and they get it onto Hope.
Photic was a little bit too greedy with the position he backed on, and it was exactly on a ward placed by WE before they did that huge skirmish for the Scuttle. And the first bullet is going to go into the hands of Hope, which is going to allow them breathe a little bit after how terribly that 4v4 went in the bottom side river.
Have a look at the replay here. I think it's just a summoner blow, I believe. Or we're just looking at minions. Not quite sure why we're looking at minions, but we're looking at minions. And, oh, they're actually just giving over to Dream, that despite Dream moving over on that last play, he's down about 15 CS, which is kind of crazy.
Was terrible for Dream to actually rotate on, as Iwandi is just also going to force Dream off. Ooh, barely buffeted it from the Tristana, but this Tristana can't be behind in CS, since you need those items online to really become a threat in the side lane. But with Foti giving over the first blood, also burning the flash in that bottom lane, both junglers can look towards there. But you have the Nautilus in WE's hand, and specifically Iwandi, and he's already being very proactive with it.
Being very, very proactive, having that Hex Flash to kind of pull off the distance here, and recognizing that not really much kill threat between an Aphelios Lulu, to be perfectly honest. You do have Shadow off in the wings. Heng and Iwandi kind of moving forward onto this, trying to see if they can clear out some more vision as quick as they possibly can. Could be another 3v3 in the bot side, but again, I like this from WE. They know that their playoffs are in their own hands. They don't need to do anything crazy. They can just cover off, make sure they're getting the bandages they can, and they should be getting with this Lee Sin jungle.
Does seem like that WE is also going to just secure the vision. Rumble going to get dropped.
And the Ignite.
Not going to be too much, as it is going to be an ult for ult trade, but the Dragon started up by Hung now, where NIP struggling to walk in with the amount of control that Iwandi has in this river, and also Shanks consistently getting pushed up against Dream, which is kind of defeating the purpose of a Tristana mid right now.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. As more priority in that bot side means that WE are able to pick up their first Dragon of the game. Means they can delay if they need to, as Dream might be forced to use the buster shot in a minute.
Shanks.
I mean, Shank, you mentioned him, you highlighted him because he has been just kind of ramping up towards playoffs right now. And look, this WE roster kind of, separated itself back from 2021, where they wanted to try and, they just missed out on qualifying for Worlds, made the gauntlet run, it just was all for naught. But they reset, they revitalized, and they ignited their winning ways, to be honest with you. And now it's come all around Shanks and how Shanks has been able to manipulate the mid lane.
Yeah, Shinx has really been impressing me with how he plays these games mechanically, as he is a very big Rise and Cassiopeia fan, where a lot of these champions are getting target banned up against him. But tonight it is going to be the LeBlanc for this game 1, and 20 CS up, also out-trading this Tristan, who doesn't have the vamp scepter just quite yet. It's going to really hurt how Shadow is going to be able to rotate around the map, as he is acting as that glue to keep NIP in the game.
Well, Invincible going to take a very poor trade there, and all it was just to try and put down a ward. And this is why we've been seeing the Rumble a hell of a lot. When you do miss your trades in top with a Gragas or a Cassante, anybody, to be perfectly honest, having that reduced magic resistance, having it shredded down by those harpoons, and the overheat of the Flame Spitter can just be so oppressive. We'll see Shanks maybe going for an aggressive move here in the mid lane. 6 by Shadow, but he knows the Rift Herald is kind of happening right now. So Shadow being a little bit passive, it feels like. He kind of wants to go for the gank, doesn't really want to do anything else there, and loses half HP and doesn't get to contest the Rift Herald at all.
Yeah, Wendy's here first once again, and it just seems like W has so much priority when it comes to these solo lanes, where these junglers that we've had for tonight is really benefiting, especially every time the Lee Sin gets locked in, as it is going to be first Dragon, of course, first Herald going to the pockets of Hung, and Shadow is really struggling to make a play cross-map, where he's just trading all these objectives for pretty much nothing.
Look at the CS lead. CS lead in mid. It's the CS lead in bot, and it's not a small one either. It's about 15 or so for both of these guys. So this is going to be a lot harder, you would imagine, for NIP to kind of draw themselves back. They're almost 2,000 gold down just passively. And with that Dragon as well, it becomes a lot harder, you would imagine, for NIP to really force fights. They want to try and get this Maokai going. Dream is just getting bullied right now by the Shanks and the LeBlanc.
I know, I think Dream really needs to get that lifesteal into his pockets. Ultimate from Invincible.
Oh, it looks like he wants it, but there's going to be a flash in. And Invincible gets himself a 1v1. I will take your bullying no longer. He gets himself a very good trade in that top side.
A solo kill from Invincible, where I don't think BB expected the amount of damage, as he was just trying to push his wave and using all the spells onto the minions, and Invincible caught that angle and gets the return kill without even getting the flash from this Rumble. But it's going to be another really nice jump away from Dream, but he's already down 1 plate. Plus the CS, I mean, I'm getting a little bit worried. The win con of double ADC is that you need this Tristana ahead, so she's able to provide that silent pressure with the items online, and also shred these major objectives like the Baron, like the Dragons, extremely quickly under W's noses.
That's the big thing. I think you're not getting that. It's kind of almost like the opposite of what we expected here in Dream. Really not having a fun time here. I wonder he's just taking any moment he possibly can to roam into this mid lane as Dream takes an electrocute. And Heng and Iwandi are here again. It's going to be a 3v3 in that mid lane. 1v1 in the bot side, as we can see Foting. I don't know if you want this fight because you're going to get electrocuted. Oh, he puts down the Moonlight Vigil.
He can't move. Okay, nice.
Oh, he can't move there for a second, but does end up losing both his summoners for the no summoners of Hope. So Hope loses his ult, gains 2 summoners off of Fotic. That's just a better straight up trade.
Yeah, Hope was actually really lucky finding the exact pixel where the turret didn't hit him, and it is going to be a 0 for 2 summoner trade in the ADC 1v1. Shadow is hovering top lane.
Yeah, he's hovering top side, which means that Bew is almost certainly going to be dying here, you would imagine. Does drop down a little bit, tries to flash over the wall. Does not get it. It was too thick of a wall for him to kind of get over it. And speaking of getting over it, they get themselves over the wall on bot side. They pop down the ultimates. You have no summoners, and you're both going to die. That is it. You can see Heng just wants to try and give it over to his AD carry. He will. Hope will die because of it. But end of it all, it is still going to be a 2-for-1 trade at the end of it in bot side, with a 1-0 over in top. 3-for-3 in the scores, but it's a 2,000 gold lead and plenty of plates here for WE.
Yeah, but the difference is that W is playing towards Azeri and getting her online, already picking up the Immortal Shield by also 20 CS up, where NIP, they chose to play towards this half-tank Gragas is also building the Roa, while your ADC Photic on the Ophelia is just getting bullied by Hung and Iwandi in this lane situation, where the Herald gets dropped and this really nice double kick from Hung lands onto the bottom lane of NIP and also Draw, forcing to flash here, getting picked up as well. Unfortunately, Hope
like Heng could have
thought he could flash away. He thought he could flash away.
I was going to say, I think Heng could have stacked up one more shot. Like, I feel like he got a little bit like, you know, this is my health bar. As Photic, no summoners, cleanse gets used here, which means Hope.
He's shredded.
He's shredded, but he only needs one more. There it is. Finally now. Hope is kind of isolated and on his own. Will eventually go down, you would imagine. Will it be a little bit of a touchdown? That's the question, as he's not even gone down just yet. He's actually not. He's not going down. He hasn't died just yet, and he's still putting out down 20 When all is dark, you gotta hold on to Hope, because Hope never dies.
That's so illegal from Hope. How does that ever happen? Hope engages everything onto Photic, where he went into that with the mentality of a 1-for-1 trade, but NIP, they just didn't have the damage to finish off a 1 HP Zeri, and it's going to be a 0-for-3 trade, and also the Dragon going to the hands of WE. LPL Zeris are so insane, man.
Oh man, a Zeri moment if I ever did see one. This is a 5-1-1 Hope. Look at this one, because I love this play, because he knows that Photic has no summoners.
Yeah, he instantly cleanses his root from Photic as well. Does miss the last few autos, finally gets it onto Photic and flash from Shadow, which gets the guaranteed root. But I think Dream flashed into the wall there, so he wasn't able to catch up, getting rooted as well from Shanks from the LeBlanc. So there just wasn't enough damage from this Maokai this early on in the game, and I believe he got a shield from Hung, which the last auto attack and also the Lulu Q didn't finish him off.
Okay, can give Dream a little bit of a pass. It's just a visual bug. He did get over the wall with his flash, so just wanna confirm that Dream did not mess up his flash. It's a visual bug. Doesn't help the fact that you are now looking at a 4,000 gold lead that I am almost 99% sure of. The 2.5 of that is onto Hope, and 2 Dragons. Ocean Soul is going to be the Rift, and WE taking control of this game one. And the great thing about this, you don't want to just scrape in the playoffs. That's not how you want to enter into a best of 5 do or die gauntlet that is the LPL playoffs. You want to go in with confidence, and this is the kind of confidence that you're going to see here coming in from WE. Invincible has got the flash, but not really much else going to be happening there. And they are just going to back themselves away. And similar to what we saw from Kanavi in the first series with Heng on this Lee Sin, it's bot to Dragon, to gank, to Rift Herald, to gank. There's so much happening there. And there is a 3,000 gold lead just between Hope and Photic.
But Hope just goes top lane and gets the tower anyways. I feel like this Zeri is the jungler of WE, where he's getting the kills, he's getting this macro done for this team, and he's also just everywhere on the map. I mean, he's now 5-1, also backing, most likely going to pick up his second item at 15 minutes, which is going to be the Runans. I mean, WE, they're looking to secure that 10th spot, and it's going to start with Hope.
Always got to start with Hope. Hope builds belief. Belief builds work. And work builds results. That's how you have to make this one happen here for WE. Yeah, that's how it works, man. Joe, flash for flash. I wonder he's happy with that. He's got Hex Flash, so he's totally happy with that trade. And that means that Riptail gets dropped into mid lane. Zeri is going to be able to pop this one down very quickly. That is a 2-item Zeri at 16.5 minutes. And honestly, going to have to be 2.5 items before too long, because he's just got so much working for him.
The 2 mid laners haven't even picked up their mythics yet, so it's kind of a big gold difference in Hope's hands. But now all the outer tier 1s have been taken off by WE, and NIP really struggling to get any vision control, especially for Shadow, where he is trying to work on getting picks one by one onto the enemy team. But if you're working with absolutely no towers to protect you, then how are you going to be proactive around the map, as you are a tank Maokai, not even AP, so your solo AP is going to be invincible on this rower build for the Gragas in top lane.
Yeah, it'll be a while before he gets up to full AP. We'll have some fairly decent tank stats in the meantime, but yeah, definitely not an ideal situation coming into this mid game, which you should own as NIP. You opted into the double AD carry. You wanted to try and make this Tristana work. I can tell you now, it didn't. You're 35 CS down. It's not got the kills you wanted. You haven't even touched that that mid lane tower. We'll see what WE can do now with this advantage. Just restock ourselves and reset ourselves up in terms of what this series means, what this game means. WE need to win this series. Game score does not matter. as long as they win the series. Even if they win 2-1, they still get into playoffs. If they lose by any measure, if they lose 1-2, if they lose 0-2, that's when they drop out of playoffs. It's very simple. Win series, get into playoffs, lose series, you are out. So if you're an IG fan, like we've been saying, you're an NIP fan, but for WE, starting this game off so brightly, it's hard to see how the NIP can maybe bring this one back. It feels like maybe you're looking at a second game kind of mini reverse sweep.
Yeah, back to draft we go, as this Tristana mid just isn't really working out, and this all goes back to the 4-for-4 skirmish, or 4 vs 4 skirmish for that Scuttle Crab at around 3 minutes. As WE, they seem like they lost a lot, burning all 4 flashes in the bottom side for only 1 Maokai flash, but we didn't actually spot out the wave, as Shanks had 2 waves stacked up and pushed in. Dream missed out on that, and it kind of just snowballed from there.
We'll see what they want to go for right now. Flash burn straight away. Shadow no longer having that. Invincible gets caught off onto the side. This is not ideal here, and they're in a choke. You're on top of the equalizer. That's not where you want to be. They're just burning their health bars down. Great Moonlight Vigil does some very significant damages. Hope gets caught out just a little bit, cleanses immediately. Flash for flash. Bew getting chased down by Photic. Photic does not want this to go away. And it's a 1-for-none trade. This is fantastic by Photic. He's a one-man army.
Yep, the Ghost ends up catching up onto Bubu, as he had to also burn the flash, but that was a really big rumble ult coming out of Bubu for that specific choke. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to come back into the game, but it's definitely going to be a start, as the Dragon is also available and NIP is going first.
NIP, you've got opportunities here to try and catch out WE, and they're going to look for it right now. There's a great explosive cast. It catches out Hung. It catches out Iwandi. Heng needs to stay alive, but TP in.
No!
Why are you TPing into that, Shanks? There's no way you can take that, but now they don't want the Dragon, they want the Baron. That's 20 minutes on the clock. Shadow is around. They haven't killed off the Lee Sin, though. They don't know where he is either.
Oh, hell nah! NIP just comes in
do.
and gets 3 singular picks, as Hung is on the enemy lines right now, behind enemy lines, getting that Krug, getting a bit of extra health. We have 3 members alive for WE.
This is dangerous. It's not even a flip. You've got the equalizer coming down, which means you don't have the health bars. You can't just take this off of spawn. Invincible now, running into Hope. WE avert disaster just for the moment. Invincible flashes in, but it's the belly slam. So now Dream, he goes in and he's got himself an explosive cast. Gets himself the kill. That's Gragas picking up a kill on top of the Zeri. Big shutdown. 3-0-2 now for Invincible. The Dragon's still live, but I don't think that NIP can contest it.
I mean, I guess WE forced NIP off the Baron because Hope was just a beautiful distraction, but your ADC is now dead. And NIP, they are making their way back. This is going to be Ocean Soul point. Invincible having that ultimate available can zone them up with Shadow.
Nature's Grasp. Might be able to use it here. They know there's no AD carry. They're going to look for to try and steal it. There we go. There's the Lee Sin kick. Try and knock him back, but the Dragon hasn't gone down just yet. 2,000. Explosive down. They're going to try and secure it down. Oh, it got so low, but it is end up going to be a pick. And a Dragon now for NIP. The momentum is shifting right now, Kitty. WE are looking so much worse than they were about 5 minutes ago.
But how does this game turn from WE's winning game into 7 and 8 scoreline? Just getting these picks onto Bubu for the Rumble. Shadow going over the wall. Oh my god, this game has just went from a winning game 1 for WE, as NIP was struggling to find angles to come back, but one by one these picks, also the Baron threat, just kind of distorted what WE had as a game plan, and Invincible and this Gragas was getting so many picks onto this enemy team. And this Tristana, I mean, it is about the resets, and it's so nice because this is the ideal fight that you want.
This is just need WE. You gotta look at them right now saying, calm down. You don't need to overforce these things. You don't need to be putting yourself in bad situations. You could have given up this Dragon a while ago. You didn't need to fight it. You didn't need to give over effectively what was 5 kills over the space of about 3 or 4 minutes. And now we come back in. It's still about a 2,000 gold lead. They're not completely burned through their lead yet, but it is WE looking so much shakier and NIP gaining in confidence. But imagine now with is that an Infinity Edge build coming out here for... No, sorry, I'm an idiot. Ignore me. I thought that was Photic going for Infinity Edge second. I was like, we should normally see the Bloodthirster, and it is going to be the Bloodthirster.
We need to remind the audience that this Zeri was 2 items at 15 minutes, but the 2 times that he's kind of thrown the pick.
They look for a pick. Invincible goes golden. That's the stopwatch broken, but a great equalizer stops anyone from NIP from catching back up. WE get themselves a pick, but they have to use a hell of a lot to try and make it work.
It is going to be the top laner, as WE not going to start this Baron because Dream is going to be forcing out the TP just to make sure that they don't give over a free major objective. But this game is so scrappy, especially when everything's on the line for WE. Can't be making these mistakes.
No, you cannot. And this is what I honestly am eating my words at this point, because it started off with us saying, or me saying, you know, this is great from WE. Very confident win is what you want to try and bring yourself into a playoffs. You don't want to just scrape in. But now they've got a lot to think about, because your Zeri's at 3 items. You're a full Infinity Edge ahead of the Aphelios. You should be winning, but you need to calm down. You need to take these fights as well as they can present themselves to you. You can't just overforce them. You have to make sure you're not just kind of, you know, running headfirst into NIP, because that's exactly what they want. Look at the amount of disengage and just displacement that NIP have between the Gragas, the Lulu, and of course the Maokai.
Yeah, exactly, and that is kind of reflected into BB's scoreline, currently 0 and 4. But I still think it's all eyes onto Hope. 3 items on the Zeri, where he can't be making these really greedy plays when he is in the enemy team's territory and getting caught out, as you are going to be the main damage point for WE, since Shanks is still sitting on only 1 item, working towards that Shadow Flame, but it's not going to be enough if the Zeri's dead first.
That's where the majority of your gold lead lies. Now WE trying to do a little bit of a Baron dance. We're at 25 minutes. Big item completions coming in. I gotta say, Invincible, he's just as big as a Zeri sometimes, depending on how you look at it. He's got 3 items of his own. Lots of defense here onto Invincible, and it's becoming a Gragas versus Zeri combination, you know. If you can end up having, you know, Zeri do free hitting, that's totally fine. You will win so many of those fights, Hope.
Yep. And before you finish your point, we need to look at the flashes for Invincible and Shadow, as they are available. And Hope, having that cleanse, he needs to use it very smartly, because this is going to be soul point for the side of WE. And with the amount of healing that this already has, you need to be building heal cut very soon if that does go. But Invincible, he's trying to look for a flank right now.
Both teams could work out for some heal cut. Considering you have 2 double BT on the side of NIP for Dream and Photic. This could be it. The minion tanks up the hook, and they're going to drop Photic down. Get him away with his go. Shadow taking a hell of a lot of damage, but there is a couple of fruits. Remember, it's an Ocean Rift, which means plenty of honey fruits available to you, as Photic now wants to try and make sure that Hope doesn't just get a free line into this mid lane tier 2. Takes it down to about just below half HP. 4 seconds till Dragon spawns. We haven't even had the Dragon spawn just yet. Now Wandy, without his flash, without his ignite, waiting for his ultimate. It's going to be hard, you would imagine, for WE to really make a fight work. They've really lost a lot of their engage.
Yeah, this Rumble really needs to take advantage of these jungle domain, because once you drop the ultimate, it can separate NIP from being a 5-man unit, but they're kind of caught out right now. They need to run. We have Hope at the very top.
Harpoon's doing a hell of a lot there to make sure Invincible didn't feel confident to go for the flash body slam. Now top lane gets pushed in. This is the thing, though, is that NIP are losing out on the side lanes. It's gone from a 2,000 gold lead to a 3,000 just passively, just because of the way the lanes have been set up. The Dragon hasn't been started just yet, because I think NIP are very well aware they could go for the Dragon and probably get it themselves, but if you leave open that Baron, this 3-item Zeri will destroy it. There's no other term for it. So now we'll see BBU moving forward into this fog of war, seeing if he can try and catch someone out, but I want he's going to have his ult back, so your Ghost is still down for Photic, which means it's a net positive here for WE if they want to go for a fight.
Yep, and W does have that extra pink ward on the Baron, so just in case NIP decides to trade for the Dragon over Baron, then they're going to do it extremely fast with the double ADC composition. But W playing it very slowly and allowing Shanks to poke down the enemy team is going to be the ideal situation, as we have Shadow trying to sniff out Hung in the enemy lines. But is it going to be enough? Because they don't know where the carries are. They don't know where LeBlanc is.
I was gonna say, Hang needs to be the one who's in the pit. There's a kick straight away by on top of Invincible. The Dragon haven't just yet. They're gonna drop down the equalizer to try and separate Dream and Joe from the rest of his team. Shanks gets caught out just a little, but Invincible jumps straight on top of Hope, and the Rumble's dead. Going to be a Moonlight Vigil to try and pepper down this damage. Flash in! And like I said, it's the Dragons versus the Zeri. Invincible versus Hope. And Invincible puts down his mark, gets himself his mark, and that's going to be 2 kills on the Dragon over to NIP.
With the Zeri and BB dead for the side of WE, it's also going to be Baron, as you have Tristana and also Photic shredding down this major objective, and it looks like NIP taking the game back into their own hands. Hung trying so hard to get there ASAP. He has the smileable. Is he going to be able to flip this?
He has the execute damage as well on his Qs. If he lands a Q into a smite, it can be the difference maker. He wants to put himself around the back of the pit, skirts himself away from that little bit of a sapling. Now knows that the Baron is only a little bit away. They know exactly where he is. It's going to be Dream jumping in, but gets kicked back straight away. The Q will not land onto anybody. They don't want to flip this. They go into the pit, but there's no vision. Really well played there by NIP. They knew there was absolutely no vision in the pit, and NIP are taking control of this game. WE, they're seeing their playoff hopes just fizzle away from their eyes.
Yeah, just like how this Dragon is fizzling away, because we have the kick initiated from Hung, kicking Invincible to the side, but this equalizer from Beauty, who is 0-5 on Rumble, isn't doing too much. The Dragon dispositions the entirety of WE, and he is just such a menace for W to ever handle, and Hope gets that flash bonked onto him, where the Zeri is just instantly dead once again. And I think I saw Shanks also trying his best to one-shot Dream in the backline, but with that Bloodthirster online, you're not one-shotting anyone as this LeBlanc, because you're just not ahead in terms of items anymore.
You are just straight up behind. It feels like the Tristana giving a little bit more value, and even before that Dragon fight where the Shanks was looking for a flank, he just got, you know, the bomb put on top of him, but then a couple of auto attacks later, he was a third of his HP. He had to back away. Is Invincible being a little bit more posturing, shall we say? Is Heng trying to see if he can maybe catch out Dream here, and on top of a ward now knows he's been spotted, but the rest of NIP don't want their mid laner to die, so WE gonna have to back away straight away. There's so much that could just obscure your vision. Super minions being put in here. No explosive cast just yet. There it is. Never mind. And now Invincible goes golden. Equalizer off the backside of this one here. Invincible's just able to kind of take up all this, but only for so long. And now he's going to go down. That's your most fed carry. The kick back on the Dream, who knocks everybody straight back into Photic. Heng goes golden off of his own stopwatch. Hope and the FLEO's trying to be the 2 carries in this game, but Hope can't really deal with the red and white, because you know what it is. It's time to fight. The Lulu in the back of him as well. The flash. The W, Shadow goes in, but he goes over the wall, buffers it, but not quite able to do enough. It's a triple kill coming in for Photic, and with these death timers, they should be able to break open the base.
What a shame. W had this game under control, but Hope he isn't going to be able to ever stand a chance up against Photic, as he has that Lulu for the protection, and also just everything dying around the side of W. Inhibitor down for this mid lane now, and this Aphelios is completely online. I have no idea how W is going to come back into this game. Your top side is 2 behind.
Rumble just feels like it's just doing so little there. Normally equalizers in those moments can do so much, but let's have a look at this one here, because it's Invincible who kind of goes over a little bit too far forward. You don't expect that much damage to come back.
Yep, and just look at Photic for this entire fight, untouched from the side of WE. Shanks isn't able to do any damage because of the Lulu shield and overheal shield, and also BT shield. This guy is on an absolute rampage, and Hope trying his best to get a return kill, but Shadow comes in with the ultimate, zoning out Hope as well. He has the flash here, but I believe it was to dodge just something. It wasn't even enough, because it was to dodge the Lulu Q.
I mean, I guess it does mean he keeps his damage up. Zanya should be back in about 2 seconds. So Invincible should be able to use that if he so chooses. But looks like he's just going to accept his fate. And Shanks shall pick up that kill. Now we're looking at soul point potentially here for NIP. As 3 members of WE were thrown up towards that top side. No real trade available for them outside of that. So NIP happy to kind of push in this bot side, make sure they have double AD carries, and this is a very low health turret. So don't think it's going to be lasting too much longer.
Yep, and NIP coming into this game one with that front-to-back team composition, as Invincible unfortunately did get picked out, but there is nothing on the map since Invincible can just TP towards this dragon, which is going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and I'm sure that they will be able to secure this since they had to burn the Lee Sin ult for that pick in top lane as well. And with NIP having complete control over this bottom side jungle, it's going to be really hard with no front line walking in.
I mean, you're very much reliant on a flash kick, a Nautilus getting a hook and ult onto Photic or something to work out for your team, but double Shadow Flame because they know just how much the shields are doing right now for NIP. We will see Shanks kind of pushing in this top side. Don't think he'll be able to get the turret. Maybe actually he only needs like 2 or 3 more auto attacks, but needs to be a bit more aware of where Invincible's kind of pushing himself, and Shanks is happy to keep him here. This is the thing, if Shanks keeps the Gragas up the top side, he's kind of doing his job as we see an explosive cast.
Oh my god!
That's just too much damage. Invincible though, maybe going down himself, doesn't have flash, but does have the Zhonya's. They can't risk it. And that's Shanks being just deleted by this full AP Gragas. So much burst available in this big fat man.
If NIP wins this game and Invincible doesn't get MVP, I'm just gonna scream robbed as the graphic comes online for the broadcast, because he has been having an amazing game on this AP Gragas as he is just one-shotting Shanks on a LeBlanc where she has the mobility, but you are now level 18 with that roll in your hands as well. Soul point, triple ocean might I add. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, NIP looking to take game 1.
I mean, Shanks had such a great laning phase. He was doing so well against the Tristana, but now it just feels like he's feeling a little bit exposed. Yeah, just flash into the body slam. Not even body slam flash. It was flash into the body slam.
I mean, to be fair, Invincible did have to burn the flash, so that is -1 flash for NIP. Hung trying to clear out the mid wave, but Dream is becoming a nuisance in the side.
I mean, you've triple Ocean Drake and double AD carry. They should be able to take this despite the minions being cleared out by the Equalizer. You lose an inhibitor, you can't fight this right now. You aren't in position to kind of control it. Shanks is spotted. He knows he's been spotted, which is good information. He knows that they know. There's a good little bit of damage coming out. Flash in, lands there on top of Invincible, who has still got the Zhonya's available to him. Does use it. BLG goes golden, as does Ho. Photic gets kicked back. Photic is in the middle of everybody, but Photic can't die. Red, white, let's fight! And that is everything for the side of NIP. They will not lose this game, and WE will have to keep thinking about this series. They still have a job to do. Game's not done just yet. The wave has been cut off by Shanks and by BLG. It's the solo laners left to do everything. Shadow should stay alive. BLG drops down the Equalizer just to do as much as he possibly can, but it's not going to be anything more than just a delay of this game. NIP are one step away from putting IG into the playoffs. WE, they need to reset, reformulate, and reconfirm how they can get back into this series.
This was a scrappy game, O'Shane, but NIP comes out on top. 1-0 in this series now, and WE is 1 loss away from getting eliminated from the playoffs run. I mean, with how that game started, we thought this was WE's series.
Yep, absolutely. I think coming into it, WE started off brighter. They had the early game. They even stopped the Tristana from getting that early kills or even the early plates or anything like that. And then it just felt like they panicked. It felt like the ball dropped. They didn't know how to pick it back up again, and they were just scrambling to try and figure out what they're supposed to do. And then NIP just thrived in those situations. And like you said, Invincible was exceptional in the engages, constantly finding out the Zeri, constantly making sure that gold lead meant literally 0 because the big carry was dead.
literally meant 0, but my man on that Gragas, he was invincible, living up to his name, honestly, as he was getting those solo kills onto Shanks, where I thought this LeBlanc pick just looked a little bit out of place. We didn't see the amount of damage that you want from her, and she wasn't able to either clear the waves or have any threat onto the double ADC composition that NIP has decided to opt into for this game 1. And I think just throw after throw and mistake after mistake, as Hope was getting a little bit too confident with how the early game went, was their downfall, and now they're one loss away from getting eliminated.
And that's it. You know, it's not over just yet. They can come back, win this 2-1. They still make it into playoffs. That's the key thing here. It's nothing to do with game differential. It's all to do with series score, because it is just going to be, again, you know, a big test for them right now. And I feel like, you know, it was very unfortunate as well for Shanks and the LeBlanc, because you're against 3 Ocean Dragons. What are you supposed to do there? Your poke doesn't really make that big of a difference. Yeah, BTs and everything. I know, just so much. And look, Hope did damage. BLG did damage, but it wasn't relevant damage. It doesn't matter if you put endless amounts of damage into Invincible, which we saw them do quite a few times. Photic is still going to be able to smash you. Dream is still going to be able to take down turrets. They're the priorities that you need to be taking into consideration.
Yeah, we need to just remind everyone how Photic was getting solo killed by Hope in that bottom lane, and he was so far behind in terms of gold and items, but with one kill after another set up by Invincible on this Gragas, he was able to become an absolute machine in those team fights, especially with Joy on this Lulu, being able to protect him from everything, where it all started with Invincible getting that solo kill onto Bubi from just purely laning, and that snowballed into such a huge gold lead for this Gragas, where he was just bombering everyone in the team fights.
It felt like great game from Invincible, and now WE, they got some soul searching to do. They still have the power, but can they execute? That is the question. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have picks and bans for game number 2.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Jun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for top esports. Jingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate, and now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and go into the stasis. There's Bin though on top of On, and they're going to try and get Jingtian down. There's Drag falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Jingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Jingtian stays alive is because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. Right over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Jingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie seeing it over something. Juan Bongo! He's looking for more. 1 goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's
one
one
more
shot.
bit of cooldown. 2, 3. Looking for 4. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Juan Fong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blink and you miss it, Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it, a pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Ala almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruit. The Comet comes down. Big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Leave has to be the carry. Jojo down. Look at the Dragon on the back line. Flames spit across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift, and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane. Forge. Oh no. He hasn't got any clue it's happening. Hex Smash is available. Meng over the wall looks for the hook. The stun is there. The pull
sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my hair from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out.
We're back! After what was a very turbulent game number one, NIP able to bring it back incredibly well in those mid games, and it came off of the big team fight victories that were off of the back of the big fat man who was invincible in a lot of different ways. And I really just feel like this team didn't have any right to kind of come back to that game.
Yeah, I mean, Invincible, he was your carry, he was your assassin, he was your tank, your engage, your frontline. He was the whole package on this Gragas top lane for this game one. I mean, he was a really big reason on why Hope wasn't able to play any of these team fights and just made WE's game so much harder to play, especially suffocating Shanks, finding these angles in these team fights, and getting Bubu out of the game as it was a Rumble top, but the Gragas ended up out damaging this Rumble, the Gragas.
I mean, that was the big thing, is that the Gragas was just able to kind of absorb everything, got killed, then got a bit of help from Shadow, and you can see there just like little small mistakes that were just being capitalized on. And this was the big moment. This was after already a massive skirmish around that first or that third dragon that just kind of, you just see Invincible. He only had eyes locked onto Hope.
Yeah, look at this flash E onto Hope, and it just instantly kills him and gets him out of the fight. And I don't know, fighting front to back when you are up against NIP's composition is so incredibly hard because you don't have the same front line that NIP has, which is Invincible in this instance. And Photic was able to just have red and white for every single team fight, and Nene on the enemy team.
And Nene on the enemy team, for sure. But now, WE, you have to forget about that game. It didn't happen. Just reset completely, because you still can make it in the playoffs. You can 2-1 this series, you get in, no issues whatsoever. IG are screaming for NIP to be getting the win off of this one right now. NIP need to win this to put IG into the playoffs in that 10th spot. And WE, they need to just relax themselves. They had a great start to this game. It looked like it was going oh so well, and then they panicked. So for me, I really want to see what they can do to just kind of quell that anxiousness, make sure they're not just running in headfirst into these engages.
I'm not sure if it was WE panicking, but I feel like Hope on this Zeri, he was pretty much set for success. But a lot of these angles that he was looking at, we didn't see it because he was just behind enemy lines and 1v3ing. It worked for the first few times, but when you got to these later stages, you can't be making these big throws that allowed NIP to sneak back into the game.
Absolutely not. We're going to jump straight into picks and bans. NIP on the blue, WE on the red. This time around, though, Shanks may have had a little bit of a latter impact towards or less of an impact towards the latter stages of that game, but he definitely had a great early stage. So going away that LeBlanc saying, look, that's something that we can't get into his hands once more. And for WE, they're taking away the Tristana, so no double AD carry to be shredding through these objectives either.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Tristana has also been taken off the board. I don't think it was the reason why NIP was able to take game 1, but it is going to be triple ADC bans coming out of both sides, and also a lot of these target mid laners like the Cassio, even the LeBlanc getting taken off for Shanks. Perhaps even a Maokai first pick once again, but I honestly want to see another AP jungler like the Elise for Invincible, because I think Maokai in the current meta, you're not going to be too reliable in terms of damage, where you are only able to act as that engaged source, and Dream really has to make up in terms of damage, and the Zeri is going to be, of course, the natural response.
Natural response. Hope did very well in the first few levels, and of course got those early kills. I think it was 5-1 or even higher than that at some point, but did not, unfortunately, eke into a win. We will not be seeing the exact same compositions, but for the moment, we are seeing very similar ones. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Aphelios Lulu locked in here for NIP either, but we'll wait to see, as they're going to be feeling pretty good, especially Photic, who, after he got a second item, just felt like he was doing so much more in those team fights than the Zeri ever could.
There's no way that they lock in the Jax blind here, because there's just so many counter options that BB can opt into, like the Kennen, the Rumble, even the Gwen are all very viable picks into this. So I'm not a big fan of this, as Shanks is going to lock in that side, something that he is very comfortable on, as you are able to seal away that Maokai ultimate for a lot of these major objectives. But what is going to be the support pool for both of these ADCs, the Lulu, Thresh, even Nautilus that we saw from game 1 in the hands of I1D? It did great in the early skirmishes, but I think when you're up against something that can peel your hyper carry, it was just a lot less valued.
Yeah, tend to agree with that, and see what the kind of next few bans are going to be in here. I like that they're kind of getting rid of things like the Yone and stuff like that, things that Dream can kind of combo in if they do decide to go for a full AP Maokai. Of course, like you said, not the most ideal situation, curbing his nerfs and constant changes, but for NIP, where do you want to try and think? I imagine you're going to have to try and put a lot of emphasis maybe to try and get Jax into a semi-decent matchup, or maybe even just, I was going to say, ban away supports. Try and make sure you're not giving over the Lulu to the Zeri, or maybe even ban away the Nautilus as well.
Maybe Invincible is just feeling extra confident after his performance from that game 1. I mean, to be fair, I've been a big fan of Invincible since I think he has had the most explosive performances when he is ahead in that top lane. Photic, of course, is always your consistent carry, but Invincible definitely very happy to take this Jax matchup in the top lane, as he has been very aggressive if he gets a start in, or if he gets a lead in his laning, as he's more like a team fighting one where he likes building these Zonyas as well. But it is going to be the Renata and the Lulu taken off, most likely the Thresh as well. Not that the Sign is going to get taken away, but that does mean Rakan is still available for I1 to take over.
It definitely is. And wait to see what they want to try and go for here. I like the Kennen if they wanted to go for it. I do think that the Gragas does survive fairly decently, and we saw what Invincible could do in that first game, but it's a different beast this time around. You're dealing with a much bigger split push carry in the Jax, and we have seen plenty of times this regular split how effective this Jax can be in the hands of Invincible. And straight away, NIP are very happy with this call right now. They're saying, look, we're going to bring out the Akali, get that assassination threat onto the Zeri, and the Thresh to kind of cover up the, the OG pairing with the Aphelios. The Thresh just having so much utility, especially with the extra little buffs he received on the most recent patches.
Yeah, that Q haste for the Thresh is absolutely insane. I believe Keria landed 3 hooks in the matter of 5 seconds. So if this Thresh gets his items online, I mean, these chains are going to be connecting. But for the side of NIP, something relatively standard. Once again, as they played the Maokai 2 games in a row, Shadow did struggle in that early game as Hung was super aggressive on this Lee Sin. But as the items come online, I think Shadow had a very clear understanding of what fights to take and how they were going to win the game and close it out. As Photic, I mean, also Aphelios 2 games in a row, I think it is just his comfort, and he is very happy to take it into the Zeri matchup.
Very, very happy to take it. Exactly what he was able to do in game number 1. Now remember, WE can still make it in the playoffs. Need to keep hitting that home. They just need to take that first big step and get the win right now. They need to get this first win, bring us to a tie game. But for NIP, this is very much kind of, the building blocks you would imagine for the summer split. You want to try and put yourself as far forward as you possibly can. A win here would put them in 12th position, so that isn't too far away from getting back in the playoffs, from getting into the kind of, the knockout gauntlets. So this is a moment here where you're not going to have any stage games for a very long time until after MSI, so you have to make the most of it. That's what I think is the key thing for a lot of these teams, is that once you go after the spring split, there isn't anything for like 2 months.
Yep, NIP taking that first game away from WE is going to put them on match point, as they are 1 win away from eliminating WE from their playoff dreams. But can WE bring it back is the question. But I am not going to lie, not the biggest fan of I1D for this Nautilus 2 games in a row as well. It just doesn't provide too much peel for hope, where I think he's been playing over aggressive, and I think something that can help him out and just give him a little bit more of a lifeline would have been ideal for this game too.
The WE home crowd, they know how much this means to them. They know that their team needs to bounce back, giving as much energy as they possibly can. And you love to see it. You love to have that vibe of, just a 6-man in your corner available to you. But NIP, they could be turning this into from a Xi'an stadium to a Xi'an library if they're playing their cards very well. As I can say, they have some pretty decent late game scaling. They did exceptionally well at stalling out that game in game number 1. We'll see if the same thing happens, or if WE can kind of transition that early game they got in game number 1 to try and make this game number 2 a little bit more cohesive.
Yeah, and I think that will just start with Hung starting this red buff or even the top side of his own jungle and consistently trying to invade this Maokai before he gets his items online, because that is when Maokai is the weakest, and you can't really handle a duel from the Sylas and Lee Sin synergy when it comes to the early game, since they both have Conqueror. You're never going to be able to win a straight up 2v2 fight. So Shadow has to play extremely careful, and hopefully they get to find these major skirmishes around major objectives when they have the ultimates available and online.
And obviously in the first game we saw a lot of early activity from the Lee Sin. Kind of wanted to get your opinion of kind of like, where does the power lie in this Maokai? Because obviously the full AP, when it was busted and Tarzan was putting out 9,000 damage per fight, was kind of one of the things. But where do you see the value in something like a Maokai coming into the meta right now on 13.5?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that NIP has decided to pick the Maokai 2 games in a row. We saw it building the Sunfire for the first time. I'm not going to be surprised with the Aftershock rune again, that it is going to be a full tank Maokai. It is just serving as that front line and stable engage. The hook does land, not going to mean too much. I don't think anyone's going to be dying here. So yeah, Shadow, he is just that engage that NIP can depend on. However, he isn't going to be doing too much damage, where of course the nerfs did hit him really hard, where he isn't able to do as much around major objectives.
I could have spelled doom for him, but doesn't get too baited too quickly. As Dream very unfavorable trade against Shanks. This is kind of unfortunately what we saw in game number 1. Shanks kind of has Dream's number and is definitely coming out a little bit higher HP in a lot of these trades.
Yep, I mean, we saw from game 1 that Invincible is feeling himself in that top lane and getting a lot of solo kills onto BB, so hopefully that doesn't happen, as BB is trying to replicate what Invincible was able to do in that game 1. Shanks taking a really bad chain is going to get away scratch-free. Luckily enough, not touching Dream, but Shadow has the flash available. Can they get a kill? Oh.
Nope, nothing to be happening just yet. Well, maybe. We'll see. That Shadow is up on the top side, but Heng is on the bottom. So Bubu is going to take a lot of harassment here. Oh, the flash! Look, it's not going to be good enough. And that's Iwandi without a flash there. That's a very unfortunate situation to be finding yourself into, because it means that you now confirmed that the enemy jungler is on the bot side.
Look, Iwandi's hook missing there might have looked really bad, but I can see what he was going for. He tried to stop the lantern from going over, as Photic did take it, so he was trying to cancel it, but unfortunately it was a few seconds off, and Photic gets away for a 1-for-0 flash trade. Invincible still having the grass, and of course the Doran shield does mean he has a bit more slack cut off since he has a lot of healing.
Really want to reset this wave. You can see that already. Invincible just trying to get this wave crashed in as best he possibly can. Call Shadow over to be a little bit more of a nuisance, so gets himself an extra little wave and should be just fine. But nothing too crazy happening in this early game, and it's kind of just the standard real setup coming in here for both these teams. I think NIP know they are very happy to just scale into the late game and try and execute onto a team fight, because they looked the better of the two in that first game, and in terms of the team fight execution.
Yeah, and something that I am picking up on is that Dream has decided to go the Oblivion Orb into the Silas matchup, which we've seen a lot of players prefer to build the Morellonomicon as that first item, as it has received a slight haste buff. Not haste, sorry, magic pen buff, so it does work as that first, especially when you're versing something like the Gragas, and also Lee Sin going Gore Drinker. The heal cut is going to do wonders. Hung is a little bit caught out here. Can he get out?
Yeah, Blast Cone should be fine. But yeah, I completely agree. I do say that, like, the healing cut doesn't change, so you're still getting the same one, and it's something that we've had debated for quite a while, is that, is healing cut into a Silas really that big of a deal? Well, when he's healing, 300, 400 HP per Q, then,
as well.
Yeah, say, like, it's you tell me after that, but you and Invincible just going to be throwing wet noodles of this. I'm going to call something out, all right? I'm going to say it on our observers kind of, setup. They are obsessed with wet noodle fights in topside. Our observers love us looking at, like, we have, like, I was going to say, there was a dragon being actively taken, and we were just looking at topside trading back grass procs. Like,
well, at least we know that Invincible is slowly getting his health back from the grasp and the Doran shield. Also having that Merc Treads available now, as W secures his first dragon, with Iwandi being there, as I'm assuming NIP was forced to reset.
Possibly? I don't know. Is it possibly? Your
I
guess
saw
is as
Shadow
good as
and
mine.
Joe walking out of base, so I'm assuming they were forced out of lane, as Shadow is trying to just get control of this top side, not hitting level 6 just quite yet. He is a level above Hung, though, so he's going to be able to force a lot of these fights much easier.
Yeah, 3 camp lead. Does end up leading to that as Fota kind of moves forward here, trying to see if he can maybe get a sneaky hook there from Zhou, but not to be done just yet. But AD Carry is going for Cole. Kind of tells you where this state of this game is. And We're just going to keep on waiting. We're going to keep on just kind of relaxing probably until this Rift Herald spawns in a minute's time. That's might see some action, maybe. I'm not gonna jinx it.
Well, I think if W wants to look for these successful team fights when it comes to these major objectives, Shanks needs to have the Maokai ult in his hands. Or right now he has the Akali ult and he needs to get his hands onto Photic, but this time around with the Thresh for Drow, it might be a little bit tough. So ideally you want Maokai ult, so you initiate these fights first and BB can disposition the enemy carries, and then that's where the fight starts and allows Hope to really dance onto the enemy team. But Shadow now is level 6 and he is hovering the bot side. Flashes are not available for the support.
Just about got it. Just literally as you said it, I saw the icon just do a big old 360. Yeah, literally just ticked over. As Dream having a much better time of it, you would imagine, this time around into Shanks, not going down 20 or so CS. Have a look at the replays. Something happened on top side.
The ultimate.
Yeah, explosive cast.
Doesn't go into tower though.
That's what he wanted, but wasn't to be happening. Now Photic and Heng might be having a little bit of an altercation. There's a hook. It's good. They want to try and continue this one on. They're going to have to flash in, flash away. There's the first blood going over to the side of NIP and WE. Oh no! This is their playoff hopes just kind of running away from them. They lose 2 kills on that bot side and they lose summoners as well.
And this Maokai has successfully gotten to that level 6 point without getting harassed a single time from this Lee Sin. And that is exactly what you expect from Shadow, as it is going to be a 2-for-0 trade for the bottom side. I mean, this is going to be the last game for both of these teams, and WE, they're a little bit shaky now.
Looking very shaky. They started game 1 so confident as well. It's the kind of unfortunate setup here as Invincible. He is definitely going to be a much stronger setup, but he gets kicked back here right on top of 3 with no counter-strike available to him. He's going to drop down the ultimate to keep himself alive, and the fight he thought he wanted, he definitely did not. There's going to be a hook thrown out. It's going to land. There's no mana here on Shanks. They can throw back a little bit of a fillet, drop the box. Shadow is here. Dream flashes forward. Iwandi needs to get the hell out of dodge. And everyone just trying to back themselves away. A perfect execution would be good. A flash. Hawk and Zhuo is sending a death sentence to WE's postseason here in spring.
I mean, we were talking about this Thresh being an absolute menace when the haste comes online, but this is 9 minutes in the game with that Moby Boots. He has no haste and he lands 2 hooks onto the enemy team. Also, Iwandi getting caught out as Dream also committed his ultimate and a flash to gap close that. But WE, they're just getting caught out of position.
I mean, Bew here might be getting caught up, but just going to see the Nature's Grass going past there as the weird caterpillar cats sneak by. NIP get themselves the Rift Herald. I said we might have seen a little bit of a movement here, but nothing too crazy. Bew does have the explosive cast, goes put Shadow into the wall, but no Q lands. There's going to be another hook landing. The stolen Maokai ultimate. They're going to just say, Shadow, you know, Zhou tried his absolute hardest to get you out of that, but you're going to die anyway, buddy.
And I mean, you die, you kill the Maokai, you also get the blue into Hung, so maybe it's not too terrible, but NIP gets away with that Herald, of course. They just need this Maokai ult to engage any of these team fights, because I think BB on this Gragas from just laning so far, the execution isn't perfect yet, as Invincible having that lane priority does rotate first, as W thought they had something here, but with Invincible burning the flash, also jumping over the wall, meant that this play was dead. But they didn't expect Drow to be here first with that mobility boots, and then the Glacial just puts in so much work. And flashes after flash, but Dream having that gap close on the Akali just meant this Nautilus was very dead, and the Herald was going to get started after this.
Love that as well from Zhuo. Just going to say, look, not going to take it over the wall, don't need to, just need to keep him in place so that perfect execution can come out. 1,500 gold lead now for NIP. They're happy as Larry just kind of in this bot side. Hope skates his way over the top of the wall, keeps himself alive, but now second dragon spawns. It's going to be a Ocean Dragon, and NIP have priority in that bot side, but it looks like WE, they're getting antsy. I don't think they're going to be able to really contest this. You still have this Maokai ultimate. You still have pure basic vision control pink wards. There's just no way you can get near this.
Yep, and Hung is just doing his wolf camp. most likely not going to contest, but this is a really good early game from the side of NIP. Way more controlled compared to game 1, where I'm kind of getting worried for WE because that was their strong point from the previous one. So they are just trying their best to scale, and hopefully this Zeri, which is Hope, gets online once again and starts doing so much damage in these team fights. But he needs to play smart because I think Hope was just set up to do everything in that game. But with the 2 items at 15, oh my god!
Another 1v1 this bot side. These AD carries love to do it, but there's going to be a hell of a lot more people joining. TP not available for BLG or Invincible, so it would have been a 4v4, but I think Photic thought with the grabbing him gun, no cleanse available for Hope, and he lost it to that hook previously there as he looked to try and contest Vision. Thought maybe he could go for a bit of a fight. Not to be, though, and everyone just kind of settles down, backs themselves up. We're going to see the AD carries pick up their Gale Forces and Immortal Shield Bows respectfully.
You know what I love about Hope when it comes to this Zeri vs Ophelia matchup? Every single time these 2 ADCs are isolated, he burns double summoners from Photic as Invincible. He's smacking BLG down, nearly killing him.
I mean, Invincible is proving between himself and BLG.
Matchup.
I was going to say, between himself and BLG, Invincible is definitely feeling the better of the two. BLG is sitting off to the side there, maybe seeing if he could get a reset off. But Invincible just going to stop that one off on him, make sure that he stays, because he knows that if the wave crashes, he is just going to be in so pain. I will say for BLG, he is still keeping up relatively well in CS, and of course in pressure, has that assist as well, so not doing too badly. Shank steals away the perfect execution, but just a Bramble smash away keeps him at bay. So now, Kitty, 1 dragon apiece, 2,000 gold lead, just a little bit underneath it for NIP. How do WE bring this one back? What do you want to see from them to try and, you know, wrangle control back into this game?
It does seem like BLG is also going for that Everfrost build, so this entire team composition from WE, they're looking for the 5v5s, but I'm getting a little bit afraid because Invincible on this Jax, he is that side lane threat that I think BLG isn't going to be able to answer once items come online. This Jax is going to get out of control, and they have to force these before NIP gets the re-engage or reinforcements from Invincible on this Jax, because his Jax in these teamfights specifically look kind of insane. He lands a lot of these flash stuns, but it really just depends on how W plays with their space with Hope on the Zeri 2 games in a row.
We'll see how WE are able to do it, if they're able to do it. Does look like for the moment they are happy to just keep scaling. Get 2 items up, get your Rod of Ages going. We see Invincible looking for a bit of an engage there. Explosive Cast has to come out as Invincible drops his own ultimate, but there's very little mana here on the Jax, so won't have the same level of engage possibilities, and without the clear idea of where the enemy jungler and mid are, he recognizes, look, need to back away, so it's an ultimate for an ultimate. That's the thing, BLG doesn't need to have too much else happen for him. He's actually taking a slight CS lead now as they both go back to, I imagine, finish off their mythics.
Yep, and mythics, like you said, are coming online for both sides of the team, but we see a lot of hovering from the side of NIP towards this bottom lane, as I expect them to be making a huge rotation towards that mid, since both Herald and Dragon will be up and available. Invincible, he is very close to taking this tier 1 tower, which opens his Jax to rotate towards the bottom side and just become an absolute nuisance. I feel like BLG on this Gragas, I mean, yes, you are diffusing all of these engage angles from the Jax, but he's just gonna take down your towers.
Yeah, you're not winning on the structure front, shall we say, as WE, but next dragon in a minute's time, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back is what I was trying to say. My brain just lagged. There's no real pressure coming out here from WE towards this mid lane, means they are going to start losing out on pressure there. Hook goes wide as Shanks and Heng find themselves behind enemy lines. Photic takes the Lancer, gets caught out by that. They get a pick, but he puts him away from everybody else. They need to fully commit on the Photic, and they do just that. But they're going to lose Hang in the distance. WE's Hope does stay alive. The perfect execution comes out as Dream now getting CC'd up and taken out. There's 2 kills. Nip able to get Shadow out. Droll landing another fantastic hook. Gets the play backwards, but I don't think Shanks is going to die from this one here. He just about keeps himself alive. A hook goes wide. The Nautilus dies. Hooks up with the immortal shield bomb with Shanks tank turret. I don't know how he ends up dying there, but Hook stays alive and ends up being a 4 for 3 in favor of WE.
What just happened, Oshin? I mean, I thought Dro was going to smurf out of his mind, but the last hook missed onto Hope, and that is the one that you needed to kill, as this is going to be tier 1 tower going to the hands of WE, and they revive from how the game state was and stop NIP from snowballing with that gold lead. And it all started with the mid jungle of WE getting their hands onto Photic in this team fight, and all credits to Shanks. He actually cancelled the Thresh Lantern right here, and it stopped Photic from going to his own team. This pick does go a little bit awkward, but he has to flash here. He doesn't actually have flash, and then the enemy team just comes and finishes him off. This last Q from Dream misses, unfortunately, so he has to do his R2 to go back in. But I thought Dro and the Shadow were out from here, as Dro gets a hooked by a hook, and they continue fighting, but you don't have any damage since your tank Maokai isn't going to do too much. But the tower juggling here was terrible, Oshin.
It was a little sus, and we come back into live, and this is the unfortunate reality here for WE. They will not be able to take this dragon. It will be secured there by Shadow. So yes, you do gain a huge amount of gold, but it doesn't change the state of the game. You kind of gave back just as good as you got. So, and while that was happening, we didn't even notice it because it was in the replay there. At second tower for Invincible, he got 2 towers basically because he was solo topside, and this is what you were talking about so much, that see him engage him on the top side. Dream trying to see if he can get away. I think he's just about gonna die. Execution gonna be done better by Shanks, but I mean, Invincible just side pressuring now, 0-0-0, but has himself so much just tower taking ability.
I know, right? This Jax is getting a little bit worrisome for the side of W to kind of have to start dealing with, but a really nice kill onto Dream as they committed both ultimates onto this Akali, also breaking down that tier 1 top, getting Herald a second charge onto the second tier tower as well. So I think Akali in this game too on Dream has been struggling a little bit. I think Hung has been shutting her down extremely well, and this Akali not being ahead does mean that the backline of WE for these teamfights won't have too much threat unless Invincible joins in on the fight.
You're not going to really be able to do much there. Just Hope picks up his second item. But let's look at this one here. This Dream just gets caught out. You don't really have a place to go. You have all the mobility in the world. You get kicked in the face. Not much else you can do.
He had the Proto Belt as well. I didn't expect him to go there. I thought it was going to be Morello Rush, but with the ultimate being stolen for Shanks, it's just going to be an easy follow-up. It's kind of like how Silas used to be a hard counter for Ahri. Since Ahri, you just dash away, but you have even more dashes with the stolen Ahri ultimate, and this is the same situation with Dream. But Hung and Shanks working extremely well together for this game too, and that's exactly the synergy that you want to see, as they are that powerful mid-game skirmishing composition.
Now, come back into what is effectively an even game. Just really a small little advantage here for NIP. You would love for the Aphelios to finish off his second item. They know Invincible has TP. They have to know this, right? But they're not committing to it just now. Zhuo hasn't really figured it out just yet. Shadow gets the lantern over to the side. Now they know what's going on. Now they have an idea. Hook goes wide. That's a lot of value there onto the Maokai sapling. They're going to try and collapse on them. It's going to be a 4v4. They catch out the Nautilus. They get Shanks as well. WE, why did you flip it? What was the benefit of going for an off-spawn Baron?
Oshin, they didn't flip anything. They just opted into a losing fight, as NIP Dream has that angle suffocating WE and walking them into Shadow's ultimate and giving this Baron over. I think it's over for WE.
Baron, 3 kills. I mean, Bew didn't even TP up. That should tell you the mental of this team right now. It feels like WE have just collapsed in front of our eyes because there's just no need to go for this.
But look at Shadow. He knew what his job was, and it was straight onto Hope and stopping him from doing anything in this team fight. You can't ever let this Maokai engage first and let them opt into the best scenario fight. as everyone else was just stragglers getting finished off by Invincible, who did TP first, like you said, and BLG, he was just doing something else in bottom lane, and this is going to be a huge fight for both sides, and it just seems like NIP is on top of their game.
My God, it is just all crumbling in front of WE right now. They're not out of it yet. You still do have Azeri and plenty of damage here with Shanks as well, with that Cosmic drop. I mean, it's just so difficult to see how they get into this one. No real vision control around this area either. And it's not as if they're not trying. They are pushing in. They've got so many wards in their inventory. They're trying their absolute hardest to make sure that this isn't where it ends. But an Infinity Edge Gale Force on Photic now. He's actually gone with what I thought he was going to do in the first game where he went for Bloodthirster. This time around, he's going for pure damage. Because I don't think there's anyone apart from a flash Pew body slam or even a flash hook for my Wandy. There's no one who can really kill him.
Yeah, they have such short range from the Silas Lee Sin and Gragas, where with the green and white, which is going to run out very soon, is going to be extremely tricky trying to get your hands onto him. But Hung is desperately trying to find a flank angle onto the carries, because that's the only way you're ever going to win a fight. You can't win 5v5s anymore traditionally.
No, you gotta go some weird off-center stuff now if you're going to be WE. Your season is on the line. You have to keep this series alive. You cannot let this die here. Right now, it is all NIP all the time. As you can see, Invincible, the one taking up, but maybe a pick on the Dream here could stop a little bit of that side wave pressure. You know that the Shuriken Flip is down. Hang looking for something here, not quite able to get behind him. And that means they're not really able to get the full engage. They're going to try for it with a perfect execution, but Dream's underneath his own tower. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone terribly. Shanks isn't going to be able to get away from this. When I say that, he flashes in. Shanks needs to stay alive, but here comes Invincible. It's a 1v2 as the caretaker, the grave digger of WE's playoff hopes, is coming for more. They're going to try and get one more off of this. Invincible nearly going on top of Hang. One dead, but can he get any more? Hope trying to jump in on top of this. No flash available for Invincible. Hope trying to do as much as he can. Put out the damage. There's 1v2. Invincible goes down. The base is being taken on the bot side as we go down straight to this one here. As WE are getting kills. WE are getting desperate, but WE are still alive.
Why is Troy there when your jungler is soloing the dragon as a tank Maokai? There's fights everywhere, Machine, and Invincible, he looked like he was going to get a double kill, but Hope fortunately was the last member who rotated to that play and was able to collect that Jax kill in the top lane, and Joe did get caught out by the Everfrost from this Gragas, so there's a lot of random kills happening. Overall, NIP is now a mountain soul point.
Oh my God, Kitty. This is such a strange game right now. 3 items onto the Invincible Jackson. You could see him how close he was to 1v3. Did pick up one kill, but lost his life at the end of it all. And now I think WE know what they want. They need to try and survive until they get 3 items to this area, because Dream, in fairness to him, does as much as he possibly can. They have to commit so much. It's just too much.
And they were so overpushed. This is quite literally the inhib tower. Shanks resetting the tower aggro right here does survive by the tiniest bit of HP, and they're lucky that Invincible didn't have that flash available for this instant. But we see Hope making his way down here as Shanks was technically out. Hung was also nearly out, but they decided to fight this 1v3. But Shanks in the very end did drop as Hope was just kiting for his life. And no stuns landed. This is a level 16 Jax, by the way. And we need to take another look at that bottom tier 3 tower, because there's also fighting happening on the other side of the map. As Droid got caught up, but they did secure the Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, they got the Dragon Soul point. I wanted to see the replay, Kitty. And 4 servers didn't want to see the replay. So you know what? I back you up on that. I think I would have liked to see how bot lane went so weirdly, I suppose is the way to put it. But now we come back into live. 3 items on each of your AD carries. Hang is going to get caught a little bit by Shadow, but it's more just to cover Shanks.
Breaker now.
Yeah, Hullbreaker, Blade the Ruin King, Divine Sunderer. He is a man on a mission. There is Zhuo with potentially the death sentence for WE. Another one onto Hung, but he hasn't gone down just yet, and now he has to flash away. There's going to be a responded to ultimate. The Maokai ultimate doing well to keep everyone alive. Oh, everybody else is caught! The Akali trying to run away, but I don't think Dream's getting anywhere out of this one. And that's 2 kills for 1 in favor of WE. No Baron for 25 seconds, but they're looking at it.
These two supports are just landing hook after hook, and now without your ADC, because Iwandi, before he died, he was able to sacrifice himself by landing that final CC onto Photic. They want to start the Baron here. Jax is pushing in your bottom side. BB can't hold on to any longer.
He needs to clear this wave. He knows he does. Otherwise, the inhibitor is being taken open, but maybe if you trade an inhibitor tower for the Baron, it's worth. Invincible has TP. There is a ward right in the pit, but I don't think they're going to go for it. It looks like they're going to just back themselves away, except that they are not going to be able to try and contest this big purple worm. They're waiting for a little bit longer. I'm not quite sure for what. Maybe to give them a couple of extra seconds before this dragon spawns, but WE not dead yet.
And I thought the game was over, but this game is just as messy as that game 1, and entertainment really is the key to LPL. But this Jax is now level 17, so it's going to be a big struggle trying to shut him down. But we're going to see how this fight started, which was the hook onto the enemy Lee Sin. As Photic did have ideal guns, but I believe he switched out midway into the Graviton, so he just didn't have the damage that NiP wanted. And Shanks steals the Maokai ultimate here and zones out the rest of NiP, where it actually got onto Photic. And Iwandi connects with the last Q before he dies. And this is just a 2-for-0 trade, and they get the Baron as well.
I mean, Dream looked like he was going to cover that one, and then all of a sudden, Photic just walks a little bit too far back. 1 minute till Dragon spawns. This would be Mountain Soul for NiP. Huge amount of stats build up here now for your entire front line. Having this onto something like a Maokai, a Jax, even a Thresh would just be monstrous if you're on the side of NiP. But WE are not dead just yet. They are 2 dragons down and a couple of 100 gold, and they've got a dream. They've got hope on this Zeri. And they need to make sure that he is getting the maximum value out of these fights. There's not going to be a flash here onto Zhuo or Iwandi, but apart from that, everyone's dealing with a full deck of cards. So this is going to be an all-out brawl. And the funny thing is, NiP don't have to go for it if they don't want to. They can let this one slide and just kind of scale up ever more.
Especially with W having that Baron buff available does mean they're going to get both mid and bottom lane priority. Shanks getting his hands on the Dream.
And see Abscond, though, that's a 2-level difference. They catch themselves out onto Zhuo. Zhuo's going to go down. They can kill the jungler as well. Shadow's going to have to flash. There's a Moonlight Vigil. Does decent damage, but nothing exceptional. Invincible trying to jump on the Bew who has to flash over the wall. These are low health bars, and the Aphelios and the Jax are looking oh so healthy.
NiP is going to scramble their way to this Mountain Soul. TP available for the Silas.
Double
he
TP.
doesn't have the Maokai ult to steal.
This is it. This is the fight. This is it. You have to go for this one now. You're 4v5. WE, you have to win this one now. As Shadow and Invincible jump onto the backside. You can see Photic gets jumped on by Jim. Shanks is trying to deal with him. The Aphelios, the Akali. They're all going down. Invincible is no longer in this world. And WE get themselves a 4-for-0. They won't even bother with the dragon. They're going to look to try and end up mid.
They're just going to end on this wave right here as every member of WE is still alive. As Dro is going to desperately try and defend himself, but as a singular Thresh, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to stay in this game any longer. And it looks like we're going to go to 3 games, O'Shane.
When all things seem lost, you still have hope. And WE have 4 other members with them as well. They're going to be able to take down the Nexus turrets, and they will keep their playoff buff and playoff hopes alive. Going to 1-1 in the scoreline. And they give themselves one last chance.
And at the very end, NiP, you've got to remember you have Photic on this Aphelios. You have to protect him, but everyone just seemed to forget about how Photic is quite literally a main carry in that last dragon fight, and they all went for the engage, and Shanks just soloed in him in the very back.
Yeah, I mean, once Zhuo was dead, you don't have that thresh available to you to get the death sentences, the flays, the box, and of course the lantern to keep your carries alive. And then Dream and, or excuse me, not Dream, Shanks was just on such a tear at finding people, just saying, look, you are my target. No one else matters in this fight except for you. And really, really well played fight there for WE, and we touted it as the final fight. It really, really was. It felt like whoever won that final Dragon fight was going to be able to come out with the win, and lo and behold, WE were able to do it. Oh, Kitty, this is going down right to the wire right now. WE and their home fans, they need to have that kind of performance again. And the interesting thing we've seen now twice in a row is that the team who wins out in the early game isn't necessarily the team that's going to win the game. It actually has such a huge reverse coming into these first two games.
I don't know if that's a good thing, Oshin. That just means both of these teams are very vulnerable to big throws. And even with Invincible being extremely huge on that Jax, it just didn't matter because WE just looked like they were opting into losing fights where you had a whole break of Jax. Just let him do his thing on the side and you win through that. But forcing these unnecessary fights was the downfall of NIP. And it just looked like they were going to take this second game away. But now we're going to 3.
We are going to 3, and for WE and IG fans, you have to sweat one more game. You have to sweat through another Summoner's Rift because we haven't gotten our 10th team yet. We are still with 2 series and a game left to play in the regular split, unsure of who our top 10 teams are. And I honestly even what order they're going to be. Weibo still have to play tomorrow, but look at that goal grab. It literally goes from NIP to nothing after that Dragon fight.
Yep, and I think NIP was just way too tunnel vision on that last Dragon where, like you said, Zhuo already picked a 4v5 situation and they just lost the plot. They forgot about Photic and he was just a lonely ADC getting one shot by this Silas, where I want to give credit to Shanks. He didn't have the best performance on that LeBlanc in Game 1. However, in Game 2, he definitely stood up in the side lane, constantly pressuring Dream alongside Hung, and now also executing the enemy ADC, where NIP just threw everything away.
Yeah, they just kind of threw everything at it, threw everything away, and like you said, they got a bit tunnel vision towards that last fight. They left, they left the Aphelios just kind of completely on his own, but we'll see if that is going to change in this next game. We are going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will know if WE or IG are going to playoffs.
네. 킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 베리오가 없거든요. 이게 볼만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이 그리고 그걸 돌아. 킹 그러면서 이거는 본다. 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 돌아갔으가 미쳤는데요. 클리드 위험 절타. 안타깝. 이제 끝나버립니다.
直接要开动了，周彤在旁边，这边先被卡塔打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至金身都没有看出来。阿 K 援交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打，Light 一把当先，推了3个，把后来全都推回来了。泽力拿到一波4杀，都让开，差一个，闪击来说他有点难跑的，5杀手。
Maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Honster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series, making a triple, making a quadra. It's a pentakill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어왔고요. 장봉 밀어내기
Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ele vai! Acertou!
curtindo o time inteiro. Nunca duvide da rede.
They don't want to risk anything. They might. Adam has teleport though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. Okay, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do. And it looks like the call is they found Crownie. Mickey going to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crownie getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam, and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight.
A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody.
We are back and we are here for game number 3. This will decide our 10th team in playoffs. IG, they're just a bystander. They're just sitting at home, holding, praying to whichever god they think is fair. And for WE, they have been given themselves a lifeline. That lifeline came off of the absolute pinpoint precision of Shanks on this Silas, knowing where he needed to be and who he needed to kill in every instance.
Yep, and Shanks making a very big turnaround from that game 1 with this Silas. I mean, just something that he is way more comfortable on and put into a matchup that he is more than happy to steal away those Akali ultimates, working alongside Hung for these sidelane picks, allowed WE to trickle back into the game. And of course, throw after throw, we did not expect WE to come back, but they were able to just get a winning fight, 4v5 style, get the Baron, and then force NIP into so many chokeholds where just Shanks was the difference, especially with those Maokai ultimates as well.
Yeah, I mean, so many times we saw him just catching out Photic. Yeah, so many times there. And this was the beginning of the end, because you know, we talked about so many times that, you know, NIP were coming out on top. I think that, you know, the hooks from Shro were just absolutely fantastic. But then this is when it started to turn around a little bit there. You get caught out, you give over 2 kills for 1. Okay, not too bad. This was the final fight. And just watch Shanks immediately just ignore everybody else and goes, no, I'm killing you. Regardless of how the other fight goes, if I kill the Aphelios, we've won.
I don't know if it was Shanks ignoring everyone else or if it was everyone else ignoring Photic, because I yelled out in that team fight, peel Photic, and my man was just getting killed straight up by Shanks, having that Akali ultimate available, just way too much gap closing on this Silas when the only thing you have is that Gale Force and also the Flash, but it wasn't enough because Dro was dead.
Joe was dead. Easiest way to put it, he was dead. Now we come into the 3rd and final game of the day of the series, and we got to look at where WE want to take it. Where do they want to feel like they can get their most, I suppose, value for bang for their buck, if you will, because they need to come out on top here if they want to get back into obviously the playoffs and bring themselves into what I imagine is a, you know, kind of a massive moment for this organization that has been going through a lot of chop and changing.
Yeah, I mean, WE, they have glimpses of greatness through their mid lane and ADC, but sometimes they just get a little bit too confident and throw those leads away, where NIP is able to take advantage of this and vice versa. So this drafting is going to be so important as WE is back on the blue side. So they're able to take away whatever they want, and they take away the Maokai actually away from Shadow.
Take that off him. Doesn't need to be anywhere near him whatsoever, but
take the Lee Sin, buddy. Just take it.
Yeah, just take it. You gotta go for this one here because it is kind of what you want to go for. But no, they're gonna say, look, we're gonna put hope back onto this one, this combination. They did have a fairly decent game 1. Game 2 looked a lot better in my opinion, but I also think that was also due to the fact that Shanks was on something that can do exceptionally well. And there is a Viego and the Aphelios. They want resets.
I am going to be honest, not the biggest fan of Viego for Shadow, but that is more because of Dream's champion pool and how he will struggle trying to have that utility that can allow this Viego to pop up in these team fights. We'll have to see, because I think a Lissandra or even an Ahri could work really well for Dream here, but is he going to be able to pilot those champions, as we of course had the Lee Sin 3 games in a row for Hung, but the Rakan is going to be a change up for the support.
A little bit of a change-up. Does give fairly decent engage opportunities here for WE. We've seen plenty of Rakan kind of coming back into the meta, and of course the Nautilus is picking up a little bit as well, so definitely plenty of options available here. And again, these are kind of identical kind of setups here for both these teams in terms of how they want to try and get a fight. I will say, in terms of the jungle, you will have a lot more priority here with Heng on this Lee Sin, especially for those first few levels. But if the Viego gets those resets, if the Viego gets into those fights with the, you know, the Heartbreakers, that's where, as I said, you can heartbreak a hell of a lot more than just the ultimate.
Yep, and as we both sus luck in the Twitch chat of LPL, we are going to wait until how these solo laners are going to be able to opt into those ideal matchups. WE trying to get rid of all these good mid lane champions that synergize well with this Viego, who is going to try and go for those skirmishes when you do hit level 6. But I think Invincible, when it does come to his laning phase up against BB, there's a clear difference between who is confident and who is really just suffering from an isolated matchup. BB had the counter matchup with that Gragas into Jax, but it didn't really matter too much.
No, it didn't matter at all. So we'll see what they're able to kind of work with right now as final bans do come in. I like the Galio coming in here actually as well. Kind of something similar that we've seen with, you can kind of go Galio, Camille. Yeah, could maybe be Lissandra coming in here. The LeBlanc is still available if they want to go for NIP. The Akali as well. Dream didn't have the greatest of situations, I will be honest. It does feel like Dream has not been the better of the two mid laners at all this series, even in the game one where NIP did win. So gonna go with the Cassante this time around. Pretty safe into that mid lane. If WE want to put BB onto the Gwen, it does mean they will have a little bit of priority, but see what they want to try and go for this one here.
From Shanks. Lock it in, buddy. It's game 3 and playoffs is on the line. I think Shanks is probably one of our best risers in the LPL right now. He has the most damage ceiling when it comes to these 5v5s, and paired alongside Hung, where they are both on their most comfortable champions for this third game, is going to be very pleasant to watch, as the final pick for WE is going to be that Renekton, so something with a little bit more kill threat when it comes to the early game. But NIP saving this counter pick for Dream. You really have to make up for that lack of engage between your jungle and mid. So is it going to be the Syndra?
Syndra will be decent, because give you a nice little bit of disengage from a hell of a lot of engage on WE, and NIP have got themselves locked and loaded. Good mid-jungle combination here, even mid-jungle support, to be honest with you. We've seen it many times where 3v3 happens up in that top in that mid lane, but plenty of single target CC, even AoE CC, to kind of set up this Viego, make sure he's getting his advantages and his angles in to get that stun off on afterwards. So for WE, they're looking to try and just get Hope as the carry. Use Shanks on his patented rise, something he is so comfortable on, to be able to try and bring them over the line, get them to that 8-8 scoreline. 8-8 will get them to playoffs. That's all they need to get. And right now, it is just an NIP standing in their ways. One win is all that it takes. For IG fans, you're an NIP fan. You gotta be going for NIP. You're looking for these big pickoffs. You're looking for that single target CC to land on the big carries.
Yep, and this game 3, I mean, both of these compositions are relatively easy to execute. You have so much engage tools from both supports. Rakan versus Nautilus. A bit of a switch up as we have the Rakan in the hands of WE for this second game. And Hope Photic, they've been playing this matchup for 3 games in a row now, and I feel like Hope is just a lot more aggressive when it comes to the early game. So hopefully, working alongside Hung and I1D, they are able to make those early leads and fall into the pockets of Hope getting that item online once again. But for this game 3, NIP locking in the Syndra for that last pick is going to outrange this Rise when it comes to that lane party, and allow Shadow to make aggressive invades on this Viego. And you need this Viego ahead no matter what.
WE fans in force. This is it. Do or die. We went from every game matters to only this game matters. Win, you're in. Lose, and we'll see you in summer. That's how simple it is. NIP looking to play spoiler and to be the saviors of IG season. WE looking to try and prove that you need to get at least an average win rate in the LPL to even be considered below average. Because if you think about it, 8-8 is an average win rate, but 10th is not in the middle of the standings. So you actually have to be above average, or just on average, to be considered below average in terms of playoffs. That's crazy.
Isn't it insane to think that Shanks is our average mid laner, when in these team fights he is the shining star of WE. And Hope, when he is given the chance, he shines, but sometimes he shines a little bit too much and he kind of burns himself, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
hopefully for this game 3, now with I1D having a little bit of extra peeling ability, it is going to be able to catch up with Hope's aggressive nature and allow these team fights to go into the hands of WE. As we see a relatively standard start from both teams, Lee Sin starting the top side does mean he is going to path towards the bottom side, with I1D having a lot more gank setup. But Shadow starting his own red buff, I want to see a lot of aggressive 2v2s coming out of NIP.
See if the 2v2s do end up coming out from here. They're already starting to push forward. The early prowess of something like the Nautilus, definitely not to be messed with. We'll wait to see it. We're gonna have a pretty, you know, kind of slow early game, I would imagine, from both these sides. So kind of want to just kind of set up everything once more. I know we said playoffs and in, but it is literally 10th position here for Team WE. They cannot go any higher. They cannot equal out RNG in terms of game score. So they will literally just be on top of them. But it could be TT losing tomorrow, and that could change up the way things work. So TT still got to do a little bit of work to make sure they're not 10th. And we might still have a little bit of a reshuffle, but in terms of who's playing who in the playoffs, of course, it's 7th versus 10th, and then 8th versus 9th in our first round. So still a couple of things to still be 100% figured out. Despite Top Esports having a 5-loss streak into a 1-win, you definitely want to try and avoid them, in my opinion, in the first round. But we shall see.
Isn't it insane to think that RNG and Top Esports are going to be in round 1 and 2 of the playoffs? These names are not very expected to be at the bottom side of playoffs, but of course Jackie Love, not Xiaohu, but Gala gonna be facing off each other perhaps, depending on how TT plays.
That's it. Could be seeing a little bit of movement there, but again, like I said, this is just all about WE and IG right now. This is to secure yourself into playoffs, and then look after that, see where TT ends up going, see where the teams end up moving around. That's kind of the difference maker, shall we say. But now we see
wrapped around back to top, and Shadow's bottom lane now.
Yeah, not really going to gain much off of this, to be perfectly honest. He's very much waiting for this wave to crash in, as there is a ward nicely swept out there by Zhuo. Another ward gets dropped down here as Shadow needs to be a bit more wary of trying to take this camp. I don't think he's going to get this one for free, because I think I get this one at all, because yeah, this wave hadn't fully crashed, so they weren't actually losing a lot here from the WE bot side.
What is Hung doing? He went from blue to red.
Shadow, he just gets himself burned down so much. He flashes and keeps himself alive. It's going to be a 4v3, probably a 3v3 in the bot side. But with Dream having the first priority, the WE bot lane say, look, let's back away. We don't need to go for this one here. But already we're seeing Summoner's Burn, Ghost by Hope, and a Flash by Shadow.
I'm pretty sure if Hung was already in that bottom side to counter gank Shadow, that would have been first blood into W's hands. But this Lee Sin piling got me really confused though, Sheen. He went from his own blue buff to his red, and then back to Grom, and back to bottom lane Krugs. I mean, he was all over the place, making trips around the world. Shadow, he did need to burn that flash, because Hope is working overtime alongside I1D, and then forcing this 2v3 style out of NIP. And I'm really confused, to say the least. But hopefully, Hung is going to be able to be there for all of these counter ganks.
Hopefully, I see what you did there. Yeah, haha. It's like the little Korok seeds from Breath of the Wild. But BU having a much better time here into the Cassante, having much more presence up in that top lane. Has a bit of 5 or so CS lead, so not doing too badly whatsoever. First dragon does spawn, but it'd be difficult for anyone to sneak that one away nice and easy. 1D and Hang find themselves here. This is the 3v3 I talked about. There's the scat of the week, but they haven't followed up just yet. There's some good trade back damage. Zhuo hasn't thrown out his hook just yet either. There's going to be the grand entrance to try and catch out Shadow. Flash by I1D. And these health bars are getting lower and lower. Heng would love a couple more seconds, but he knows the longer he waits, the more cooldowns that are available. Just like the scat of the week. Here we go. We're going to see the all-out coming out. BU and Invincible trying to go for one. He wants nothing to do with this. He got the ghost. That's all he wants. He gets knocked back. Doesn't land the Q. But Invincible doesn't get the kill. And BU, he's just has to be so wary of that all-out.
Yep, He doesn't have the TP available either, so this is going to be really hard if UV wants to save for this extra wave. Does mean it from the very end, NIP burns that extra Rise Flash in the mid skirmish. I think that was actually really well played for NIP, specifically from Duo, where he was able to cancel the final W from my 1D and defuse the entire play. Invincible, he did make a little wraparound, putting that vision down, as he does expect Hung to help with this push.
We'll come back into a very even game state. A lot of posturing, a lot of summoners burned, but nobody going down just yet. The only real advantage now being picked up by NIP. The ninjas sneaking themselves away to a dragon. And now Hang gonna see if he can maybe make the most out of this moment of no jungler on the top side, or at least a moment of information, and says, yeah, gotta go towards that top lane, get myself a red buff, possibly even the Krugs as well. But Dream is already on a little bit of a roam. There's great vision control right now from the side of NIP, so they know roughly where everyone is on this side of the map. So Dream putting down another ward. He is very caught out, has got a flash, does get the Scatter of the Week down, flashes away because he knows if he gets caught out by the Rune Prison, he tries to walk forward. There's the Rune Prison down, Q lands, and he's going to be falling down. First Blood comes in, Hang flashes over the wall as the Heartbreaker does no such thing. And Shadow shall not be getting a reprise. First Blood to WE.
I mean, Dream, there was no reason for you to be hovering and walking in such a greedy path. You could have just walked through your red buff. As Shanks and Hung caught onto this, without your jungler around, Shadow was doing his own bottom side camps. It's just First Blood going into the hands of WE, and also this Herald is going to get started.
Started and taken. No one in top lane or mid to really kind of support Shadow if he were to go for some kind of re-engage. But let's have a look at the replay here, because like I said, Dream was roaming up, but then once he realized Hang was there, he's just caught.
He just didn't expect Hung to do his own red buff on the enemy jungle, and then this flash forced out by Shanks, not taking the realm of either, does just force Dream into a bit of a chokehold, as Shadow was a little bit late to the play. Also, not enough damage to finish off Hung and get that reset. So just unfortunate things from the mid jungle of NIP, and I said that this was the most important element for NIP's team composition.
You did indeed. You can see how important it is. The damage was there. It was significant. The thing, you know, Lee Sin went from 100 to nearly 0 very, very quickly, but still not enough to be giving you a kill back. So Rift Herald goes over, a kill as well. It's about a 1,500 gold lead now for Team WE. Ninjas in Pajamas looking to maybe get an overload here on the bot side, but might have found a Wandy instead. Whoa. Pops out over the wall to make sure that he does not get caught out, but that red buff might be stolen back now as well, as the first one was stolen by Hung.
Yep, with NIP giving up their topside vision does mean Duo and Shadow are going to work together and get that return red buff, as they did secure the Inferno Dragon from earlier, but we've seen this very similar game state of the blue side winning early game first. But hopefully for this final game, W doesn't throw it away from silly mistakes, because Shanks, I mean, he's on his iconic pick, and Rise having that realm up available in about 30 to 40 seconds can make plays around the map, and hopefully they can help out this Zeri and get her online as well.
Again, WE, they don't want to be too hasty, but they do need to find advantages where they can. Shadow going to walk headfirst into two members, but WE don't pull the trigger just yet. You can see a little bit of hesitation there from WE, as you can see.
Oh my god!
Oh, Photic just badging out, and Hope has to lose his flash. That is not ideal for the WE bot lane, especially with Dragon up in a minute 30.
That's it. Dr. Kitty's coming back from retirement, and I'm diagnosed Hope with Zeri syndrome. Stop being forward. Your support wasn't there. And Joy was just luckily out of vision and spots Hope trying to be aggressive on the Zeri, opting into that 1v1 again, but caught off guard, flashing immediately. It's just -1 flash.
Yeah. I mean, it's just straight up. You win over and you lose. That's just simple maths. -1 flash for you, 0 for the enemy team. That is an easy win for you, as we can see. Invincible going into BuBu again. And BuBu maybe feeling a little bit more confident. We'll have the W in a second. And already we see Invincible saying, yep, I'm going to have to pop the ghost. Don't want anything to do with that fight just yet. Ward does spot out Shadow, so there's not going to be any over-aggression here from BLG. With 40 seconds still Dragon, that is the NIP jungler on the top side of the map, so he's not really in a position to try and contest this straight off of spawn.
Yeah, but to be fair, WE does have all the visions already set by I1D previously, so it does seem like this Dragon is going to get comfortably taken by the side of WE. NIP playing it relatively slow, as Photic does have the purple and blue. Not too much damage compared to Hope, but with him burning the flash earlier, I'm not going to be surprised if Joe just kind of goes into the fight and ults the Zeri straight away.
It's tense. TP into mid from Dream means that he is in position to potentially contest for this one. But like you said, hell of a lot of vision control available here for Team WE. 4-level difference between Zhou and Shanks is kind of nutty right now. Especially for a Ryze who was just going to kind of scale so well later on to the game. Here we go. Dragon down to about 2,000 HP. We're going to see a full engage. They're going to try and get on top of the jungler, and Shadow is dead. Dragon gets secured as well. And that's Zhou losing his flash after everything is said and done. So a kill, a Dragon, WE having a good time for the moment. But I will say, we talked about this in the break before we got into this game. The team that has led after 20 minutes hasn't necessarily won. So you got to be a little bit more careful here, WE, with this lead.
And it was just pick after pick, and Shadow face checking without any vision control. Another pick on I1D.
They catch I1D with Zhou, trying to see if he can work this one out. Double knockup means that Shanks can't put out the DPS flash. Yeah, and the unleashed power means it's a 2-for-1 trade back in favor of NIP. This is what I'm talking about. You can't be getting complacent.
W got the Dragon. Why are you still face checking that bush? Because NIP, as Shadow died, they just gave up on this Ocean Dragon. But W giving chances for NIP to come back into the game by giving over 3 kills over to Dream. And of course the ADC, which is just complete craziness. I mean, Shadow face checks this into Shanks, but they just didn't have the vision control to ever contest this Dragon. And it is going to be the Dragon going to get finished off by WE and just cut the play right. You don't need to contest with the vision anymore. There's no major objective. Just leave and reset with the gold that you've been able to generate. But I1D, being a little cheeky bastard, decided to walk back in. And of course, with the ultimates all online for NIP, pick up Hung as well.
Sorry. I did not expect. Yeah, I just did not expect you to describe him like that. That's awesome.
I'm getting so annoyed.
I can tell. I can tell. Oh man, that was amazing. Well, it's good to know that when a fellow Oz on the team, that Hysterics isn't on his own with the descriptions of certain people. But oh, fantastic. Sorry, I'm just reeling myself back in from that one. So we come back into live. WE. It's only about 1,000 gold leads. They're not running away with this early game, to say the least. And Photic has been just scaling up a little bit of a storm in that bot side. Both AD carries happy with their first items for the moment. The Rift Herald going to be soloed out here by Hung, so a bit more priority given over to NIP's bot side, and BLG should be able to get himself this tower for free. And that will be the first tower of the game. So, looking at this one here, we're coming up to first item completions. We're looking at teams kind of, waiting for this next dragon to spawn in 2 minutes' time. How do NIP want to approach this? Because remember, they're the ones that have been kind of slowly... Pause myself if we do see Invincible getting a bit of a knockback. Go out, all out on top of this one here. It's a straight up 1 item versus 1 item. Flash has been burned as BLG not quite able to get away from this. And it doesn't matter if you go Gore Drinker. It doesn't matter what you do. Cassante is still Cassante.
Invincible is just playing so well for all 3 games across the series, getting another solo kill onto BLG now. Dragon, no Herald online for the side of both teams, but with that solo kill going to Invincible's hand, extra 300 gold. Drew gets a hook onto Hope as Shadow is lurking around.
Well, they're looking for more. Hope will have to flash over the wall. We'll get hit by the Q after the back end of that, so not feeling the healthiest. Has a little bit of honey fruit, though, to supplement him back up. But Invincible getting that kill on top side is massive. Not only does it give over the kill goal, but it does confirm this tower as well. So you're looking at a much stronger top lane kind of setup. Flash forward in here by Shanks. He wants this kill. You shall not kill my top laner. The phase rush is good. Does he have enough movement? I don't think he does. He wants another one, but he can't. And Shanks, he's getting desperate. They don't want to be giving over those summoners so easily.
I mean, it is just going to be the flash for mid-party, I suppose, but Invincible is going to run away scratch-free. He will gladly take that flash from Shrinks. Also, Realm Warp use as well, getting the double charge from mid lane. We're going to take another look at what happened in this top side, as BB was already really chunked out from the initial trade in Ghost. I mean, when you do have the flash as the Renekton, this Cassandra is stuck onto you like glue, and you just don't have the damage to ever one-shot him in a 1v1, flashing towards that bush. But with this pink ward available, he just spots him out straight away, and you can't really play with the vision, as it is just a very terrible day to be WE fan.
Yeah, Faith Palm. Definitely feel it from the fans there. Now you have Shanks kind of being put onto side lane duty. And with there being an Ocean Dragon available potentially here for NIP, they have total control over this objective. There's no trade back. There's no nothing for you to kind of go for, I will say. The mid lane did get taken, as well as a big charge on the tier 2. So that mid lane could be going down. There's no contest right now. I like this from WE. There's no real soul in the net for at least another 10 minutes, even once this is taken. So get yourself a turret, get yourself more gold, more power in those side lanes, make it that little bit longer, so that if anyone does go up, they have a much harder time of getting back into a fight.
Yeah, but to be fair, WE is taking all of these towers down for the top side and also mid lane, and it does open up the entirety of that top side jungle for access, as Baron is going to be spawning very soon, 1 minute and 40 seconds. BB trying his best to face off in this isolated matchup, but I don't think he's ever going to win the 1v1. Now it's Sunfire in Invincible's pockets as well. But they need to look for these flanks onto the carries of NIP, because Dream and Photic, they're still relatively squishy. BB just needs his flash available.
Just needs his flash. Invincible does have Ghost in a couple of seconds. Gonna try and keep himself alive and well, and should be able to dash. That was about 5 dashes in the space of about 10 seconds, so definitely not ideal if you're trying to catch out the Cassante, but it does mean that he has nothing left in his tank to try and defend this, so more gold, more objectives, more control, like you mentioned, Kitty, coming in around this map. And I gotta say right now, WE, they're not panicking just yet. They're keeping themselves away from 5v, out macroing. This is gonna be another tower.
Yeah, NIP is just giving over tower after tower, as this is going to be both top and bottom given over for free. They can't even engage here because their ADC is sitting in mid lane and Dream has just reset. A lot of these objectives are going over for free, and I'm getting worried because NIP, I mean, this Viego, I said, he needs to become the win condition and get those resets online, but he's currently sitting on 0, 1, and 0.
0, 1, and 0. Not having the best of times, but again, it's low kill game. 5 kills in 20 minutes. Definitely not the most kill-hungry opportunities we've ever seen in the LPL. Definitely have had a little bit more. And WE come out now after kind of getting the resets off with about a 4,000 gold lead, maybe 4.5. Iwandi moving around as the only real active member on the map right now to try and defend this mid lane turret. Should be able to hold it just for until the Zeri arrives. But if everyone from NIP just fully commits to it, might be able to kind of hard force this objective down. But Zeri coming back on top of this. We are going to see... Oh, the Unleashed Power's been used. Hope trying to see if he can maybe go for something there. Shanks thought about taking that Realm Warp, but probably at the best of things, definitely didn't take it. So we'll see now we come back into a bit of posturing as both teams are starting to ramp up. They know that the next fight could be critical, could be crucial in taking this series.
A straight up 4v4 in this mid lane, as eventually WE gets forced off their tier 1 tower, but that looked really scary for Iwandi, but because he's a slippery Rakan, he was able to get away from Dream's combo. WE looking to regain this top vision control, as NIP needs to reset here with the amount of gold that they were able to generate from earlier. I think Hope with the flash available now, Druid's going to be a little bit more tough.
Get out of there, WE. I've seen too many games. Too many games thrown because of a Baron started at 20 minutes, and I will not have this one thrown again. Both teams happy to back themselves away. I think it was more just WE saying, look, if you didn't check it, we would have gotten it. So, you know, be aware. Be very aware of what we're trying to go for here.
Yep, and also double stopwatch available for the mid jungle of WE for now. So if Dream misuses his ultimate and all the burst from NIP's team composition, it's going to be really tough since Shadow is depending on this Luden's Syndra to make a lot of those enemy champions on 1 HP. But we haven't seen that just quite yet, with also Dragon spawning in 1 minute, where Invincible is consistently getting this bot side priority. We need a flame from Beauty. Please flash onto the enemy carries and delete one of them if you can.
I mean, it's a lot of if, buts, and maybes to be putting on to one player, but we'll see. Hope going to be able to kind of keep himself relatively safe, you'd imagine, be able to helter-skelter himself over the wall should he be in any way, shape, or form caught out. And everyone's got themselves their summoners backed off. Actually, a bit of a teleport mismatch for the moment. Invincible and Bubu going toe-to-toe. Just gets the dominance, and honestly, Invincible's just owning this lane, and we can kind of have a little bit of a broader conversation about this, because we see the Renekton into the Cassante so often, but it does feel like the later the game goes, the Cassante just has a much better time of it. Dominance does run out. They're going to have the Ghost available for Invincible should they need it. And everyone just backs themselves away. But committing 2 people bot side means that you're not able to defend 3v4 in this mid lane. They lose a mid tier 2. It's all about the macro. It's all about not dying. It's all about not getting caught.
They just gave 2 mid-tier towers. I won the run. Okay, he got away, but Shanks is on the flank.
Shanks is on a very good flank right now. Shadow thinking about maybe moving forward on top of this. They all back themselves away. 7 seconds till Dragon. This will be sole point here for NIP, and a TP's coming in here from the Cassante.
W was a little bit too slow with getting their hands onto Invincible, and that was just 2 towers going to the hands of NIP, opening up the map. Baron and Dragon are both available. If W is not too careful, they can potentially just burn the Baron, because it's not going to be too big of a deal with this Ocean going over.
Ooh, a flank from Dream, though. Does get the stun off, but Merc Treads helping him out with that bit of tenacity now. You're kind of on the back foot a little bit. Bubu getting caught out here by Invincible. Flag! Kick! Dream! Dead! Turned into a nightmare. They can take the Realm Warp right on top of Photic. They're going to try and keep this area away from him as he's doing some decent work. Keep himself alive. Joe flashes over the wall. Invincible trying to take out Iwandi. Photic does eventually go down as Hope tries to take out the Cassante. Finally looking like he will finally go down. And that is what WE needed. That could be the straw that brings them the playoffs.
And that's Baron for WE. A 4-3 for Zero Trade. I mean, Dream was just caught way out of position, having that flash available as well, but Hung was just a step ahead of him, getting that flash kick onto the Syndra, and that is one of your biggest disengages gone from the team fight. And NIP struggling to regain control over the overall fight. They were just dropping 1 by 1, but we're going to have to see how this all started as Dream tried to get an angle and a stun onto the backline, but because of that, he walked so greedily back to mid lane. Hung was able to flash kick him into the face of Hope, and that is a dead Syndra, with Shanks also cutting off all escape routes. With this Realm Warp, this meant this fight was over the second it started. And also Baron in the hands of WE now. The scaling composition is online, Oshin.
It is. It was very close. So many moments there where someone could have died. A flash being the difference between life and death. As the fans in the crowd, they know something is happening. They know that they need to keep this momentum going. They can feel the playoffs coming. And with 3 items on the Zeri and a denial of that soul point, they have themselves an opportunity. 6,000 gold, Baron and the Dragon. NIP need to find an opportunity. But again, NIP, if they can get Dream into a much better situation, I feel like Dream just kind of looked for an opportunity, but just looked a bit too hard and got himself caught. So Dream's in a front to back like that next time, with that Scatter the Weak not off cooldown, that could be a very different fight.
How is Shadow still sitting on 0 KB at 25 minutes? I'm really shook. I mean, to be fair, Bubu is also sitting on 0, but...
It's only 3 kills, to be fair to us.
Yeah,
it is only 3 kills for NIP.
The team fights set up by Hung with these flash kicks. He is just so good on the Lee Sin when he does find his mojo. Now, a 4-1 composition, getting pressured by Shanks as this rises now level 16 with the stopwatch available as well. NIP is now slowly getting suffocated with their inhibitors.
You can see Shanks just expertly dancing around Invincible and bringing him down to about 1/3 of his HP. It's very hard to really take down these turrets. You're very short-ranged here as WE. And look, on the mini-map, I want to point this out because it could be important later. There is one pink ward on the WE side that belongs to NIP right there below blue buff. That's could be a flank ward for ages. I'm just pointing it out now because they could see an opportunity. There's plenty of flank wards here as well, as Hung is kind of trying to see if he can keep that side lane push in here with Shanks. They're not gaining a lot of damage here onto these turrets. Sure, half HP onto that mid lane tier 3, but it's not going to go down until one more wave. This is your last opportunity, you would imagine, here as WE to break this one open before you're really waiting for the next big objective fight.
Yeah, the waves aren't really set up together where this bottom wave is getting pushed in extremely fast and the mid wave hasn't caught up just quite yet. So it seems like NIP has survived this Baron buff going over to WE, but the experience is still in the hands of Shanks and Hope, where they are now level 15 compared to Photic, who's level 13. And I mean, we've seen this Syndra, it can pop someone, but you need to position perfectly or Hung is just going to kick you into the enemy's face, and that is going to be a 4v5 from the very start of the fight. As we have 3 items online for the Zeri now, and Shanks on this rise, consistently pressuring the side where View, he doesn't need to do his job anymore, he can just group.
Exactly that. And my brain went a little bit wayward there. I thought Shanks was going to build a Lich Bane with that Aether Wisp, but no, he's building a Cosmic Drive, of course. Definitely not going to be building the Lich Bane. Not too far off the building mechanics of it, actually. I think it's just the only difference is that the Cosmic Drive requires an Amplifying Tome, and then Lich Bane is a Sheen. So we'll see how that does finally get picked up and finished off. So 3 items onto your carries. You're still waiting for that 3rd item here for the Aphelios. You would love to get him up that Lord Dominic's regard. No survivability really here for Photic. Hasn't gone for that Bloodthirster. Has only got the Gale Force and the damage he puts in. And honestly, I kind of like that he's going for this because he knows that if he's going to try and go toe-to-toe with Hope, he just has to put out DPS.
Yep, and hopefully DPS is all you need because Dream is working towards that Void Staff right now. Level 15 as well. He just needs one ultimate onto a squishy champion, and that's where you set Shadow's resets going off in these team fights. And hopefully now, only one Black Cleaver. I'm not too sure if he's going to actually be able to find those angles.
Oh, looking for one there. They can kill Invincible. That's your front line. Dead. Buried. WE had an opportunity, and then they may be able to break open the base.
I mean, NIP's mid-jungle was just sitting in that top side, and Invincible, extremely tanky, still gets instantly bursted.
They're looking for the
end.
end.
It's going to be Inhibitor.
They may be looking for the end here. They're going to look to try and end it 5v4. They know this is probably going to be one of the best opportunities they have, without it being a straight-up flip. There we go, full-on engage. He's going to land there on top of Hang, and they're going to get View down. That's both top laners dead. Shadow gets a reset with the Renekton. You can see Shanks trying to just deal with these super minions. Flash in. Shanks almost gets taken out, but the Viego's dead and buried. It looks like they may have been able to do it. It's all on Photic. These health bars are low enough. He's got an Infernum, he's got Gravitum, but he's got no Ultra Flash. You have to use his Cleanse as well. WE 4v2. Is this the moment? 4v1. It's going to come down to NIP's AD carry, but I don't think they can do anything here. He's gonna die! And now Invincible! It's a quadra kill for Hope! Can they give him the Penta? But Invincible's really big and there's not enough minions! He needs to kill this Nexus turret! There it is! The Nexus is exposed! Finally we can see it go in! Invincible's looking for more! He gets kicked back! He gets the shutdown, but he's dead! Penta kill, but WE have done enough and WE are going to playoffs!
WE secured their 10th position in the playoffs, but Hope wasn't able to get his last kill for that Penta, but it's okay because now you are going to be in contentions in that round 1. And WE, I mean, it was a very tough series, but they still came back out on top.
Oh my lord, right at the end there with the Cassante and Aphelios on the enemy team, you really can't count out the fact that they could turn that one right back around. But WE, they held strong, great, you know, kind of heads up play to recognize they had an opportunity to pull out of the fight, the only one who could really put a threat down onto Hope. And they were able to execute fantastically. Unfortunate for NIP, they will go into the postseason at a 5-11 scoreline, but for WE, they are going to playoffs. It doesn't matter where you are, they're in round 1 regardless. They will figure out their opponent tomorrow after TT series, but for now, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They still have games to play.
And with NIP eliminated from the regular split, IG is also out of playoffs contention, so rest in peace to those organizations' fans, as I think hope was just on another level for these team fights on the Zeri, 3 games in a row. And of course, Shanks playing out of his mind as well in Game 2 and Game 3. Just huge performances coming out of the carries of W. And of course, Hung, his Lee Sin. I mean, you blink and someone's dead.
Yeah, it felt like Hung was just working so well with Shanks as well, just setting up kills, looking to try and be proactive, and it really did make the difference in this game. There was so many kicks, so many times where it was just the jungler of Team WE making the play that made the difference, and that is a playoff performance right there from the jungler of Team WE. Really well done from him. And look, I'm not going to say they're going to make it very far, but you're, as you said, Kitty, you're always in with a shot once you're in playoffs.
Yep, and I'm actually really surprised that, well, to be fair, NIP was trying to ban out Shanks' champion pool, getting rid of the LeBlanc and also Cassiopeia, but they forgot the Riots and the Lee Sin is the huge turning point for WE and how they started picking up those wins one by one in series after series. So I'm really excited to see how WE is going to do in the playoffs, as they have the potential to upset some very big names.
Yeah, they really, really do. And I think that the big key word there, like that you use there, is upset. They are not coming in by any stretch of the imagination as favorites. They are not looking to try and, be, any lofty ideals of how they're going to be able to kind of, get to finals or maybe get to double a limb. But we have seen it plenty of times before. The gauntlet run is very, very real because it can give you that momentum. It can give you that you take out one team, fair enough, it's a 3-2, it's close, but you still get the win. You get the next one. All of a sudden, you're kind of building them, and we've seen it before as well, where the teams in the later stages of the bracket haven't had the same amount of time to prep, haven't had that same amount of time to get themselves used to those stage games, so it can be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, every single win matters, and I think for the playoffs run in particular, the mojo is going to matter so much. If you want to make the miracle run from round 1 all the way to finals, that is going to be an exhausting 2 weeks for our playoffs team. And of course, Shanks doing the top damage charts on WE, but we need to also credit Invincible having an amazing performance in this last series of the regular split, where he was just unwilling to give this final chance over to WE.
One last shot, and this is why, Invincible did so much there as well, my God, but it's why you want to have your playoff hopes in your own hands. It's why it's so important to, we always talk about at the start of the split, oh, you can drop a couple, you can win a couple of games. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And for WE, they finish 8-8. They are now going to the playoffs, and they are going to be going up against either Sports or RNG. That's the kind of 2 opportunities I think they can have for themselves, but we'll see which way it ends up going with TT playing tomorrow in our final 2 series of our regular split. But Invincible, I gotta give my, the losing team MVP, as harsh as that sound, to him, because it felt like he gave everything. 38% damage share of your team as a Cassante when you have an Aphelios and a Syndra. That's insane. That's an absurd amount of damage to be doing as what is perceived as a tank.
Look, we can think of it in 2 ways. 1, Riot, and 2, Invincible is just a really good player. But with those 2 combined, like you said, 38% of the damage share for this final game on the Cassante is absolutely nuts. And I think he was very deserving of, like you said, the losing team MVP, as he was also a big reason why they were in the game for Game 1 and Game 3. But in the very 100%. End, you can only have 1 winner, and it is going to be WE. Yeah,
it's going to be WE. WE secure themselves to playoffs, and they got more to do. Today feels it's a bittersweet victory. It's sweet because you got in. You're in playoffs. Next week, you gotta start preparing now. You gotta be ready for whoever you're gonna be going up against in that first best of 5. Because here, don't forget, the playoffs were announced. We are going 8 series back to back to back, all the way up until we've had every single team in our playoffs play at least once, and then we'll think about having a little bit of a break. So I think it's literally like if you play the first game, you play 1 day off, play another one, day off, play another one, day off, play another one. So you could play 4 best of 5s in the space of 8 days.
Yep, and imagine starting from that round 1 and making your way to that double elimination. I mean, prep time is going to be so tough when it comes to these best of 5s. And with only 1 day between these games, it's going to be extremely worrisome, in my opinion, as it is all up to the coaches sometimes. But with the drops we see today, I mean, you got to ban Lee Sin away from Hung. I'm just going to tell RNG or Top Esports, whoever they're versing in round 1, bit of a tip for you.
Leak strats. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. But yeah, look, congratulations, of course, to WE. They can live in this moment for now, get some hot pot or something, and have a bit more fun, knowing that they were able to make it to the postseason. For NIP, look, a lot of positives for this team. I think that, you know, even though they are ending the season 13th, 5-11 scoreline, not exactly exceptional, but they have been making moves. Brought in Shadow midway through the split, get him to work out with Dream. I think Photic still looked exceptional as an AD carry. You know, someone we saw on V5/NIP last year, still doing very, very good things, but it just feels like sometimes, you know, you kind of don't really get the pieces to align just as you would like them. But you talked about as Lee Sin, we're going to be announcing our MVP. It was the jungler of Team WE, Hung, coming in here with an exceptional performance. I mean, 100% kill participation tells it all.
Yep, and I am 98% sure Shadow went out with that video game having a 0% KP. So 100% KP on this Lee Sin is quite the canyon in terms of the jungle role, but Hung just had so many clear decision making when it comes to these team fights, as Stream was just caught out for a split second, or not a split second, a couple of times in this game, but multiple split seconds, as WE just took advantage of that, and it was just all uphill from there. As I think Hung, he looks the most comfortable on this Lee Sin, and he looks the most confident in these team fights, as this Syndra was pretty much unable to play the game. Even Invincible getting caught out here was such a shocker because he's so tanky, but they saw the angle, they spotted NIP's mid laner in that top lane, and they just forced it. They full sent it.
Yeah, I think the thing is that, you know, they didn't hesitate with their jungler. Once Hang went in and tried to make something work, they tried them, you know, to make it work. There wasn't any second guessing. There wasn't a half commitment here or there. It was just commitment, and it really did feel like for NIP they were just running out of options. Once Invincible went down, I mean, this was close for sure. Once Invincible did go down that first time, I love the fact that WE just said, yes, we are going for the kill. This is it. We need to do this now before this Cassandra gets back and can actually put threat onto our Zeri.
I'm really happy that the playoff actually cut off before the Zeri died, getting that pentakill. Didn't even actually get the pentakill. He got the taste of it, but Invincible said no and killed off his dreams. But who's going to playoffs now?
Yes, well, we can have a look at the results for today because it is our final Super Saturday of the regular spring split. And we had ourselves a 2-1 win for OMG. They secure themselves top 6 in the bracket regardless of what WE or Weibo do. So that's going to be them starting in the second round. Great for them as an organization to see them kind of moving forward as a team. JDG speed ran to first place over Ultra Prime, getting themselves a 2-0. And then WE right at the last game secure themselves a 2-1 victory, 8-8, which means we can look at our standings, Kitty. And apart from a couple of small moving parts, we've got our top 10.
This is so satisfying to look at Urshin all red on the entire left side, and of course WE sneaking their way in that 10th position, where we have to say our goodbyes to IGR and NIP, as they did put up a very good show for the remaining few weeks of the regular split. But this is going to be the real deal now, as JDG did lock themselves in for that first place.
Yep, got themselves the playoff buff, and of course EDG will be joining them and the top 2 as well, so we will see JDG and EDG way in the future, as they are already in the double elim. LNG guaranteed 3rd spot as well, so they'll be in the first round. But we still have some spots to figure out. There's still some things to know. Yes, we got all the playoff teams secured, but we don't know where they're going to be fully finishing out right now. So we can look at tomorrow's games, where we got 2 playoff hopefuls in Weibo and Thunder Talk looking to try and fight their way through it. They're not against each other, but they both got a win to give themselves as high of a placement as possible.
And with Weibo Gaming sitting in that 4th position, that is the last spot for the double elimination, I believe. So they are holding on to dear life, hoping to not drop the series up against RA, because I think Weibo has been looking a little bit unstable depending on who their opponent is. But like you said, TT also sitting in that 8th position could potentially slide things around with where the remaining teams sit for the playoff standings. But I'm excited as we have our teams for playoffs.
We do indeed. I will say a slight correction on what you said there. Top 4 gets you just before double elim. Just before it. So it's 1 round before it. Yes, 1 round before it. But it is only 1 round away from getting yourself a second lifeline. So we'll see. We have seen teams drop out in that round pretty immediately. Top Esports and RNG come to my mind. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Kitty, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you to everyone who watched us, even through what I hear was an absolute banger of a 5-game series in the LCK. And of course, thank you to all of our production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the usual time on the usual channel, and we'll see you then.
Good night.